and now the YouTube stream seems to be up and running as well. There's always a few moments of terror at the beginning, waiting to find out if it is or not, but I think it all seems to be okay. So welcome in, lovely friends on the YouTube side as well. Fabulously wonderful to see you on this Sunday evening. And if you would be very, very kind, I am going to take Weedish. I'm going to take you in just a moment, or Weedish. Bear with me just a moment. I just want to make sure before I get my first guest in that the stream is all working correctly on both sides. So I'm assuming we're good on the TikTok side, or someone would have said. So perhaps just drop me a quick okay or thumbs up or all good or something in both chats if you would be so kind. I would be very much appreciated. Thanks, Dr. Dig. I appreciate that. Thank you, Elizabeth. And we'll just wait for the word to come back from the YouTube side. Fro from Noi, great to see you, my friend. Amazing to see you in the chat there. Sounding good. That's awesome. I assume if it's sounding good that it's looking all right. I'm going to just assume everything is good. So with that in mind, let's see, where is my guest box gone? I did have a little guest on the TikTok side, but they have vanished. So I currently don't have a guest on the TikTok side right now. I'm just going to open up. What I forgot to do was to open up the guest box for the YouTube side. Silly me. So I'm just going to do that right now while we set everything up. And I hope you're all having a wonderful weekend. Are you? I hope you are. I am. I'm having a nice weekend. Thank you so much, as always, for being flexible over the timings and the dates. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, life gets in the way sometimes, and these commitments come up, and I have to deviate from the schedule. I do try to stick to it, but sometimes it just isn't possible. So I really appreciate it. And when I move the times around and people turn up anyway, that is absolutely awesome, and I'm hugely grateful. Just setting up the video room, and then I see Fro is there in the queue, so we'll get Fro in just a moment. I'm just setting it up so I can actually speak to Fro. Hopefully that will work in just a moment. Okay. There seemed to be a little error on the TikTok side, but I think it's okay now. Hopefully, it seems all right. Yeah. Okay. I'm really thrilled about the Discord, by the way. I'm seeing Elizabeth talking about it. The Discord is absolutely popping at the moment. So I'm sure that my wonderful friends will be putting links to the Discord in the chat. But if you're not a member, please come and join up and come and hang out with us on the Discord. It's absolutely awesome. Wonderful people, good vibes, good conversation. It's all good. As Isa has said, it's super helpful if you're on the YouTube side. If you can give the stream a like, that really helps to kind of just let the algorithm know that something helpful or useful or worthwhile is going on here, and then it pushes it out, and then we get more engagement and more good times and more fun. So that'd be fantastic if you could do that. I'd be super grateful. Okay, let's try and bring Fro in. Hopefully it will all work okay. Fro, are you there? Right, so I am not hearing Fro for some reason, some very annoying reason. Fro, maybe try and, it's this video thing, I tell you, try and drop down and come back up and see if that helps. Hopefully we will get Fro in just a moment. Yeah, this video thing, not loving it. It just seems to be a little bit too easily upset. So I'm not completely loving that. Let's try second time lucky. How is that? Right. Still, I think I might know what it is actually. Bear with me. It actually might be my error, Fro. Bear with me a second. Bear with me just a second. And how about now?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. That was actually my fault. It wasn't Video's fault. It was John Cohen's fault. Hang on a
Well,
second.
I'm happy when it's Joe Cohen's fault, because then I can blame Joe Cohen. It's hard to
Yeah.
blame Video Ninja, because Video Ninja is not really real.
Well, yes, I suppose that's probably true in a funny kind of way. But welcome back, my friend. How are you?
I'm pretty shit. I'm going to talk about that very quickly. I'm just going to say that I'm going to promote something that hasn't happened yet. If you are a Mormon, please contact me on Discord. I would like to talk to you. If you're an ex-Mormon, I would also like to talk to you. Me and John are working on something. We will do a Mormon stream where people can come and ask questions about the Mormon faith.
Yeah.
And if you want to contribute to that somehow, just contact me on Discord. I'm super easy to find on Discord. So
Yeah. Good plug. And
from Norway.
I have reached out to Nerd Unleashed as well, because she did such an incredible job last time of educating us all about it. So I thought that we could have you both up and do a little discussion, and we can all learn about the crazy world of Mormonism. So thanks for the plug there. Another plug is that I will be joining Christy tomorrow at I think it was 10. I think it was 10:30 UK time, 5:30 Eastern. I now forget if it was 10 or 10:30, but it will be plugged to join her to talk about how we can all get along better and how we can find peaceful ways of coexisting with people of all sorts of different beliefs. So that's going to be happening
Why can't we
Christie's.
be friends? Why
something
can't we
something
be
like
friends?
that. Something like that. Yeah, exactly. Cool.
I'm going to talk to you about guilt today, because that's what I felt.
Uh-oh.
It's the first Sunday in 7 years I haven't gone to church.
Right. For anyone who doesn't know, Fro left his church last week after lots of thinking and deliberating and conversations.
Yep.
He escaped the cult. So how did you feel today? Not going to church.
I felt abysmal.
Did
really.
you?
I felt really guilty.
Oh, Fro, I'm sorry, man.
I don't know how to explain it than guilty. I felt very unworthy. I woke up today and I really wanted to go to church. And I think that's kind of like it surprised me how much I wanted to go.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it has to do with being there for so long.
Of course.
When you kind of give up something that you are like trained to do almost.
Of course.
And then you miss it. It's not that I felt guilt for not doing it, because I didn't really think I should, but it's just just like, oh, I'm not doing. I kind of had to remind myself that I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, and I think, just be kind to yourself about this stuff, because you've been doing this for a long time. Your life has a muscle memory for having this ritual in it, and this is part of your routine. And of course, you're going to feel like something is wrong and missing and odd when a Sunday rolls around and you're not there doing the thing that you've done every Sunday for so many years. It would be strange if you just rolled with it this weekend and didn't notice that a Sunday had arrived. I'd kind of be more worried about you. So I think it's fine. Allow yourself that space to go. This feels weird, right? It's going to feel weird. It's going to take some getting used to. It's okay for there to be bumps in the road. But you've got this. You've got this.
Yeah, and for people saying in chat, go to church if it gives you purpose. No, it just would have felt wrong.
Yeah,
and also I'm kind of pissed off at them. So there's also that.
Yeah, because they've disrespected your boundaries by doing all sorts of weird, creepy, unasked for rituals to try and get you back.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I think you're fine, and it's completely to be expected. I don't think there's a person who has walked away from faith who hasn't at some point felt that strangeness of not doing the rituals and practices and routines that they previously did in their life. That were the furniture of
Mm.
their life, the day to day normal stuff of their life is a big thing to lose. It is a big thing to lose. Um, but you're going to be living a much more authentic life, and you're not going to be wrestling with these thoughts. You're not going to be.
When you convert, I don't really know your story, but you were Christian, were you? Or
No, I've never been a believer for one day in my life, which is part of
yeah,
the reason why I asked Sean to come and join me here, because he brings that perspective that I don't have. But I just feel a tremendous sense of compassion and empathy and affinity for people who have either lost faith or never had it and have suffered as a result of either. So yeah, I haven't walked in your shoes, but I've kind of tried them on and imagined what they might be like to walk in, if that makes sense.
yeah, I wouldn't recommend going in my shoes. They smell.
Fair
Um,
enough. Fair enough.
but yeah, yeah. But where is Sean, by the way? Why are you cheating on him with
Sean,
me?
Sean, Sean is currently traveling back from a trip away this weekend. He will probably be with us for the second half of the show. So as long as
Yeah.
the roads
Do you
treat him
hear that,
right,
Sean?
he'll be
I'm
here.
better than you. I'm here.
That's it. Fro turned up. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I love Sean.
We all love
I'm
Sean.
only joking. Yeah,
We
yeah.
all love Sean. Yeah,
But you know, I think I think it is this like notion of uh, of guilt for not going. But yeah, uh, last time I were here, I talked a little about the laying on hands.
yeah.
Uh, and a little update on that, they actually showed up on my door like 2 days later. I actually had to go to police because I was like, now they are stalking me.
Crazy. And again,
Yeah,
for anyone who doesn't know, these are members of Fro's congregation who, hearing that he decided to walk away from the church, decided to put their hands all over him and do weird talking in tongues type of rituals without his consent to bring him back, and then turned up at his house. This is
yeah,
cult behavior. This is cult behavior. And if you ever needed anything to make you know you made the right decision, Fro, this is what they're giving you.
yeah. No, I thought about it yesterday. Actually, I think it is funny when you have to threaten people with legal ramifications to get them to stop harassing
Crazy.
you. Yeah.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, if it comes to them, just tell them that you've blasphemed the Holy Spirit and there's nothing can be done for you now.
I think that's impossible according to the Bible
I'm told.
in modern
Yeah.
time.
Well, maybe if we just start attributing the acts of God to the Holy Spirit, that might do it. I try to do that at least
Maybe.
once a day, just to make sure. Because all the cool people are going to be in hell. Like, I don't want to be up there in heaven knowing that, like, down in hell there's going to be like Carl Sagan and Jim Morrison and all these cool people.
Yeah.
Einstein. They're the people I want to hang out with, and all my friends from here. Nah, I'd much prefer that. So just to make sure.
I think it was someone that said heaven is going to be so empty. I don't want to be there anyway.
Right. It just sounds boring to me. I have to say, absolutely boring. I've had to go to like church services at various times in my life for various things, and like I struggle to stay awake. It's just dull. The idea of having to
Yeah.
endure that for eternity is absolutely grim. So no, count
Yeah.
me out. Count me out of all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bab Spirit sent what do you call it? Ultra chat? No, what do you call it?
I beg your pardon?
A super chat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Fro, a dog's love and companionship can help a lot. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm actually thinking of getting a dog.
it's right up here. Babs has just said. Babs is absolutely awesome, by the way. I love Babs. Oh, be quiet, cat. Um, Fro, a
I
dog's
was going
love.
to ask, do you have small children? Why
No,
are
I
they
have two. I have two
barking?
cats, and they get very
Oh,
upset if I don't give them enough attention. Come on, then, little
oh
one.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, this is one here. So, yes, a dog's love and companionship can help a lot. I think that's an excellent suggestion. If you have room in your life
Yeah.
for a dog, get a dog. They are awesome.
I mean, I have you, so
You have me. Yeah, that's true.
that's almost the same.
People would definitely say I'm a bitch, but there we go. Um,
You're
so,
not a bitch.
On that note, Fro, I think I should probably move it along. But look, hang in there, friend. Don't feel guilty. It's natural for you to feel a bit weirded out with the Sunday coming and going without the normal thing.
Yeah.
Just lean into the community, hang out with us more. Shout me if you need anything, and we've all got you.
Yeah, I have an atheist joke.
An 80s joke. Oh, an atheist joke.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. So, a man is working on the top of a skyscraper when two men walk up to him. To his horror, one of the men jumps off the building, and to his utter astonishment, the same man emerges from the lift a few minutes later, and he asks, "Why aren't you killed?" The man shrugs and said, I contracted my momentum by jerking my body just before I reached the bottom. Anyone can do that. Why don't you show him, Pete?" Pete runs to the edge and jumps off. A few minutes later, he emerges unhurt from the lift. Now convinced, the worker runs to the edge and jumps off and splatters out of the pavement.
Right.
And Peter turns to his friend and says, Jesus, for the Son of God, you have a pretty sick sense of humor.
Very good. Very good. We appreciate that.
Okay.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Fro. Good to see you, friend. Take it easy. Okay, I'm very pleased that Fro is doing well, and he's an awesome guy and a good friend. Okay, we're going to get Ro Jogan in just a moment, and then we have Unbeliever on the YouTube side. Just going to read a couple of super chats. Thank you so much for sending them, friends. Really appreciate this, as I always do. Babs said, "Hail Puff and his disciples, Peter, Paul, and Mary." Absolutely, Babs. Hail Puff, may you be reflected in his scales. And then Viking Chef, who is also awesome. You people are just awesome. I can't believe this. Perfect Sunday evening. Thanks, John. In the garden, building my Viking bar. Shout out to Fro if he's watching. Thoughts with you. Hope all is okay. Oh, I wish I'd read that while he was still up, but he'll hear it anyway. Thanks, Viking. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And then we also have another from Babs. Life is what happens to you when you're making other plans. John Lennon. He said so many wise things, didn't he? And that is just so true. We make these plans, we plan all of this stuff, we think we know what's going on, and then life happens, and you have to change things about and adapt and change schedules and do other things and all of that good stuff. And then Tim, hi Tim, thank you my friend, said, "My 2 rings meteor, Dino Bone and Vivanite grows in crypts, space-time and death. My hands aren't a deadly weapon, they're an existential crisis." Okay, well, that's cryptic from Tim, but I always appreciate a word from Tim. Thank you so much. And then Drew, nice to see you, friend. This is the best way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Well, thank you, Drew. This is my favourite way to spend a Sunday evening in this case. I'm really, really happy to have you and everyone else here as well. And then Issa says, "Happy International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Transphobia. Love to all LGBTQ plus community members." Absolutely. You are all completely welcome here. We don't care about who you love, what you call yourself, any of that stuff. You're human beings, and we love you for that, and nothing else is important. So totally agree. Thank you, Issa, for sharing that. I didn't know that until you said it. And then finally, Mike has said, "Thank you, Mike. The blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is refusing to use the reasoning faculties given to you as a human being to detect that Christianity is nonsense." Right. That's exactly what it is. exactly what it is. God apparently gives us a mind and then commands us not to use it. So there we go. Okay, as promised, let's get Ro Jogan in from the TikTok side. Hey, how are you? Are you there, Ro Jogan? It's a good name. We can't hear you at the moment. So, not sure why that would be. Oh, you seem to be muted. I'm going to invite you to unmute, and then you can unmute yourself and we'll be able to hear you. How's that? Still not. I'm going to invite you to unmute one last time, and then we're going to give up. Yeah, that's not going to happen right now. So I'm going to drop you down because it ain't happening. But Ro Jogan, if you want to come back in, just request up again. The TikTok queue is currently empty. So if you just hit request again, you'll come straight back in. We'll bring you straight back in, and hopefully you won't be muted. But we will, in the meantime, get in Unbeliever. Unbeliever, are you there? Let's try again. Unbeliever, are you there? Hello? We can kind of hear you, can't we? We can hear you knocking around there. Unbeliever, Earth to Unbeliever. Are you there, Unbeliever? I guess not. Well, you get two types of people in the queues to come into these shows. You get the people who actually are ready to speak and have something to say, and you get the people who aren't. And we seem to have a couple of those at the moment. So, sadly, we will remove Unbeliever because I can hear them, but they can't hear us. So that's a bit sad. So queues are currently empty again. Okay, so Nectu asks this. Update to the IC vote. Just curious, that's the inner circle vote. There has been an update to the inner circle vote, and I will tell you about it immediately after we speak to Ro Jogan, who's come back again, hopefully this time with a working mic. Let's see if that is the case or not. There we go. Are you in? Almost. I say a working mic. Something's there. It sounds like aliens. Ro Jogan. There we go. We can hear you now. Can you hear me okay?
Still a bit. I can't hear you clearly.
I think you might have a signal problem in that case, because there isn't a problem with my audio. Oh, thanks for the cake on TikTok. That's delightful. Yeah, you might need to get to a better signal or something because it's not great at the moment. How's that for you?
Am I coming through now?
Yeah, you are. So, how's that for you? You can hear okay?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. Well, we're up and away then. Your name is up, and you are in. So the floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Yes, I would say I believe in God for many reasons.
Sure.
I would say it's more rational, makes sense, brings meaning to life, it's emotionally fulfilling.
Yeah.
For all these reasons, yeah.
Okay, well, it being emotionally fulfilling, let's deal with some of the low-hanging fruit first, shall we? So would you agree with me that things that are false can be emotionally fulfilling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Possible, yeah.
So the emotional fulfilling part isn't a reason to think it's true. It's just might be a reason if you're not concerned about whether your beliefs are true or not. It might be a pleasing story you could tell yourself. Like I might find it emotionally fulfilling to think I'm 6'3" and built like an Adonis. But when that collides with reality, things aren't going to go great for me. Or I might find it emotionally fulfilling to think that I have $1 billion in the bank, right? But if I live as if that's the case, I'm not going to have a great life. So let's set that aside. Let's talk about why you think it makes sense. Like, what would be the strongest reason if I said to you, like, why do you think there's a God? Why? What is it about reality that persuades you that there's a God? What would you say?
Just to clarify on the emotionally fulfilling part, like, so what I meant was that there's certain truths that I don't have an answer for, and I'm just accepting them based on my experience. So
Sure.
my brain is just wired in a way where I want to know the truth. Maybe perhaps I'm trying to avoid extreme suffering, extreme pain,
Yeah.
and trying to arrive at a good position in my life. So
Sure.
maybe that's what I meant by emotionally. At some point, I think emotional and rational judgments kind of intersect, and at some point they're pretty much the same. It just depends on where you're starting from, I guess.
Yeah,
But
I
do
don't.
want
I don't know if
to
I
talk
just
about.
want to just push back on that for a moment, and then we'll move on from it, if you don't mind. I don't think they do intersect really. I think they can coincidentally overlap. So you can hold on to an idea because it makes you feel nice, and then it can just turn out that it happened to be true, right? But there's also a significant danger of holding on to an idea because it makes you feel nice, and that blinds you to whether it's actually true or not. And then it really just comes down to whether you want your beliefs to be true or not. If you don't care whether they're true or not, and you just want to tell yourself stories that make you feel nice, well, then that's fine. That's a particular way to live. That doesn't appeal to me at all. I just want to know what's true about reality, and I don't want to hold beliefs that are false.
Yeah, but I want paradise to exist. I want to be in paradise. That's what I
Right.
was getting back to, is that I heard you earlier talk about how you don't really care about burning in hell because it's not going to be there's cooler people in hellfire than in
Yeah.
paradise. So that to me sounds like an emotional judgment, an emotional type of reasoning that you want to be in hellfire just because you think it's cooler.
But I mean, you don't really take that argument at face value, because clearly I'm joking, right? I mean, you can detect that I'm being satirical about the concept of hell, because obviously, if there was burning in hellfire, then it would take the edge off enjoying the socializing time with the people I mentioned, right? So if there really was a hell, of course no one would want to be in it. Nobody would actively choose eternal torture, would they? Nobody would want that. So obviously, I'm
burning
having
alive is not a cool thing.
it's not fun, right? Which is so when I say like God is immoral, I don't actually believe that God exists. But what I'm saying is, if God were to exist, and God sends people to eternal torture and flames just because of the things that they've been convinced of, that would be immoral. But I don't need to actually really believe that God is real in order to make that argument.
How so? Because
I joke about it because it's a
you're
silly idea. It's a silly idea, but it
no, but
hides a moral bankruptcy.
it seems like you're inconsistent with your paradigm. So you're saying that you deep down inside you believe God does not exist, but you're borrowing this idea of something being moral or immoral. I guess where do you get that from?
Okay, so we've shifted now away from a discussion about what the reasons are for belief in God, and we've shifted to a different argument, which is the rather strange and slightly inane idea that one cannot have any opinions about what's virtuous or ethical if you don't believe in a cosmic policeman. Why on earth would that be the case?
Because you still have to ground certain things that cannot be explained naturally. Like you can't explain justice that we as human beings adopt as a philosophical precept naturally.
Of course you
Like
can.
you can't.
Of course you can.
No,
I
no,
do
you
it.
can't.
I do it every day for a living. Of course you can. You can just say that
Okay.
we have a social contract, right? Which is we figured out that different ways of living together have different results, right? If we want the way that doesn't work out right, then we just kill and rape and eat each other's kids and do all of that. It doesn't work out right, because when we don't cooperate, everyone is hurt. Not just the individuals, everyone is hurt. You will hurt yourself if you live in a social group that doesn't have some kind of structure or rules about cooperation and reciprocity. You are going to not do well yourself. And everyone realizes this. And this is not a uniquely human thing as well, by the way. Many animals have figured this out. Chimps do it. Apes do it. Other types of apes do it. Penguins do it, right? There are examples of cooperation and reciprocity and social proto-morals throughout the animal kingdom. This is not complicated. And so having established that, and established the fact that we prefer surviving to not surviving, one of the ways we survive is to come up with agreements about how we ought to be with each other if we want that outcome. It's about as natural as things get. And so I don't want to live in a society where everyone can just steal each other's stuff and end each other's lives and eat each other's families and kids, because I'm not going to do well, and the people I care about aren't going to do well, and the collective's not going to do well. We don't need to invoke some kind of special cosmic policeman overseeing all of this in order for those things to make sense. I don't understand why people hold to this as a good argument. It's a dreadful argument.
Yeah, so the argument that morality is just a social contract has several problems. I would say a social contract can explain why societies enforce certain behaviors, but it does not explain why something is actually morally right or wrong.
Well, I don't think there's such a thing. I don't think there's such a thing as things being morally right or wrong. I think that we make judgments about ethics. We make judgments about those are value judgments. It's like saying something. It's like saying something is it's an objective fact that something tastes nice. No, it's not. It doesn't have to be. But the fact that it's not an objective fact doesn't render it arbitrary. It just means it's a product of our minds, and we come to those realizations based on empathy, compassion, and an instinct shaped by evolution to cooperate with each other. This is really not complicated. And by the way,
so when you say like morality is is not objectively right or wrong, I mean, so you freeing yourself from the ability to morally condemn anything objectively. Like, you can't say grape is wrong or unaliving is wrong.
I absolutely can. Again, you're confusing intrinsic moral statements with being like arbitrary if they're not intrinsic. Intrinsic means that the rightness or wrongness is like a built-in fact to the thing, right? I'm just saying that's not the case as far as I can see. I don't hold to it. I actually don't think you realize this, but you don't hold to it either, and I can demonstrate why in a moment. But I don't think you even need to. We have subjective senses of what's right and wrong. We can disagree about them. They are opinions. When you call something right or wrong, you're expressing an opinion, and you are doing it too, by the way. I'll show you why in a moment. But the idea that to say that, to admit that it's grounded in a mind is to render it arbitrary is asinine. Now, let me show you why you have subjective morals too, right? You at the moment are pretending that you
understand your position. Hold on.
Okay,
I'm trying to understand.
We'll take a step back. I'll clarify.
When I say torture of children is universally wrong, right? When I make that statement, are you saying that's objectively wrong, or are you saying you personally dislike it, or you just saying because it's wrong because the society disapproves of it? Like, which one is it?
When you add the word universally there, what you're actually doing is you're just recognizing the fact that there's unanimity about this, that if you ask 500 people, is it right to torture children, they'll all say no. And if you ask 5,000, they'll all say no. And if you ask 5 million, they'll all say no, or at least most of them will, apart from the ones who told them God's okay, that said God is okay to do it occasionally, which he's want to do. The God of the Bible, for example, has absolutely no problems with that sort of thing happening, right? So some Christians, for example, will tell you that it's not universally wrong. It's just wrong unless God tells you to do it, in which case it's totally fine, right? So
you're arguing the same thing, though. You're saying that if collectively as human race we come up with a objective rule that says torturing 5-year-old kids on a Monday is a morally good thing to do. In your worldview, in your paradigm, it's actually morally good.
No, not at all. I'm not saying that at all, because my paradigm is based on the avoidance of suffering. So I would look at that and go, is that rule likely to lead to the avoidance of suffering? No, it's going to lead to a massive increase in suffering, and I have absolutely no problem saying that's wrong. Now let's have a look at what you do. May I ask what type of believer you are? Are you a Christian?
No, I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay. So
Yeah.
so you just think that if Allah says something is right, it's automatically right. And we can find examples of absolutely horrific things, and you would say that they're wrong unless Allah says to do them, in which case they're completely fine.
Yeah, in my paradigm, because God created the universe, He can give life, take life.
Right.
But
so,
we're talking
so
about
you,
human beings right
so
now.
you do,
right?
but you
I
don't
mean,
have. But hang on a minute. You don't have morality then. You've just got obedience. That's all you have. You've just got
Yeah.
the desire to please your boss. That's not morality. That's just giving
The
away your
creator,
morality. Yeah. It's saying, I don't have morality. I just do what the boss says. And if the boss says,
How is that irrational? How is that
well,
irrational?
because it's not. You've basically stripped out morality. Morality is about a feeling of what's right and wrong, and you don't have that.
Oh, okay.
You,
In
you,
your paradigm, why is suffering objectively bad in your paradigm?
I've already told you. I don't think anything's objectively bad. I personally don't like it. I am shaped. My brain has been shaped by a long line of ancestors, and evolution shaped the brains of my ancestors to feel compassion and to value empathy and cooperation and to recoil from suffering. And so I don't have a problem saying that it's wrong.
Right, like why should anyone care about what you subjectively feel about religion or God or Islam or Christianity? Like,
I don't know what you mean by why should anyone care. I don't think anyone
you're making
should
inconsistent claim.
I'm not making anything inconsistent.
Yes,
what's
you are.
What's,
so
what's
you're
inconsistent?
On one hand, you're saying objective morality does not exist, but you're making an objectively moral claim about religion, about God.
How so?
Okay, you just mentioned that. Let's say I don't know if you mentioned it, but you implied that God is evil.
Yeah, in my view, God is evil. So in my view, your God is evil.
Is it a true statement or is it just your preference?
It's my opinion. That's what a value judgment is.
Okay.
All value judgments, including yours, are opinions. You think it's ethical.
I agree with
that. You think it's ethical
agree.
to do what God says, but you can't tell me why.
I think what's ethical because God says why. Yeah, because I'm giving you a rational answer. In my paradigm, God created the universe and owns the universe, owns our souls,
so what?
Owns our bodies.
So what? How does that get you to therefore you ought to do what He says? No. You've just made a statement. Hang on. Slow down for a second. You just made a statement. You said in the universe, God created everything. He owns everything. Get from that to therefore it's ethical to do what He says. You can't do that.
Because it has to do with the definition of ownership. Like, do you know what ownership means?
Give a reason why, if someone owns something, it's ethical to do what they say.
Because they have full control over its existence, and that thing is fully contingent on the owner.
Did that sound like a moral argument to you, or did it just sound like an appeal to power?
It's rational. It's a rational argument.
I'll ask you again. Did that sound like a moral argument you made, or just an appeal to power? I'll echo back to you what you said. If that thing created everything, it has complete control over it, I think you said, or something like that. Again, I might have forgotten, right? That's just an appeal to power. That's just saying, God is so big, He made everything, He can do whatever He wants. That's not a moral argument. You don't have a moral argument.
No, I'm giving you a more. So I would say that's more of a rational argument than emotional appeal to, let's say, oh, just because God has all power, He doesn't mean that He can cause suffering. Like that's more of an emotional argument than mine. Mine is rational because I'm giving you the reason, the actual justification of why.
You still haven't. You still haven't given a reason. You haven't given a reason why it's moral to do what God wants.
I don't know if we're talking past each other, but the idea of ownership, the idea of God being all powerful, all knowing, does give God the moral authority to bring things into existence or take them out of existence, cause happiness, cause suffering, like whatever it might be, has like it's completely consistent in my
That's not a
worldview.
moral argument. That's just a claim. That's just you talking about God's authority. That's got nothing to do with a moral argument. Kim Jong-un has the authority to do whatever he wants to the people of North Korea. Does that mean?
No,
does
he
that
doesn't.
does that make it right?
That's a false analogy.
He claims that authority. You might disagree that he has that authority, but he certainly has the power to enforce it a lot more than God has the power to enforce his authority, because God seems to, for some strange reason, remain completely invisible to most people.
Yeah, so Kim Jong-un is a dependent entity. He is not independent. He does not own anything. He does not. So it's a false analogy. I mean, and you know this better than anyone. You've been, talking about this. So giving that analogy doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying is, in my worldview, and also when I asked you, like, why is suffering objectively, or in your preference, forget objectively, why is suffering bad? Why does the carbon atoms that your brain is made up of have that opinion? Or why does
I've explained this already. You're just asking the same question you asked earlier, and my answer will be the same again. I don't think anything is intrinsically bad, but I think we make evaluations about what's bad based on our instincts and based on what outcomes are important to us, which is the same thing you're doing when you say that you want to obey God. When you say that a life well lived is a life obeying God's commandments, you are expressing a preference in exactly the same way I am. My preference is the avoidance of suffering. Your preference is obsequious obedience to the daddy in the sky. I think that mine is much more of a cogent moral argument than yours, and waving around the word contingency like it gets you out of hot water doesn't cut it, because who cares?
Yeah, so why does a preference of, let's say, 8 billion people coming to a consensus about something being true or false, or morally right or wrong, has more leverage over an all-powerful entity? Like, can you give me an irrational argument for that?
I haven't made that claim. You appear to be arguing against a position I don't hold. It would be helpful if you could argue
against
a position that I do hold. No, I haven't. That's not a claim I've made.
Okay, so you said, let's say grape is bad, or it's your preference, right? It's not objectively wrong. It's just your preference.
Right.
And you've also mentioned that as collective human beings, we've come to the judgment, or a value judgment, that unaliving a 5-year-old kid would be a bad thing to do. But again, we are comparing the knowledge and power of a limited being compared to an all-powerful, all-knowing entity. Can you give me a rational justification of why that's your preference over God making that judgment?
Well, first of all, you haven't demonstrated the existence of this all-powerful.
Well, no, we're presupposing.
Right? But even if we presuppose it, the fact that an entity has a lot of power doesn't bridge the is and the ought. You know about the is-ought controversy, right? The is-ought problem that you in moral philosophy.
I ought to do things. So I would say, God is the definition of God. I would care about is the definition of God that has actual consequences to my beliefs or actions. That's what gets me from an is to an ought.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that you can't bridge this is-ought gap with the kind of argument you're making. You're just saying God is very powerful, therefore you ought to do what he says. But why? Why ought you? He could be evil. And why is it morally right for you to do it? All you can come up with is how big he is. But as we've already demonstrated, that's just an appeal to his power. And you could make a utility argument. You could say, if you don't, he's going to chuck you in the fire. But that's just a move towards self-preservation. You're not making a moral argument there. You're just saying, if I'm not sufficiently obsequious to this big, powerful being, he might give me a hurty. Well, okay. There are people who made the same argument about following the man in Germany in the middle of the last century. They were worried about what might happen to them if they didn't cooperate with him. But that's not a moral argument, is it?
Yeah, so how are you getting from an is to an ought? I mean, you seem to be doing the same thing by saying that suffering is bad, therefore unaliving or raping someone is a bad thing.
Well,
so
the
difference here?
The difference here is that I'm not saying suffering is bad in an objective sense. I'm not claiming it as being an intrinsic statement about reality. I'm just saying I don't like it. I'm saying my personal preference is to avoid it. And because it's my personal preference, that then creates a measure by which I can look at any act and say, is this act going to bring me towards less suffering or towards more suffering? And if the answer is more suffering, then I recoil away from it because I don't like suffering.
Right, neither do I. And that's why I follow religion,
Well,
where my preference is to avoid suffering. My
right, but
preference is to get to a place where I have the free will to determine, if I accept or reject evidence, and therefore I want to avoid suffering, not just for me, for my family, for my kids.
right.
So what's the difference here? Like I don't
Well,
understand your.
there are a couple of differences. So the first difference is that your ultimate objective, if your ultimate objective is the same as mine, to reduce suffering, then you can just make that your yardstick and just chuck the religion in the bin. You don't need it. You don't need a middleman, right? And the bigger problem is that your religion doesn't actually give you that end, because your religion teaches, for example, that if you don't believe that Muhammad was the final messenger of God and that Allah is God, that there might be some undesirable consequences as a result of not having those beliefs. And I think that's a disgustingly immoral preachment, and that's embodied in your religion, isn't it?
And that's just your personal opinion.
Yes,
right?
It's my personal. Every time,
Okay.
every time I say from now on, every time I say that I think something's wrong, you can.
But I don't care about like
you can
I
take
care
it
about what's
on.
true, right?
You can take it on board that I'm expressing a moral judgment, which is a matter of opinion, and so are you.
No. So you're not really offering anything here, like that's truth, like that. You're just stating your personal opinions. I want to know what the truth is. Like you're not making a claim that Islam is false, is it? It's just your personal opinion.
I'm not currently making a claim about the truth or falseness of Islam right now. I personally think it's false, but I'm not. That's not really
you do think it's false?
The claim. I think it's false. Yeah. But that's not the basis of the argument about morality, because we started off talking about truth or falseness of gods, and then you wanted to shift it to a moral argument. So we spent 20 minutes having a moral argument, and now we appear to be shifting back to the truth or falseness. I'm happy to do that if you'd like to.
Just a brief conversation I've had so far with you. I think you're just inconsistent with your grounding or paradigm, because you could easily like flip-flop in the middle of a discussion and say, oh no, this is what my personal preference is. It's not actually true. So I don't think this discussion is going to get anywhere.
I think I've been remarkably consistent. I told you within the first 4 minutes of our discussion that I don't think that moral judgments are making truth values about reality. You do, but you're mistaken, because yours are also just value judgments. You just haven't realized it yet. I've demonstrated why that's the case. I've explained how I can form a coherent moral framework without appeals to the truth value of moral judgments.
I mean,
and all you keep on doing is waving around terms like self-refuting and contingent, as if you've actually demonstrated the validity of your position, which is only that.
I agree with you when you say that your statement, your claim that Islam is false is not objectively true because you don't believe in objective truths. I completely agree with you. I don't care about your personal opinion.
No, hang on. That's a straw man. I never said that I don't believe in objective truths, and I never said that my opinion that Islam is false is not objectively true. I think that it is a true fact that Islam is false. I believe that is true. Now, I could be mistaken. Hang on.
Right.
I could be mistaken. But note the category difference here. The proposition Islam is false is a completely different proposition to the proposition beating children for fun is wrong. They are completely different. One is a value judgment, and the other is a statement about one's opinion on reality, on how reality is. So I think that your religion is false because it makes claims about reality that are not supported. And so on balance, I think it's reasonable to conclude for that reason that it's false. I could be wrong. I'm not claiming to know that it's false. I'm not claiming certainty that I'm correct. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion about the matter. In the same way that I don't think the tooth fairy exists. I think that stories about the tooth fairy are probably false. And you will probably agree with me, but I can't prove it. I could be wrong, and maybe there is a tooth fairy.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong on that one.
What, there is a
But
tooth
yeah, I
fairy?
mean, okay. So where do you want to take this conversation now? Like, so what's your claim?
What I normally do, what I normally do when the conversation turns to objective morality and subjective morality, is I normally like to have just one instance where the rubber meets the road, where we can test the claim itself with a really specific example. So will you follow me while we do that?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about morality again if you want to go back
Well,
to it.
it's
But
not.
I like to
What I like to do
address
is
the
get
prompt.
what I like to do is just get a little bit specific. I mean, it wasn't my intention to talk about morality, but seeing as you went there, and while we're on the subject, do you think it's ever right for men to beat their wives for not being obedient enough?
No, it's forbidden in my moral paradigm.
Right. And is the Quran ever wrong about the things that it says?
Quran is absolutely the truth.
Okay. So
Yes.
then let's have a look here, because it says over here in Surah 434, I think it is, men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, and then, if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. This says lightly, but the Arabic here doesn't add lightly. This is an interpolation. So finally strike them. So this is the Quran telling men that if their wives are not sufficiently obedient, first you sort of advise them, then you go and sleep somewhere else or withdraw intimacy, and then if none of that works, physical violence is okay and domestic abuse is open to you. And there are many, 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 many women in the world who face domestic violence justified by their husbands on the basis of verses like this. So where is your objective morality land with respect to this
so
verse?
the verse you brought up is a misreading of that verse. You've misinterpreted what the verse is actually talking about.
Words don't mean words.
This has been refuted. No, it has to be understood in its right context. So
What's
the English language.
What's the context?
Can I put it 5 seconds in?
You can, but just give us the context that it's okay for men to beat their wives. We'd all love to hear.
Yeah, okay. So I can talk. Let's start with the Arabic. So the Arabic word does not automatically mean violent beating.
It does.
Right. Okay. So wadribuhunna. Wadribuhunna is the word that is getting translated.
Yeah,
so in Arabic, can I just get 10 seconds, bro? Like, just give me, have patience.
Go for it.
So in Arabic, daraba has many meanings depending on the context. Daraba could mean to strike, to separate, to set forth, to travel, or to distance oneself. So even if you take the literal meaning of daraba, the classical scholars of Islam have interpreted that verse to mean that even if you, let's say, you're supposed to, like, if you tap your wife in a metaphorical sense or in a symbolic sense, has to have no injury, no pain, no marks, no not hitting on the face, no humiliation. It's a symbolic gesture to say that now, if things proceed in a way there's moral decay in the family, or we're heading towards a divorce where the children's lives might be affected, then you're allowed to do that. Like, that's completely permissible. And I don't see in your worldview, since you claim objective morality, right?
Yeah, we're not having that discussion again, because we've anyone wants to hear that again, just rewind the tape and listen to that.
It's a discussion, right? So you can't just we're not having a discussion about.
But can I respond to your apologetic? But before because what you're trying to do now is get away from this as quickly as possible and then relitigate the same conversation we had. I'm just going to bring my friend Ems in, who might have a different opinion to you on this. Hi, Ems.
Yeah.
Hi. Hey, Ems.
Context, this guy likes kids.
This Murtad again. Okay, let's go. So
this guy likes kids.
So define wadrabahunna in Arabic.
Can you say it right first? Number one. Number two, why do you like kids?
I didn't understand what you said.
I said, say the word right first, number one. Number two, why do you like kids?
What are you saying? Like, do you know what he's saying?
Why do you like kids? Very simple.
Why do I like kids? Why do you believe that?
Because you yourself have said it.
That's false. Like
yes,
kids in what sense? What do you mean by
that?
that?
Sense.
Why do you believe that?
Because you said it.
When?
You were recorded on who's it? On Eric's live. Eric Penguins saying that you're a cuck if you take consent from your wife.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a different discussion, right?
And you defended
in terms
sleeping
of
with children multiple times.
Uh-oh.
That's false.
Why? That is false.
Yeah, that is false.
Okay,
yeah.
And you're lying.
So ask the question again. Stop lying about me.
Yeah, I'm not lying about you. When you're saying that you're pro-rape and you're pro-sleeping with children, why would I bother talking to you?
Yeah, because you're a murtad, you're a butthurt infidel that likes to lie about Islam, likes to lie about the Hadith, the Quran. So yeah, it's very obvious.
Go ahead.
So you misinterpret the verses of the Quran. Let's say if I bring up this verse about وَضْرِبُوهُنَّ, you know that the Islamic understanding of it is again you brought him in to like deflect, I guess. Like that's fine with me.
I just whenever I see you, I make it a point to mention that you like kids. So
yeah, why are you so obsessed with like this whole topic of kids and everything? Like I never made that claim.
No, you have made claims about raping your wife and with sleeping with kids.
No, that's not true. So
yes, it is true.
So the idea
yes, it is true.
Can I finish? Like, can you give me like 10 seconds or no?
Sure, go ahead.
Right. So in a marriage contract, when I was talking to Eric, this was like a couple of years ago. In a marriage contract, it is understood. It is consent. It is consent that when you are married to your spouse, you are making yourself available in terms of physical needs and physical desires. But if the woman is unwilling, okay, let me make myself clear so you don't keep lying about me all the time.
I'm not lying. You simply you literally said you're able to force your wife, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, keep lying. But if she is unwilling, then of course
go back on your word. But go ahead.
Then of course, in Islam, it is forbidden to la darar wa la dirar. There is no harming and there's no reciprocation of harm. So if she refuses, then there's no forcing.
Oh, really?
That's my.
So can you tell me the punishment? Sure. Can you tell me the punishment for raping your wife? Go ahead.
Punishment for what?
For raping your wife. Go ahead.
No, there is no such thing as raping your wife because
I beg your pardon?
It is with consent.
Whoa! You don't think that there's such a thing as marital rape?
Not in Islamic countries, no. Maybe
Whoa!
In
So remind us again what you were saying about objective morals, then, because every single person here thinks you're completely insane now.
Yeah. So I made myself clear.
No, you did. I mean, that was tragic.
Okay.
If I were you, I'd have made myself a little less clear than that, if I'm honest.
Right. So the idea of raping your wife does not exist in Islamic society.
Right.
Like the idea of like, right. So if the woman is not in the mood or whatever it might be, then you should leave her alone. That's my position.
That's incompatible with the claim you made before.
What's incompatible?
That there's no such thing as marital rape.
Yeah, that's what I meant, is that you're not supposed to force yourself upon your wife.
Well, then there would be such a thing as marital rape, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I mean, evil people exist in all societies, yeah. So
it is evil.
Yeah, if someone is forcing...
Go ahead.
Why is it not? It would be haram. It depends.
Really, show me a single a book of fiqh that says that raping your wife is a sin.
Yeah, so based on the ruling, the Sharia, which says la darar wa la dirar,
لا
it would
ضرر
be
ولا
forbidden.
ضرار does not say that. Number one. Number two,
It does.
no. Habibi, لا ضرر ولا ضرار does not apply upon this scenario because again, the husband has the right. The husband has the right.
No,
you're
it
just
doesn't.
stupid. I know you're just stupid again.
You're a murtad.
Again.
You're a kalb. You're a kalb.
You know this is. You know how embarrassing this is, John. Wait. Just mute him for a second. He's trying so hard to performatively speak Arabic that he's mispronouncing the insults. He's trying to insult me in Arabic.
Oh dear.
That is just pathetic.
It's not a winning look, is it?
Like imagine if I'm just speaking to you in a language and then I switch to your language to try to insult you and I can't even say the insults.
Yeah.
Can you stop muting me?
Well,
no.
Or are you afraid? Are you afraid to have a discussion?
Yes, I am afraid, yes.
You are afraid.
Ibn Abidin says that the husband has the right to force his wife into submission into sex if he wants to. Number one. Number two. لا ضرر ولا ضرار does not apply in the case of a husband taking his marital right. Because it is a right for him.
it's not ideal, is it?
And you yourself said that asking your wife and not just taking it makes you a cuck.
That's a terrible thing to say. Did you say that?
Yeah, so you keep lying about me. And,
you literally did, you fucking piece of shit.
I would like to know if that is a thing you said. Because
all of you pieces of crap, like, keep deflecting. So the initial discussion... Okay, can we go back to the argument about Ibn Abidin? Who's Ibn Abidin?
I want to know if that's if that's a thing you said, and I'd like to hear you deny it if you didn't say it.
I'm not here on trial with some infidels.
Like, I just asked you a simple question. Right. So I know Ems to be an honest person.
I'm not gonna be questioned here by a bunch of immoral.
So that sounds like an evasion because you don't want to admit the thing that you said.
I have no idea what the question is. That's what I'm saying.
So you have 40 years. Okay.
No, your accent is pretty bad. Like I can't understand what you say sometimes. So what did you say?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
What did you say?
John said it in a perfect British accent, and you still didn't understand.
No. Yeah. All you said was, "Is that what you said?"
I was asking whether it's true that you said that a man who seeks permission from his wife is a cuck. That's the claim Ems made about you.
Yeah.
We all understood him perfectly fine. His accent wasn't a problem at all. I'm asking you to admit that you said it or deny it.
I never said anything like that.
So you're a fucking lying piece of shit.
Well, you're a murtad, man. Like, why are you even so obsessed with Islam? Like, just go and just do whatever.
I said I make it a point to go and mention those two things you said that one day, whenever I see you, because you deserve to be embarrassed.
I think that's a dreadful thing to say.
All of you pieces of shit are embarrassing. So, can we go back to the topic? Yeah,
about morality. Why do you think you're being a cuck if you ask for permission? Go ahead.
Yeah, I never mentioned anything like that, having a discussion with you in the past. So,
and you're fucking lying.
So in your...
And you're right. Of what you're saying.
In your moral worldview, you're saying that you're allowed to beat your wife or have, grape child as long as there's no harm, right?
I think there's some confusion here. I think, friend, there might be a bit of confusion here. I think it appears to be your worldview that sanctifies these behaviors. Our worldview is quite comfortable about saying that these things are not allowed because we treat women and children with the dignity that they should have. But it sounds like the confusion is on your side of the ledger. Where am I getting this wrong?
Isn't your moral paradigm based on suffering?
Yes. Yours is based on obedience, isn't it?
So if, let's say, M is what? How old are you, M? Like in your 40s?
No. Way younger.
Okay, whatever your age is. In your paradigm as an atheistic scumbag, if you force yourself upon a 5-year-old girl, let's say, right? And your argument is that if there is no suffering involved, you're okay with it. Admit it. Don't hide behind the mute button. Admit that you're okay with grape as long as there's no harm involved.
The projection here is completely insane. There's no such thing as
answer the question.
I'm answering it. There's no such thing as rape with no harm involved. Are you a moron? The harm involved in rape is built into the definition of the word. There has never in all of human history been a person who was raped under circumstances in which there was no harm perpetrated. Surely you're not that stupid. No, hang on.
Right. So
are you really?
No.
You're going to actually address this. Are you legitimately stupid enough to say that there are instances in which someone is raped and not harmed? Is that your position, that such a circumstance exists? Yes or no?
Yeah. So you're fine with replacing
that
word?
No. Hang on.
Rape?
Hang on. We're going to get some clarity here.
You won't let me finish. You won't even let me have 10 seconds of my response.
I'm just trying to guide your psychopathy into the light so we can all see it properly. So you just said that you think I just want you to clarify that you think it's possible for someone to be raped with no harm taking place. Is that correct?
So yeah, I would replace the word rape with sex, and it would be moral for you in your worldview.
So your claim now is that it's possible to have sex and not harm anyone. That's not a newsflash.
For an atheistic scumbag,
if
you have sex,
yes.
If you have sex, okay, let me finish, bro. So if you have sex with a 10-year-old child,
he's crashing so badly. That's rape. That's rape, and there's harm involved. Next.
Right. No. Let's say
can a 10-year-old child consent to sex?
So
can a 10-year-old child
issue?
Can a 10-year-old child consent to sex?
Is your issue with consent or harm?
Can a 10-year-old child consent to sex?
Do you send your kids to school with consent?
You are going to answer this question, or we're going to move on to someone else. Can a 10-year-old?
You're going to actually have a discussion here.
Unfortunately, I'm running the live stream, and you're not. Can a 10-year-old child consent to sex? Yes or no?
I want to expose your
Okay, this is now the last time I'm going to ask you, and if you don't answer now, I'm going to hang up and we're done. Can a 10-year-old child consent to sex? If the next word out of your mouth isn't yes or no, that'll be the last word you say.
Do you send your kids to school with consent?
I always keep promises.
That was his exact argument, by the way, for marrying children.
Right.
And do you know Eric Penguin? He used to do lives. He has like a big ginger beard and he's bald.
Oh, I'm not sure I do.
Anyways, so that was his exact argument to Eric in the case of forcing your child to marry an adult. He said, you force them to go to school. Then what is the difference between forcing them to go to school and forcing them to marry a grandpa?
Oh my God, that's absolutely horrific. Well, we started out with an argument about evidences for God. He wasn't able to give any other than that it makes him feel nice. And then he moved to a moral argument, failed to make an argument for objective morality, complained, wow, that he doesn't like that people have subjective morality. And then whenever the argument gets into that, when the discussion gets into subjective morality, I always like to talk about specifics. So let's leave the philosophy behind for a minute. Let's take an actual concrete example and see what the philosophy looks like when it's implemented in the real world. So I brought up the surah about domestic abuse, and he made all the normal excuses for it. I'm really glad you came in then, but he would not have been able to explain why scholars and commentaries and tafsirs across the ages have all just sort of discussed and debated exactly how hard should the striking be and under what circumstances and whether. Everybody knows that it means strike. Everybody knows that it does. And what he was saying was just a load of old nonsense. And then he went completely off the rails. And we ended up with his ridiculous assertion that it's possible to rape someone without any suffering involved. Fantastic. That's the Islamic objective morals, apparently, folks. That's what they get you. Amazing. As ever, Ems, thank you for galloping in. I appreciate that.
I'm going to be dropping.
All right,
I would have engaged with him, but as I said, I'm making it a point to embarrass him whenever I see him. So
I think he embarrassed himself, but I think you helped it along royally. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it, friend. Okay, I made the mistake of removing his name before we could lock in any ratings. That's a real shame. So the caller rating thing is still working and up and running. I'm going to put the link for that in the chat for anyone who wants to play along. I still haven't quite solved the engineering problem of the delay sending this out to YouTube, because the YouTube stream at the moment is on about a 20-second delay, which means that if we run the countdown, it's just not going to work. So what I'm going to do is, if you want to rate the guests, you can do that, and then I will just leave a little bit of time before I lock the votes. Putting the link in both chats like that, and into the TikTok as well. Yeah, we won't do the countdown because it's a bit weird with the timing, but we can still have some fun with it if you fancy it. So a few super chats to read, and then we will get Peter in from the YouTube queue. No One Left Behind said, "We respect our time, Unbeliever and Ro Jogan." Yeah, it's annoying when people are trying to get in and we have to waste time on the stream dealing with people's deactivated microphones and stuff. It's hard to get around it, unfortunately. And Tim Davidson said, "And I want to be sexually attractive, but neither of us are getting what we want. Sorry." This is to do with, beliefs being pleasing, psychologically pleasing, being a reason for us to consider them true, which of course it isn't. And Mike Bowen said, "This aptly named caller smokes table salt." Very good, yes. And also he said 5-year-old girl because 6-year-old raises uncomfortable questions for his absurd worldview. Coward, right? Yeah. Whose hands would have shot up if he'd used the phrase 6-year-old girl? I think some of us would have realized exactly what was going on there. Okay, so as promised, a quick little update on the Inner Circle voting mechanism, which has now changed. So the way it works now is the Inner Circle members can vote to remove a guest, but they can also vote to keep a guest. So in the last one, you can see that there's 7 kill votes and there was 1 shield vote. And it just means, this is thanks to Nectu, by the way, who gave me the idea for this, a brilliant idea from Nectu. It just means that sometimes there's a situation where actually a caller is pretty disgusting, but there is some value to be had in the conversation. And some Inner Circle members realize this. So as the others are gearing up to remove them, there might be some members who think, actually, we want to hear this person be roasted a little bit more, or we want to hear them get their comeuppance in the conversation. And sometimes I'm a bit frustrated sometimes because occasionally I'm lining up my own kind of kill shot, if you will. I'm lining up my own I'm putting them exactly where I want them so I can then hit them with a particular move within the dialogue. And before I get a chance to do that, they've been removed. And then I've lost the opportunity to do that. So this is just a way of balancing things out a little bit for members where there might be a slight difference of opinion about what's going on. So that's the new mechanism. Let's get Peter in right now. This is Peter Wetton. We will get Peter in. Hopefully all the tech will work and we'll be able to hear Peter.
Hello.
Hi, Peter. How are you?
Not bad, thank you very much.
Excellent. Welcome in, and thank you for waiting patiently. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you for just exposing that call before. I mean, that was quite shocking.
I think credit goes to Ems more than me. And then ultimately, I think he exposed himself. There was a moment, wasn't there, where the mask slipped and he started swearing and abusing. And that's when when someone starts doing that, it's kind of, they've lost the argument. And more importantly, they know they've lost the argument. So, big up to Ems for that. Ems is an absolute legend. We're all lucky to have Ems here.
That was very quite shocking for me to listen to that. And I know I've been quite vocal on the comment section.
You have. I'm glad you've come in though.
Obviously, I am not a Christian. I am not a believer, but I do say that I will defend certain aspects of religion. Just being a good person. If people have the sense to, if they want to go to church for their own mental health or they're lonely, or I will defend them for that reason.
I don't have a problem with people going to church. I'm not advocating that people should not be allowed to go to church. Peter, I'm not arguing for restricting people's rights in any way at all. I think people should have whatever freedoms they have when it comes to matters of religion. But one of those freedoms surely has to be criticizing bad ideas, harmful ideas that hurt people and cause real world harm to real world people.
Yeah, and that call before was horrible. Was horrible to listen, and highlighted that.
It did, right? It did.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
did.
he was very extreme, but some of the harmful ideas are not quite as obvious and extreme as that. So an example would be that the core tenet in Christianity, that if you don't accept the sacrifice of Jesus, that you go to hell.
Yeah.
Do you know how much harm and suffering just that one idea causes to millions of people?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at half the wars that have started around the world. I mean,
right?
That have been, down to religious, from the Crusades to, and not just religion, ideologies in themselves.
Yeah, but I'm specifically talking about religious ideas, right? Doctrines and ideas within religions, which even without wars and crusades and violence are themselves really, really, really harmful. Have you ever heard the statistics on religious trauma in the US population?
Oh, I can imagine.
It's shocking.
I can imagine. I mean, I know you do have quite a lot of US callers in.
Yeah, there's a reason, because in the UK, religion is not so pervasive, isn't is it? I mean, you're a Brit, right?
I think in the UK we're I'm not going to say liberal with religion, but we are, it has formed the foundation of how people are, their morals, of to be kind and to be generous.
I disagree. I disagree.
And I find
I think that you're definitely wrong. I think that our instincts to be kind and compassionate and altruistic and empathic don't derive from adherence to 2,000-year-old Middle Eastern blood sacrifice myths. I think they come from a recognition that everybody is lifted up when we cooperate. It serves our selfish interests to cooperate, because when the group works well, it benefits everybody's survival. And as I said to our previous caller, you see that in the animal kingdom too. And it's not like before religion came along, no one had figured this out. People had figured this out hundreds of thousands of years ago, that cooperating increases your survival chances. And that if you look after, sharing the childcare, sharing resources, protecting each other, I'll sleep while you watch the cave, then you sleep while I watch the cave. And these are the starts of kind of social contracts which lift everybody up, and everybody is helped by this. And that gets you all you need in terms of, and throw in the neuroscience of mirror neurons, right? Which is just ways that our brains very.
I do agree. I do agree with aspects of that you're saying, but if you've never had any guidance, if you're a loner, or you've never had any family, and that's your only means of learning how to be respectful, or
why would it be the case?
What they call a Christian person.
Yeah, but you could look. You can point to a church that taught someone to be a nice person, and I could point to a church that taught someone to be a judgmental asshole, right? And they can kind of cancel each other out. But more to the point is that human beings have an instinct for compassion and empathy and cooperation. Now, we don't always live up to those ideals, and some people are more selfish, and some people don't care, and some people actively hurt other people. But you know what? That happens in religious communities too.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you also get people who are already on a really bad path and need to be lifted out of that. And there are, you know, um, community centres or religious centres that do help them, lift them out of those dark paths. And now,
It doesn't
to
matter.
some people it may not seem an ideal thing, but if it's getting those people off the streets, if it's stopping them from creating harm and being harmful,
But yeah,
that's a positive
Peter,
thing.
I've never made the claim that no single religious organization or person ever does anything good. That would be a stupid claim, right? But here's the thing. Christopher Hitchens said this beautifully, right? There's no action done or statement made by a religious person that could not also be done or made by a non-religious person. So all of those good things can be done without religion, and religion brings with it a load of baggage and nonsense. I want while you're here, I want to read out this super chat that's just come through from No One Left Behind, who's a fantastic new friend and member. Thank you so much for this. It's extremely generous and also extremely on point. No One Left Behind says, you can find good values in religion, but to be willing to support the religion means you by proxy support any immoral beliefs, those core tenets of the religion, right? Of those core tenets of the religion. So by standing up for this stuff and saying, you think religion does good as well. Yes, obviously there are religious people and organizations that occasionally do good things, but you still have to account for all the harm done. You still have to account for all the people who are told that they are deserving of punishment or worthless or sinners, or gay people who are made to feel less than everyone else because of this. There's hundreds and hundreds of ways that these belief systems harm people.
Definitely from die-hard Christians and
from the lovely grandmothers who call in too and say that they don't hate the sinner, they just hate the sin, and aren't they lovely, without realizing what an absolutely toxic, disgusting thing that is to say, as they deny people for who they are and how they were born and how they are in the world. It's
absolutely
lots of good intentions and lots of real world harm.
The vast majority of people who try to live a Christian life ignore the bad things.
That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? They ignore the bad things whilst them still being in there. They're still in the text. They're still in the book. They're still in the Bible that they hold under their arm. All the laws about slavery, all the objectification of women, all the racism of chosen people and other people not being chosen people, the ethnic cleansing, the genocide, the infanticide, the casual murdering, the collective punishment, the whole idea of sin being inherited and people being held morally culpable for the actions of others thousands of years before. These are all terrible moral preachments. These are all terrible teachings. These are terrible values. And frankly, we could just do without them. So I appreciate you saying that people should have a right to go to church.
I think people do try and carry on without them. They
selectively ignore the bits they don't like, right? Which means that they're not actually taking their values from the religion. They're imparting their values onto the religion.
They eat around the crust to get to the meat inside.
But often, you can get the meat without the rest of that stuff.
It's not an ideal thing.
It's not ideal.
It's not an ideal thing.
Yeah.
But we can't say that. We can't say that every Christian is bad or every single person.
I don't know who you are addressing these comments to. I would never dream of saying every Christian is bad. So far, Peter, with respect to you, my friend, right? So far, you've said that we should allow people to go to church. I completely agree with that. I've never suggested for a moment that we should stop people going to church. You said that we should recognize that not all Christians are bad. I've been recognizing that not all Christians are bad for 30 or 40 years. Right? I've never for once made the claim that all Christians are bad or that all people of any religion are bad. So you appear to be sort of trying to either attack or take down or respond to positions that I don't actually hold and that I suspect no one here holds, which is kind of a waste of time. I think you should come over to our side of the argument and recognize that.
I'm already over your side. But,
good stuff.
You know, I do, you know, people are allowed to be, you know, good. You know, if they want to call themselves Christian people, then that's what they'll call themselves.
Yeah,
but,
I don't have a problem with calling themselves anything, but I reserve the right to call out what I see to be harmful, toxic, and false ideas, and that's all I do. That's what my work is about. It's standing up. It's standing up for the people who don't believe and pushing back against the commonly held narrative that not believing makes them bad. That's it. That's all I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Great conversation.
Thanks for coming in, Peter. See you in the
very
comments.
much.
But you know, maybe things will look a little different to you now that we've had the conversation. I hope they do.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming up. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, John. Bye.
Sure. Bye-bye. Okay. There we are. Do we have? Oh, that was a very neutral vote there. So I'm gonna close that one off. I don't think anyone needs to wildly go and vote about that. I think he was reasonable. I understand where he's coming from. He just wants everyone to get along, and I think that was hopefully a productive conversation. Hopefully he will find that it is. So I'm going to lock that vote in place. There we go, and we will do that. And I'm going to read another message from Tim, who said, "Thank you, Tim. Religion helps." Yeah, and methadone helps heroin addicts, but guess what? Methadone is bad too. I think it's a really good point. Yep, religion certainly helps certain people, but there are things that the thing about religion that helps the most, and I don't think this is massively controversial. The biggest thing that religion gives is community, and that's a big thing. It is a really big thing, which is why Fro was saying earlier when he called in, it's weird to get to a Sunday and then not be partaking of that community. And it's why I feel so passionate about building these kind of communities, these online spaces. I know it's not the same when you can't give someone a hug and see them every week and help them fix their leaking thing and all the rest of it, but it's something. And I think there's a huge value in community and a huge value in recognizing commonality, common goals, common values, and all of that stuff. I think when you take that out of the picture, what is it that religion's actually giving? I don't think it's giving values, because the values suck. And I just think it's giving all sorts of complicated, unnecessary nonsense that we don't really need. So, yeah, that's my view. Okay, let's see if we have any calls. Not right now. So we talked about the updated inner circle thing. It's time to look at the bingo. We've had a few calls on the bingo, so let's make a start. Indentured cervix called No Morality Without God for Ro Jogan, and that is absolutely right. And Elizabeth B called the same thing, but was just fractionally afterwards, so that one doesn't get through, unfortunately. And Kif called Free Will with Ro Jogan as well. And Elizabeth B called Read It in Context. Good call, Elizabeth, absolutely. Indentured cervix called Read It in Context as well, but Elizabeth just pipped her to the post there, and so did Zeitgeist Omega just afterwards. So there were three of you on that one, well spotted. And then finally, Kif said, I'll pray for you. Did Ro Jogan say, I'll pray for you? I heard him just issuing a load of expletives and insults, Kif. But if you heard him, then I know better than to argue. So we'll allow that one too. And that's us up to date on the bingo. If you want to get involved with the bingo, so there's two ways that you can do the bingo. There is this one that I'm just putting in the chat right now, which gets you to be able to see the bingo board, but not actually interact with it. I'm just seeing if I can put this into the TikTok chat as well. And there it goes. Did it go in? Yes, it did. Yeah, so that link gets you to be able to see the bingo board in real time, but you can't actually make the calls. If you want to be able to make the calls, you either need to just join the channel on YouTube, or follow the Patreon link in my TikTok profile, and you can join on exactly the same tier as the YouTube people, and that gets you access to the interactive bingo. It is fun if you fancy it, because a few people have asked me on the TikTok side, how do we do that? And this is not a sales pitch, it's just letting you know that if you want to do that, you can find it that way. Okay, let's get Sebastian in, and we have Mockmeister as well. Sebastian, welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Very well indeed.
I mean, how are you? I guess Sean isn't here today.
Sean is not here yet. He's on his way. I'm sure he'll arrive at some point. I'm fabulous, thanks. How are you?
All right. That's great. I'm good too.
Good.
So, I wanted to talk a little bit about how a certain group of people might feel like they do need God. And I know you guys don't like to get very political, but it's basically about the left-right divide. How people on the right wing tend to like seek hierarchy, and this is why you have a religious right, but not so much a religious left.
Yeah.
Like, there are religious people on the left, but it's not a big block like it is on the right, where you have right-wing Muslims and right-wing Christians. It's because, generally speaking, right-wing people tend to seek out this hierarchy, and you know, the end point of any possible hierarchy would be this omnimax figure who is all powerful and all intelligent and all of these things. It is pretty interesting, I suppose.
That's interesting. Is there data to support, or I should say, are there data to support the idea that right-leaning people, politically right-leaning people, are drawn to hierarchy more than left-leaning people?
Yes, I don't remember any of the sources right now, but there was a YouTube video I watched a long time ago that was talking about this, and they had a bunch of sources, and I remember reading a bunch of them and thinking, oh, this is pretty interesting. I mean, obviously there are groups on the left, like authoritarian groups on the left mainly, who do also like hierarchy a lot, but I feel like just generally like spitballing and looking at it, you see that like there aren't so many, like libertarianism has been kind of co-opted in America by the right wing, but in the rest of the world, libertarianism is considered a left-wing ideology, and it's closely related to anarchism, which is also closely considered a left-wing ideology.
Yeah.
And both of those are kind of all about just dismantling hierarchy.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Interesting point.
I tend to feel like all of the right-wing like groups that are like anti-hierarchy, they're kind of cribbing ideas from the left, and then most but not all of the left-wing groups that are like really pro-hierarchy have kind of been like cribbing ideas from the right. Not in all cases, but in some cases.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So to condense this down, basically you're saying that that it might be the case that right-leaning people are drawn to religious systems because whilst not all of them are explicitly hierarchical, some of them are, or even most of them are, and that provides a kind of a need or a psychological need that they have for fitting into a hierarchy, and therefore they might need it in some way.
Yeah, and then like Christianity and Islam and a few others all build in these hierarchies into their religious texts. You know, men over women, straight people over everyone else. Certain race of people over everyone else. This kind of thing, like the hierarchies in the group, in this in-group, create more in-groups. So then you get to stack how many in-groups you're in versus everyone else.
Yeah, I think
So, like,
ultimately this
people-
stuff often comes down to tribalism, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tribalism, in group, out group dynamics seems to be always lurking and never far away in these discussions. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, unless there's anything else, I'm going to move it along. But thanks for coming up.
Have a great night.
And you.
And all that.
Thanks, Sebastian. Thanks, friend. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that was Sebastian. We will lock that one off. Okay, so I wanted to show you a new little feature that I've been working on, which I will show you in just a moment. I'll just read these couple of messages out. Mokemeister says, begging to be able to see the stream while in the queue. I'm kind of working on that. I have to be super stingy with bandwidth at the moment until my fiber line goes in, which I'm still hoping is in the next very short number of weeks. They have agreed to it. I've signed the contract for it. It's just getting certain things over the line logistically. Once I've got a proper bandwidth, then I can do things like push the entire stream down the VDO line. But what I find is it's why I don't even have my camera on there active anymore. I'm operating very close to the edge of what the system can manage. So it's only essentials. So I get that it's an absolute pain in the ass. I did see you in the queue before, Mokemeister. If you want to come up, I can bring you straight in now, and then you don't have to spend time in the queue without being able to see the stream, because I know that's a bit sucky. So if I see your name come up, I'll bring you straight in. And Miko sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's really, really kind of you, friend. You're always so generous with gifting these memberships, and I massively appreciate it. Just means that some people who perhaps wouldn't have become members get the membership. I'm not sure exactly how long the gifted ones last. Some number of weeks, I think, and they can try it out, have a play, and see if it's for them. And I really appreciate that. But it's such a generous thing of you to do. Okay, as promised, let's get Mokemeister in. There we go.
I can hear you this time.
Straight in. How are you?
Well, I'm great. We should have been able to due to tech problems in the past, I should have been able to make my second proper appearance in a live stream a little while ago, but the technology of today still kind of sucks, really.
Yeah, well, we're getting there.
It's amazing. Yeah, we're getting there. So you got fiber. That's cool. I mean, or at least you've ordered it.
On the way. Yeah, they have to dig up a section of a car park in the building next door to get it to me, which is why it's taking so long. But we're nearly there. I'm having to do all legal arrangements and all this sort of stuff. It's not straightforward, but it's happening, folks. And when that happens, I'll go from 12 megabits per second maximum upload rate to 100, which will be a significant increase for me. It means I'll be able to up the visual quality of the stream, up the quality of the image, and not have to worry about being stingy with bandwidth and stuff like that. So anyway, that's boring. What have you got to say, friend? Are you still there after all of that? Oh, yeah, that's it. We seem to have lost Mokemeister. I don't think that's anything my end, though, dude. I think that's something your end. It's a signal thing, because we've just lost you from the queue, from the room, in fact. Come back, and we'll get you straight back in. There we go. And there he is, and here he is back in again. We got you back. Okay.
I know why that happened. It's because I walked back to my car when you offered to let me in, and then it connected to my car's Bluetooth, but then the sound quality dropped drastically. So I turned my Bluetooth off, and I could hear you better again, but then my microphone didn't want to work, so I just left and came back. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Okay, what I heard everything, though. Don't worry. What I wanted to say was it's amazing to me how these calls all go exactly the same way with these people who want to argue with you. And it's amazing how, the subject will change, but every single time it goes the same way. It goes one of pretty much 2 ways. And then it all comes down to that one moment, and it's the moment, capital T, capital M, the moment, where you get that chuckle, that nervous chuckle where they realize you've got them, and they're like, I mean, and every single time I always like point at my phone and I'm like, there it is, the terrified chuckle.
Yeah.
They're scared. It's the same feeling I used to have all the time when I believed this stuff before I finally banished it from my mind. They are scared of their all-loving God because they're afraid that if they agree with you in any way, he's gonna love burning them in hell for eternity.
Yeah, you're right, and I do try to remain as compassionate about that as I can, but sometimes they just make it so hard. You know, if someone comes in here and yeah, exactly, they turn racist or they just stop being nasty or abusive, or you know,
or they say that
it can be hard.
Sexually assaulting a child is the same thing as sending them to school against their will.
Something like that. Yeah. Then it's, you know, I'm not always my best self when those kind of dynamics come in. I don't manage to live up to my own ideals because I say that look, as much as we say we don't choose our disbelief, it happens to us. The corollary and inverse is true for them. They don't choose to believe. They believe because they've been convinced of it. That's their paradigm. That's the world they're in. So they are due a certain amount of understanding from us around that in the same way that we are asking for it from them. And I talk about that in my book. I talk about the fact that we need to recognize that in our engagements, but man, they don't make it easy sometimes to live up to that ideal. I regularly fail to do it because of, you know, how some of these interactions play out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, yeah, they have been like convinced of it, but I mentioned, I mean, it's been a little while since the first time I was in a call here, but I did mention that for 9.5 years I like clung to, I held on to my faith like a drowning cat. I just could not let go of it because I was like, I simply cannot take that risk that it's actually true, and I'm going to be tossed into the lake of fire forever. You know, what a great God I wanted to hang on to. He's going to actually grant me immortality so that the lava doesn't kill me again, I suppose, because I'm already dead. But he's going to make me immortal and then toss me into a lake of lava and never let me back out.
It's grim, isn't it?
And it is grim. And let me just like, you know, let me bring up that talk you had a few days ago where you were describing like how long 52 factorial seconds is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it would take way too long to remind viewers or people who didn't see that how of the whole process, but like it's just too long. So look it up, I guess. But I mean, think about doing that, and then think about how I sent a super chat that said, actually, you had it wrong, John. That's only like 1,000th of 52 factorial seconds.
I'm impressed that you knew that, because like you must be really on top of the math here, right? So the example I gave was out by 1,000th. I was like, that far out? Wow.
Yeah, or something like that. I found this out years ago, and like the page I read said, actually, that's not the whole time. That's only like 1,000th of the time. The first 3 digits don't change at all in that time for you to build that stack of papers up to the sun.
Goodness me.
But like, think about 52 factorial seconds. Now consider 52 factorial years or decades or millennia.
Right.
And think about after 52 factorial millennia to the 52 factorial power. Think about that amount of time passing. How much longer are you going to be in hell? Still forever.
Yeah, you're not even. You haven't even warmed up yet. Yeah.
And think about. I really want I really think that a lot of people who believe in hell or even think that it's a just or good thing have not actually thought about what it means to be forever. Because I feel like a lot of them just think it's like a sort of long time or like a human lifetime or something, and like they just aren't considering that unimaginable stretch of time that literally does not ever end. After that crazy amount of time that I was just describing, you're still going to be there forever. Like, at a certain point, you're going to think about, man, there was a time where I'd only been here for 52 factorial millennia.
Yeah.
And you're still going to be there forever. So,
wild. Yeah, I mean,
it's wild. It's wild. Yeah. So I hope that if there's any believers like listening right now, like I hope that gives y'all a sense of just how unfair that would be. Purely because you are not convinced of the claims you need to be convinced by. Because again, you can't change your beliefs. And that's it. And like not only was I fighting to believe, and Sean can probably relate to this, and I just realized I don't actually know if he's in the room right now or listening
No,
to this at all.
he's not. He's traveling at the moment.
Yeah, well, when he listens to this, he's probably going to think, man, that's relatable. But I wasn't just fighting to keep believing. I was fighting to believe that I believed it. Because for a big percentage of those 9.5 years, I wasn't sure at all.
Yeah.
The first time I ever doubted, I thought to myself, do I really believe this or do I just think I do?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure for a big portion of that. And like, I also said last time that I'm sure that I didn't believe for quite a while, at least some time before I eventually just accepted it. Like, I know that I didn't choose to stop believing. I just kind of accepted that I didn't believe anymore. But I gotta wonder, how long was I an atheist before I realized I was? I'm still gonna tell people I've been an atheist since the day before Good Friday. But just because that's the day that it was like actually definitive. Like I knew that I didn't believe anymore. But I mean, like, sure, you can't choose your beliefs, but you can certainly be in denial about them.
Absolutely.
And you can also, I think, not know what you believe, and therefore what you choose to. I mean, you can quote unquote choose to go with one of the two options that you're not really sure of.
Yeah, and the path from belief to non-belief isn't necessarily always smooth and linear. You can be in and out, you can be wavering, you can be unsure, you can feel more confident one day, less confident the next day. You can have doubts and then comfort yourself that they don't count and then feel them again. Lots of people traverse that path. It kind of a smooth gradient from like deeply convicted to no conviction in a lovely, neat and orderly way is not the norm. Messy.
You know what? Like, yeah, I mean, like my path looked like a friggin' child doodling on an Etch-a-Sketch, man. I'm telling you, like,
I think that's the norm.
The norm. But then you have people that that say like, as soon as they gained consciousness, they knew it wasn't true. Or like when they were 6 years old, they literally just had a hey, wait a minute, in moment in church, and they just were like, oh, that's not true. Like it takes them a tenth of a second to decide it. And they don't, and it doesn't bother them one bit. They're like, "Oh, no, it's not true." And
if you get it earlier, it tends to be easier because you're not having to undo so much stuff that your mind has knitted together about the nature of reality, which you then have to unknit and work out. The downside to having it earlier is if you're surrounded by adults who are telling you it's true, then you have that dissonance of, I'm not speaking from experience because I wasn't surrounded by those. I've never had a belief for a day in my life, but I fortunately was not surrounded by adults telling me that it was true. Had I been, it would have been much more difficult. So I think people who come to that realization early often don't have the same amount of fighting and negotiating with themselves to do.
Well, for me, it came down to a lot of just oh well moments where I just shrug and say, oh well. God never helps starving kids in Africa. Oh, well, I just shrugged and said, oh, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's true anyway. Right.
Yeah.
None of this shit. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, well. Right. Atheists seemingly have just infinite stuff they can point to, which is obviously like a big hole in our logic. Oh, well. Right. Yeah. It's true anyway. And I have to believe it or I'll burn in hell. That was all it came down to for me. It was just fear. And like, I need to remember to not forget what that felt like, because like it is really easy to just like here's another thing I wanted to touch on is like, John, because you never believed in religion at all, you never had this ability that every believer needs to have, and I had it too. I don't have it anymore, but you need to have the ability to lower your own IQ like on command. On the spot,
I don't want to go there because I'm never going to make the argument that believers are low IQ, because there are smarter people than me who are believers. You just have to have the ability to negotiate with yourself about stuff and ignore the difficult bits when convenient.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you misunderstand. I'm not saying you need to make yourself stupider on command. I'm saying you need to. Really, a better way to put it then is to like change your standards on command. Like, God is both. It's sort of like fascism in reversed almost. Like, fascism requires you to create an enemy for the people to hate, and you have to constantly tell them they're both incredibly powerful but also laughably weak. Like, oh, look at them, they can't do anything. But then also at the same time, and don't think about it because that's a thought crime. Also, they're extremely powerful and they're really controlling everything, and only we can save you, right? God is sort of like the enemy in fascism, funnily enough. He's both all powerful and cannot be touch. Like, he's all powerful, all knowing, and all wise. But at the same time, you have to hold him to a lower standard than you would ever hold any person. He's like a little baby, right? Like, babies can do no wrong, right? Because they're babies. God can do no wrong because he's God, right?
Yeah.
And you can, John, I've seen you so many times now grab their hand and hold it all the way to the gate, and they don't realize where you're leading them until you've gotten there. And then you're like, no, actually, this isn't really from this is actually in the Bible. Like you'll tell them, so if this was in the Bible, would you, disavow God? And they're just like, yes, with their whole chest, because they're 100% convinced that it's not actually in the Bible.
Yeah.
And the idea that, and like, if I were a believer still, like I would know better than, like, I did know better than this. I knew these things were in the Bible. If you were to tell me that, if I were in a call with you and you said, if this was in the Bible, would you disavow it? The first thing out of my mouth would be, it is in the Bible, isn't it? Like, you're about to show me a Bible verse with that.
Yeah.
With that
yeah.
in there.
They're onto me most of the time.
But they never see it coming. They never see it coming because they have complete confidence in that not being in the Bible. But then when you show them that it is, suddenly it's like what they just said 5 seconds ago means nothing now. It's like, no. There must be an explanation for this. There must have been the phrase "there must have been X, Y, or Z" has done a lot of legwork for believers in the last few millennia. A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I'm going to move it on. We've got a few in the queue, but thanks for coming up. I'm glad we managed to get the tech to work. And watch this space. I will. Things are going to change around here once I've got a better connection.
Awesome.
It will be the stream of my dreams. But right now, we make do. We make do.
Dreams.
We make do with what we have. Thanks for coming up, friend.
Yeah.
Take it easy, buddy.
Thanks for having me. Bye, John.
All the best. Thank you so much. That was Moat Meister. Okay. I see Elizabeth B. We're going to get Elizabeth in, but we're just going to speak to Matthew first, who's been in the queue for a bit. And then we've got, looks like Hugabuha. No, Hugabuha. Yeah, after that. So bring in Matthew right now. This is Matthew Davids. With two S's at the end. That's unusual, isn't it? Apparently so. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we got you. There's a weird noise in the background. Can you make that quieter?
Oh, sorry, it's probably my fan.
Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Welcome in, Matthew. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am 20.
Great stuff. Good stuff. I was going to say, and how old is your fan? But I won't go there. What do you think? Do you think we should believe in a God, or would you agree with me that we probably shouldn't?
So the prompt says, why should we believe in your God? And I would just tell you, I believe in the Abrahamic God, so you're basically asking me, why should you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yeah, but is that the fan still going? It sounds like there's like a clock, like something clockwork in the background there. It's really noisy. It stopped now.
Like, can you hear it now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll just go on mute every time I don't talk.
Okay, it's a shame because we definitely want to hear what you have to say. So okay, so you believe in the Abrahamic God, and why do you think I should? I mean, you may not be bothered, of course, whether I do or don't, but it's more a sort of rhetorical question. Like, is there a good reason to believe in such
Yeah,
a
there
thing?
really is. Like, I had reasons not to believe it, but once I actually had those reasons, that's what made me understand that there actually are good reasons to think logically that there actually is a God.
So share the best reason you have with us, because you sound like you might be a person who has a few reasons. So pick the best, strongest, bestest one and give it to us.
So I wouldn't say there's like a single strongest one. I'd say they're all equally as strong, but all I'm saying is, like, we have one of three here that I could present to you.
Sure. Pick one at random then.
We'll just say the existence of the universe, morality, and the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, so let's start with the existence of the universe, because I think we agree that the universe exists, right?
Okay, yeah. I believe. Do we both believe the universe exists?
Yeah, I mean, I think the chances are high. It's possible that it doesn't, and that everything's a simulation or something like that. But let's say, for argument's sake, we accept. We don't going to get into silly kind of stuff about brains in vats and solipsism and stuff like that. Let's just say, okay, the universe exists. It seems to be quite large. How do we get from that to Jesus of Nazareth made it all?
What I'm trying to say is that that would be a category error, but what I'm trying to say is the universe, everything that begins to exist has a cause, and the universe began, so the universe has a cause.
Okay, so just running Kalam, right? So how do we know the universe began to exist? What would be the evidence that there was a point that the universe didn't exist?
All right, yeah, so the evidence points toward a beginning, and I'll just tell you what evidence points to the beginning. So what evidence do we observe? It's the expansion, the second law of thermodynamics, and models based on general relativity break down when you go far enough back, pointing to a boundary to space and time, not just matter, but time itself.
So are you a cosmologist?
So which one do you want to talk about?
Are you a cosmologist?
I'm pretty well informed. I've talked to a lot of atheists, and I know a lot of the arguments.
Okay.
I would say like
no, but I take it you're not a professional cosmologist, are you?
Are you?
No. This is not a burn. I'm just asking you.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to say.
No, great. No, I'm delighted that you're not.
I know a lot.
I can hear. I'm also not a professional cosmologist. So when there's an area of science that don't really know about,
what I tend to argue this with actual cosmologists on live stream like Dr. Blitz and people that actually study the laws of thermodynamics.
Right, and I imagine, I imagine that they disagree with you. As for example, would the majority, as I understand it, there was a recent survey done in Copenhagen, I believe it was, possibly last year.
Yeah, the Copenhagen survey doesn't say there's absolute. Yeah. It says there's no absolute beginning, not that time did not begin at the Big Bang. I know where you got that from. You got that literally from Dr. Blitz himself.
Yeah. So my understanding is that the current consensus.
I have it in my phone right now. I've heard this before.
It's fine. Okay. Well, not everyone has access
doesn't say that time didn't begin.
phone.
It says it's not. It says the Big Bang is not an absolute beginning of time. Not that it did not begin at the Big Bang.
So
absolute beginning.
If you
is absolute in science.
I'm so sorry, but you seem to have interrupted.
Science doesn't literally say anything. Scientists interpret data, but many scientists say the universe began because of the evidence that we observe.
Okay. Take a breath and slow down for a moment. You will survive the conversation better.
Scientists don't make any absolute claims.
Okay. Calm down for a moment.
They interpret data.
Please calm down for a moment, because it would be delightful if
the universe began because of the evidence that we observe.
If we could have a conversation, it would demonstrate maturity on your part, and it would lead to a more productive exchange. So if you're capable of delivering
the evidence that we have that it began,
it would be wonderful. So, okay. See if you can be quiet until I've reached the end of a sentence. That would be a fantastic achievement if you can manage this. My understanding is that within physics, it used to be the case that the Big Bang was considered to be the start of everything existing. But that model hasn't been held for quite some decades. And the majority view amongst cosmologists now is that the Big Bang was the start of an expansion, but that there's no reason to think that prior to the Big Bang, there was nothing. That's my understanding, that is the consensus view amongst cosmologists. And if that's the case, then we don't have any reason to think that there was ever a point that nothing existed. And since we know from nothing comes, or at least we think that's probably the case, there's really no reason, I think, to think that the universe was created at all. Now you can say something.
Okay, so you had the Big Bang equals the expansion of the universe from an initial state. So this isn't just an explosion in space, it's the beginning of space itself expanding. So the expansion of the universe is actually one of three evidences that we have that the universe actually began. So you can't appeal to the expansion when that's one of our pieces of evidence that we use to actually argue that the universe began. Because
take a breath. Take a breath. Hang on. Okay, so at the moment you're just reading. No one's interested in hearing you read a script at 1,000 words a minute. That's really no. You are. You are reading a script. You are reading a script, and I would respectfully ask you.
A lot of times.
would
Is the universe a
respectfully,
closed system? Yes or no?
I would respectfully ask you to stop reading your script, and we can just have a
Which
conversation
ultimate reality?
like normal people. Okay, if you're not capable of doing it, I have other people in the queue who will.
I am.
And
I'm,
I would.
I'm not reading off of a script.
Okay, so just calm down. Keep calm. You will survive the conversation. I promise. Everything's going to be fine. So, as I've said, I don't disagree that the Big Bang was the start of the expansion. Everyone agrees with that. There is a variety of opinions about what the state was prior to the Big Bang, but there's no evidence at the moment that what existed prior to the Big Bang was nothing. Nobody actually is able to demonstrate that. Now, it might be the case, but at the moment, there's no evidence that it was the case. So if you have evidence that it was, the Nobel Committee await your input. Please submit your papers for peer review, and you will become a celebrated physicist. But at this point, it's not an ad hominem. An ad hominem is to attack someone's character in lieu of an argument. I'm currently making an argument, and I haven't mentioned your character once. So at the moment, all you're doing is appealing to the unknowable to say that you are taking from that the assumption that there was nothing that existed before, and poof, out of nothing, everything sprung into existence. And
is the universe all that there is? Yes or no?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me yet. So you haven't been able to.
You didn't ask me to interrupt you. That would be kind of weird if you asked me to interrupt you.
Relax. We can all hear the anxiety in your voice. Just chill.
No, it's you, not me.
It's okay. Just relax.
Stop projecting onto me, please. That's kind of weird.
It'll be fine. So far, you've
Is the universe all that there is? Yes or no?
Are your manners all that there is? Yes or no? Perhaps not.
We'll
find out. We'll find out shortly. Okay. So I think that the universe probably is all that there is, but we don't know. There might not be. The universe might be one of them.
Did time begin?
Hang on.
Did space begin?
You know what? There's this thing in discussions when someone asks someone a question, and then the person starts answering the question, it's typically frowned upon for the person who asked the question to immediately start speaking, therefore rendering the person who's answering the question unable to actually answer it. Now, do I really have to educate you about how grown-ups have conversations? Because if I have to, I will. But it would be more entertaining for all of us if you could just behave yourself like an actual grown-up.
Okay, I'm trying, but you're not
actually. I know. You are trying. Extremely trying. So, as I said...
You're not saying anything.
You asked me if the universe is all there is. I said there might be, but the universe might be one of many universes. I don't know. There are competing models. There are multiverse. There are multiverse models which
What's the argument for that?
I'm giving you the argument for it now. It's not a syllogistic argument. It's a mathematical model in physics.
So how is it logical?
Well, there are ways of arguing things that aren't logical.
Okay, well, tell me the argument. Let's hear it.
I mean, if you want me to give you
the physics model that points to infinite past, or escapes BGV theorem, or the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, well, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't necessarily apply here, right? Because we don't know for a fact that the universe is a closed system. We don't know, and you don't know, and you don't know either. Oopsie daisy.
It says in a closed system.
No, okay. So, do you know about my inner circle? Do you know about my inner circle? Okay, so my inner circle have unfortunately.
No,
you are really in need of educating about manners. So the inner circle
does not have sides.
The inner circle have voted to remove you from the conversation, and I am going to remove you from the conversation. But before I do, I'm going to give you a little lesson on how grown-ups have conversations, and you can take this away with you, and you can use it in your other conversations so that you don't get booted out for being boring and unpleasant to listen to.
People that actually have PhDs say that the universe is a
generally speaking, when people have conversations, it's considered good manners to let each other speak. And that's something that you have singularly failed to do today. And the problem is that unfortunately you undid any benefits you might have been able to establish through your arguments by virtue of having bad manners. And if you noticed, I haven't been rude. I haven't displayed any bad manners. The only person who's done that is you, and that's why the inner circle voted you off, and off he goes. So it's a real shame, because I was quite enjoying speaking to him. He was doing the thing that a lot of theists do, which is make claims and assertions as if they've been demonstrated, and then move on as if they've done the work of demonstrating it, and try to move on as quickly as possible without actually demonstrating. An example would be his claim that prior to the Big Bang, nothing existed. That is not a consensus view in cosmology. And I can say this as someone who isn't a cosmologist, because I know that's not a consensus view in cosmology. He wants it to be, and so he presents it as if it is, and then tries to move on to the next point as if he's established that. That's a type of intellectual dishonesty, and I wonder if that might have been what the inner circle were picking up on there. He did sound young. I mean, I did ask him his age, and he said he was a bit older, but he sounded on the edge to me, like he needed to learn a lot about how people have conversations. So maybe he'll learn something from this. I'm going to lock the voting now, but it looks like he's done pretty badly on the Rate This Caller, because he's got a pretty low score right now. So I'm going to lock the vote. That's locked in place right now. Oh, Matthew, you got an 11, dude. That's one of the worst scores we've seen in a long time. You can take this as a teachable moment, Matthew, that you didn't cover yourself in glory then. It's a shame, because you might have had some good arguments to make, but you were so rude, we didn't get to hear them. So, go back to school, learn how to have grown-up conversations, and when you figure that out, come back and we'll let you make your bad talking points again. We are going to bring in the rather wonderful Elizabeth B, who is going to be much better behaved than that last chap. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you?
Hi, John. I am doing well.
Fantastic.
I do know how to have an actual adult conversation. That is one thing I do know how to do.
Let's model it for Matthew, and he can study it. Take notes, Matthew. Yeah.
Yeah, you be quiet, I be quiet. It's a thing. It's a wonderful thing to do. You were speaking earlier in the day with someone and talking about the fact that after leaving the church, it can be really difficult to have that community in that sense. And it brought to mind the way that the week has gone for me. I have had a particularly rough week, and I had jumped in the Discord and had shared a couple things, and I watched the people in the Discord flood to me, and Christy kept checking on me throughout the week and making sure I was doing okay, and Victoria had sent me a couple checks, and then last night Christy started a live, and several of us jumped onto the live, and it was as if we were all sitting around the living room, sitting there talking together. We all just sat there and talked, and we saw each other's pets, and there were video cameras on, and Sean jumped in there with us for a few minutes, and we all just sat there and talked and enjoyed each other, and it was a great time of fellowship and a great way to spend a Saturday night. We were making jokes about, like, we're kind of lame, this is what we're doing on a Saturday night, but I gotta say, I had a great Saturday night. Like, I really enjoyed it. So you can get the community back. You can get back the community. It may not look exactly the same, but you can get back the community that you feel like you lost.
I love that. And that is, time and time again, I say it to everyone I speak to about what I'm doing. People say, oh, John, what are you up to these days? And I tell them about what I'm doing. And first they think I'm a bit crazy. And then when I explain it more, the thing I say is like, yeah, the debates are fun and the videos are fun and all of this stuff is fun. And it's great. I'm promoting the book and all of this stuff. But the thing that gets me, like, I get a little like teary sometimes when I talk about it, is the community, and it is watching people come together and be there for each other and lift each other up when they need it. And I don't want to get too sappy here, but it really is what this is about. And so I'm really, really pleased that happened for you. And I hope you're doing okay, Elizabeth. I really do.
I'm okay. I have some medical stuff going on, and in fact, it's happening today and tomorrow. I have some interesting stuff happening this evening and into tomorrow, but I haven't had food all day today, so I would do anything now for a saltine, because I would like some bread. I'm allowed clear liquids, and I would love a saltine cracker right now. But it's okay. You can make it through. You can survive. But it's okay.
Well, we're all rooting for you, and we're all here for you, especially in the Discord. These people are amazing. Christy's amazing. Victoria's amazing. everyone in the community is awesome, and it just fills my heart with joy to hear it, to hear that people stepped up for you, gave you what you needed in that moment. That's what it's about, folks. Being there for each other. That's it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, John. It's been great.
Right. Lovely. Great to hear from you, and feel better. And I hope you're okay. We're all thinking of you.
Thanks. Care. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
She's awesome. She's had to deal with a lot, and I admire her so much. I'm so glad we have her in the community. And thanks for stepping up for her, people. That's awesome. I really love hearing that. That's incredible. Okay, so here is a super chat from Scott. Thank you so much for this. This is addressed to our previous friend who was in a moment ago, Matthew, who says, caller, BGV theorem is thought correct, but doesn't mean that our actual universe adopts a model where BGV necessarily applies. Even Vilenkin himself said BGV doesn't prove a beginning. So again, this is why I said to him, are you a cosmologist? Because these people think that they can spend a little bit of time on YouTube. They spend a few hours on YouTube, and they think that then gives them the right to go and have conversations as if they're on the same level of understanding, expertise, and analysis with people who have spent decades studying and researching. You know how hard it is to get a PhD in physics? Like how much maths you have to have down, how many wildly kind of crazy abstract concepts you have to have your head around, how many proofs you have to be able to derive from first principles, all the stuff you have to understand about how reality works. I guarantee you that boy before doesn't know 1% of it. He spent a couple of hours on, Jesus.com YouTube channel or the Discovery Institute or some Phil Bro bullshit nonsense, and he's now thinks he's got it what it takes to go and school people like Blitz and others. And frankly, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Like, know your limits. Have just a little bit of epistemic humility to not think that you automatically become a scholar because you watched a few YouTube videos. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So, yep, I agree. So thank you for that input, Scott. I really appreciate it. I don't know enough about this stuff to get into the weeds on these conversations, which is why I generally don't. I defer to the people who have done the work, who know what they're talking about. I put my hand up and say, this is not an area of expertise for me. I have my areas of expertise. This isn't one of them. And I'm very humble about it. And some of these callers could possibly learn to do the same. Okay, let us get, it looks like Side into the conversation. Hopefully it's going to work. Here we go. Side, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, John. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Very well indeed. I don't think we've spoken before, have we?
No, this is my first time calling in. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Sure, you're welcome.
Hey, I'm based in India, so English is not my native language. So if I'm not clear in my first attempt, so please do pardon me, okay?
Of course. I'm sure you're going to be fine.
All right.
Go for it. Well, the floor is yours, my friend. What would you like to say?
Videos, watched almost all of them. So cool what you do, man. I recently had a exchange with one of my friend, and he brought up a good point, and this friend, I have some hope, he's a Muslim guy, and I have some hope because he's a very decent human being, right? So he is kind, he wants to really help others and so on. And I do see a lot of hope in him, and I engage him with him in this conversation related to atheism and so on.
Yeah.
So recently, he brought up a very good point. He said, "Hey, let's say there is a murderer, serial killer. He's killed 10 or 20 people, and he's never gotten caught by the law, right? And he was never tried.
Yeah.
And the question that he asked me is right, how do you justify him not getting caught? So if we get caught, I listened to one of your previous session related to morality, and you had mentioned that it's not about a recompense or it's not about retaliation. It's about how do you set examples and make the society better, right? If somebody gets caught, it's not about uh, the I don't know how to say. It's not about the volume or uh, the I forgot what you mentioned, but it's not like equal punishment that you can give, but how you set examples to make the society better. So that
Yeah,
is a good
that's part of
argument.
it.
Yeah,
That's part of
yeah,
it. I don't think that punishment should be retributive. So it should be really about
correct.
it should be about a deterrent, so that it puts people off,
Uh-huh.
and there should also be
Hmm.
there's an argument to say that that sometimes people need to feel that justice has been done to the to the victims, to feel that there's been some sense of justice being done for them. But I think where possible, we should aim for rehabilitation and understanding that it won't always be possible. But I'm not a big fan of retributive
Right.
justice.
Right. No, I'm in agreement, and I brought this up with my friend. So he's okay with that, but where we kind of disagreed is what happens to a person or a criminal who doesn't get caught and he's not punished right under law. So how do you justify those situations? And for him, he says, okay, after life, God is going to take care of him. If he killed 10 times, he's gonna give him the similar punishment or whatever it is, right? But the main disagreement between me and him was between a criminal who gets caught and a criminal who does not get caught. So I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, clearly a criminal who doesn't get caught is going to get away with their crimes. And we may not like that. It may not make us feel nice, but reality doesn't owe us a fairy tale ending in every instance. There are bad people who live lives where they don't care about other people and they hurt other people to enrich themselves or help themselves, or sometimes just because they like it, and they don't always face justice or accountability for their actions. Unfortunately, that's life. We don't need to like it, but not liking it has got nothing to do with whether it's true. Life is really sucky sometimes, and there are things that work out really well and things that don't work out really well. I'm reminded of a very well known broadcast DJ and TV entertainer in the UK, whose second name was Savile, who spent most of his adult life abusing children, and he did it to children kind of not in his care, but he was a big celebrity, so he would get into situations where he was with lots of vulnerable children. He'd go to hospitals and places, and the guy was an absolute monster, a complete predator, and it never came out until a few years after he died. So he never faced any kind of accountability. He never faced a public fall from grace. There was the circle of justice was never closed for that man, and it's extremely unsatisfying that that's the case. But unfortunately, that's life. These things happen. People get away with stuff, and appealing to a god because a god would solve the problem by saying, well, okay, the people who got away with things on Earth won't get away with them in the magical fairyland in the sky. It might be psychologically pleasing for people who are dissatisfied with reality, but that doesn't make it true.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. It's not true, but it is. I felt it was a logical point that he made, and I did not have a response to it. And it looks like, uh, the short answer to it is like, life sometimes sucks, and you just have
Yeah.
to accept, right? So okay,
Yeah, I
all
would
right.
say it
I
wasn't
don't
a
think
logical
it's gonna
point.
convince him, and
No,
yeah,
but it wasn't a logical point he made. He was just arguing from emotion. He was just saying, I find it emotionally dissatisfying that people get away with things sometimes. It's like, okay, well, grow up. That's life. Things aren't always good.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I was also going to argue that it's going to be a small percentage of people, but I did a quick check on ChatGPT and got to know that 50% of people don't face criminal justice, or they don't get caught. 50% of crimes,
and
all
the
crimes,
percentage
not.
wouldn't matter if it was 1% or 99%. The usefulness as an argument for a deity would be the same. It makes absolutely no difference. It's life. If you'll forgive the phrase, shit happens. Things happen sometimes, and some of them are great, and some of them are not great.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this would be a very convincing answer for him, but I will try. But I have a feeling that he's gonna be tone deaf with this answer. But anyways, thanks,
he may
John.
not
I
like
really
them.
yeah, I can definitely see that. Hey, thanks for the help on this topic. I really appreciate it, John. You
Of
are doing
course.
a great job.
Thank you.
I just want to, I just have an honest question, John. By looking at all your video, I don't see a lot of hand movement and stuff like that from your side. I hope you're not an AI, right? You're a real human being.
You're not the first person who said it. There's a chap on TikTok called Paul King who for quite a while was accusing me of being an AI. I think it was quite hilarious. As far as I know, I think I'm a human being and I have hand movements. So I don't think I'm an AI. If I am an AI, I must be a really good one because I don't know it. So maybe someone's coded me in such a clever way that I am an AI and I haven't realized it yet. In which case, that's pretty wild. I'll let you know if I find out.
For sure, man. Thanks. Thanks for taking that question. I know sometimes I thought I would ask anyways.
I love that. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your call in. Thanks, Signed. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Sure.
Bye.
Take care, friend. Bye-bye. Not the first person to speculate as to whether I'm a human being. I'm not sure what that says about me, good or bad, but it is what it is. Absolutely fine. Okay, quick update on the bingo, and then I have something else to share with you guys. Call queues are empty at the moment, so that might be the moment. Just a quick super chat from No One Left Behind again. Says, would I be allowed to call sometime? I would love to talk about the harm of religion with you one of these days when I'm not working. Of course you would. I'd be delighted to hear from you. Call anytime. The link to call in is in the description of the show. I'm going to put it into the chat as well, in case you don't see it, but it's right there. Join link. There it is. That should be in the chat now. Yes, of course, you are welcome to call anytime. I do take calls from friendlies as well. Some of the sort of debate shows don't. But I do. I try to keep them maybe not too long sometimes, because they can be a bit dull for the audience who are sometimes here for something a bit more engaging. But having said that, this is a space where like-minded people can call and give their perspectives. And I would certainly encourage you to join the Discord if you haven't. And I'd be really happy to talk to you. So hopefully see you on there. And thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. Okay, so while the call queues are empty, I wanted to share something with you. The bingo. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. Park that thought for a moment. Let's just get the bingo up to date. Indentured cervix called. Nothing comes from nothing. 100%. He said that. Matthew said that. And Kif said Philbro Babble. Absolutely. He was on a run with the Philbro Babble. Zeitgeist called Philbro Babble as well. But it was too late, of course. PVG called Fine-Tuned Universe. This was all with Matthew, of course. And then PVG successfully called Crash Out. And I think we're going to allow Crash Out because even though he was removed, he wasn't having it. And that was a Crash Out. So PVG called Crash Out on Matthew. And there's the crash. And that definitely is a thing that happened. Poor young chap. Poor anyone who has to live with the young chap as well. Right. Thing I wanted to show you was I thought it might be fun for me to gather some of the comments that I get under the videos on YouTube, because it's wonderful. I stick the videos up there and I'm very fortunate. There's a lot of engagement with them, a lot of discussion in the comments, a lot of feedback, and there's some awesome comments that people make. Man, there are some smart people in the audience here, way smarter than me. I honestly mean that. And there are some, let's say, less intellectually gifted people who also want to contribute their perspective on things. And so I put together a little way of sort of collecting them and showing them to you guys. I thought it might be fun for us to have a look at them. So as an example, we've got something like, this should hopefully come up. There we go. So this is from Erie, who said, "Oh man, if you need to appeal to a deeper meaning for why slavery, genocide, or dashing babies on rocks is somehow a good thing, you genuinely need your head examined." So this would have been in response to one of the videos on Bible morality or objective ethics or something like that. Now the next one is a little bit long. I had to split it up into a few bits because he did go on a bit, but I wanted to share it with you and respond to it because it did make me chuckle a little bit. So he started off saying, it looks like Stactions Media or something like that, said he was speaking to someone else about me. He was asking whether I had always been a non-believer or how I was raised or something. Someone opined about it. So then he said, so he, meaning me, at least agrees that during his developmental years, he was exposed to religion, i.e. Christianity, and all the blessings, as well as possible pitfalls that the Bible teaches us. He at least acknowledges that during his formative years, moral lessons were indoctrinated within him. I'm sure you can see where I'm headed with this. Well, the mind boggles as to where he might be headed, but he continues. So he says next, that during his formative years, the jadedness, suspicion, doubt, and general logical approach to dissecting the flaws in Christianity could not have existed at that young an age. I love the capitals there. I'm talking 4 to 8 years old, and that most likely this time period in his life were led by knowledge of the repercussions that the Bible threatened mankind with if they strayed. You at least agree with me on this, or are you going to try and tell me that John had superhuman brain evolution and at 5 years old he categorically knew hell was not real, lol? We then get onto the next point that he makes as he continues by saying, listen to me. Every human being's moral compass, unless he is an outright career criminal, was sparked by, nurtured by, and is categorically caused by the Bible. Check this out, folks. This is an adult human being trying to form sentences. No child thinks stealing is wrong. It was the threat of hell that led that child to question stealing. Listen to what he's saying. John's preposterous notion that he has some super gene that makes him morally superior is the height of arrogance and just shows that he knows very little about how the real world works. And then he continues. Ordinarily, he responds to my messages, but lately, because I've been tasking him with more challenging observations, by the way, I have no clue who this person is, and I've never heard of them before. It's not to say I didn't respond to a comment. I respond to a lot of comments, but I have no idea who this is. Lately, because I've been tasking him with more challenging observations that bring his atheism into scrutiny, he has been keeping silent, only to maybe answer a prompt when I phrase it with easy questions like, but God loves us. For statements like that, John is quick to go giddy up and answer and wave his anti-God flag with vigour. But pose a question that is the least bit indicative that his views on religion are wrong, and he will clam up and hide. He is a bully. He admittedly said he prefers to debate people who have straight up belief in God, but if he comes across someone with nuanced, sophisticated understanding of how God is beyond black and white interpretations, he gets confused and ends the call. He did it twice. I can lead you to the videos where this happened. John is a giggling, gleeful God hater with a chip on his shoulder because God disappointed him in the past. He then realized that not believing serves him better, but because deep down he hates God, he wants to burst the bubble of many believers as he can. Trust me, he used to believe, he just got disappointed. How many times has John, this is the last one, how many times has John insisted that what is in the mind of the believer is imaginary, and here you are chastising me for the exact same thing John does countless of times, because someone had said, you're speculating on the contents of John's mind, you ought not to do that, and this was his response to that. So, Stactions Media 3318, I'm not running away from you. I'm not running away from your incisive analysis and unanswerable questions, and your subtle theological nuance doesn't leave me speechless and unable to formulate a response. Honest Gov. What you're saying is demonstrably false. There was never a day in my life ever that I believed in a God. As soon as I heard about the concept of God, I knew it was nonsense. Mainly because I have really cool parents, and my parents equipped me with a mind to think, but they never indoctrinated me. They never told me nonsense. They never fed me silly stories. They stoked my imagination, and they stoked my inquisitiveness, and they encouraged me to think about things, and they helped me to do that. And they never shoved nonsense down my throat. So when I was young, one of the things they did teach me was how we treat each other, was the value of kindness, was the value of being considerate to others, was the value of treating other people fairly. And that was a core value that was instilled into me as early as I can remember. My mother always taught me that kindness is the most important thing. That was my schema. That was my starting point. That was my axiom. And from that, I didn't need Jesus telling me that it's wrong to steal, because I already knew. Because I knew that that hurts people. I didn't want to hurt people, because that's what I was told and taught, and that's what my values were and still are. So you are factually incorrect in your assertion that I did believe and that I was disappointed by God, and so I rebelled against God disappointing me so much by deciding to stop being convinced, which, by the way, is not a thing that anyone is capable of doing, deciding to stop being convinced, and then deciding to spoil the picnic for everyone else as well. I know that it would fit into your story so well if that were the case, because it would make me a prime candidate for your Jesus to throw me in a furnace, but I'm really sorry to burst your main character syndrome thing that's going on here. It's just not that big a deal. Your puffed up declarations, when they meet reality, they don't survive the collision, I'm afraid. But thank you for keeping us entertained with such a funny outpouring. I'm really sorry that I appear to be renting considerable real estate between your ears. I apologize for that. And I would say the best thing is probably to go and watch something else. As much as I don't like to diminish my audience figures, I wouldn't want to upset you anymore. So there's plenty of good channels about baby Jesus where you can sing songs and hear stories, and they'll make you feel all mushy inside. So that would be my advice to you. Okay, a couple more super chats to read. And we have, it looks like that's like a Pavel to me. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you very much indeed for what you do and your support. I really appreciate it. And Margot, lovely Margot, lovely to see you as always. For goodbye, I would like to say that John and the community here is my favorite human. Thank you. Oh, that's really sweet, Margot. Thank you very much. You've just been a delight since coming to the community. You always have intelligent, insightful things to say, and I really appreciate your presence here as well. That's super kind. Right, what have we got? I can read you some more comments and stuff in between guests because, well, I might have to. We don't have any at the moment. If you're listening and you think that I'm getting this stuff wrong and I'm missing a key point and there's some insight about God that I'm not getting that you have, I want to know what it is. Come and tell me. I promise to be polite and nice and respectful. I would really love to know why you think I'm wrong. But in the meantime, we're going to bring in our good friend, Adam. Adam, how are you? Hopefully. Oh, video's doing its silly nonsense. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's working.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that stupid Phil Bro guy was, I've seen him on other shows, and it was just, it's the same thing. It's the exact same script every time. And
right.
He immediately gets demolished because he knows he's lying. Like, he's been shown that he's lying. But like most theists, even when they know what they're saying isn't true, they just repeat it because that's what
lying for Jesus. Yeah. I saw someone in the chat say that he was on with Justin. I imagine Justin carved him up into tiny pieces.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure I've seen him on Blitz and I've seen him on like The Line too. And it's again, it's the same script. They call into all of the shows and get mashed everywhere, and it's like, maybe you should realize this doesn't work. If every show makes you look like an idiot, and that's the whole humiliation thing is just their thing, I guess. But
it's weird though. But there's a bunch of them that do the circuit. Like we get, the odd ones that come in, like Deathless Light and these, and they'll call all of us. It's like they do the Ring. They'll call Joel and they'll call Justin and they'll call me and they'll call Blitz and they'll call Matt D and they'll call The Line and they'll do all of it. It's like the same script every time. It is weird. It is. I wonder what they're hoping to achieve.
Yeah. Well, I'm. Some people say like they must get paid by this, like they work for some apologist thing. Like I know a couple of these people have been outed. They work for what's it? The Dinosaurs with People group.
AIG, like Answers in Genesis?
Yeah, one of those groups, and
it's the Ken Ham lot.
Yeah, and like they're just literally paid spokesmen, and that's what they do. They go around giving those ridiculous arguments.
Right. And Ice Pick saying he saw the Hegel guy on Yoti's live last night. Yeah, again, just the same thing. Ice, was he running the same script? I'd love to know if he was running his same script as he did here. He was the guy who came in and said that the physical constants are more likely under theism, therefore you can then run a probabilistic Bayesian analysis to say that theism is more likely, which is a complete bullshit argument because you can't demonstrate that the physical constants are more likely under theism. So complete. And he spent about 40 minutes here trying to make that case and failing constantly.
Yeah, like they make these arguments knowing that they have no grounding for the points that they're trying to use in their arguments. Like you want to use Bayesian, fine, but you have to already have, proven stats to work with.
Exactly.
You can't just say that it's going to work.
You have to have the numbers to plug into the formula to use the formula.
Yeah. But then also the comment that you read, the guy saying, "Oh, your morality comes from the Bible and stuff," and it's like, yeah, we all know that's nonsense. But like, is nobody at like age 8 knows that it's wrong? I knew it was wrong at age 8. I read the thing, and it was, well, this doesn't match up with everything I've learned in grade school.
Right.
And
yeah.
I read the Adam and Eve thing, and it's like, well, this God's a dick. He lied to them, and he's punishing them for not knowing that they did something wrong that they couldn't know until they ate the thing. So
yeah. His message did make me wonder at what age he considers that he got the most basic modicum of critical thinking skills. Because the way the message was framed, I wonder if it's happened yet. Perhaps it's still to happen. Yeah.
And like I knew that stealing was wrong at a young age because my folks taught me when I was like 5. They basically just asked me, "What if somebody took your stuff?"
Right.
And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I wouldn't like that." stealing is bad. That's all it took. It's like, look at it from your point of view.
Yeah, exactly. So. Wild. But it was fun. It was fun. I did chuckle when I was searching the comments and thinking, right, what fun comments can I bring in here later to share with people? And that was certainly a favorite. Yeah.
But, so that was mostly what I was calling in for. But
cool. Well, nice to speak to you as always, Adam.
Well, I guess I should leave off with another joke of science flies people to the moon, religion flies people into buildings.
Yikes. Yeah, that's an oldie but a goodie. It's true. Yeah. Thanks, Adam. Always good to speak to you, friend.
All right, man. You take care.
You too, buddy. Take care. Thanks. That is Adam, who is always awesome. I don't think Adam has missed a single stream I've done in ages. I couldn't be more grateful for that. That really means a huge amount. Okay, we are going to get, looks like Manny up in here next. Manny, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can, yeah. If you'll forgive me, I'm gonna disconnect the video just to save bandwidth and make sure we keep the audio quality good. Once I have a lovely better connection, then we'll be able to do the video too. But not for now, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Welcome up. How are you, friend? What's going on?
I'm good. I came to your live some time ago. I kind of explained to you how I was in unbelief in my faith in Christianity and how I was questioning and how I had this fear and stuff. So I'm finally back. After some time, I've been keeping up with your videos and stuff like that, and still been doing my thinking and research. Now, I was wondering if it's okay, because I had some questions for you, because
of course
I trust and have faith in you guys, that you guys have age and experience over me, but I trust that you guys have done your research. But I'll do my own research, of course. I'm not just going to rely on you guys, but I can trust you guys to an extent that I know that you guys have done your guys' research, and I can trust what you guys have to say about certain things. I really just want your opinion on a certain argument that I had with my father.
Of course.
Literally last night.
Sure.
We got into a debate, and it was so unresolved. It was crazy. It kind of led me back into fear. Almost literally, it led me almost back into fear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to bring it to your attention.
Sure.
Because he brought up some things, and it's like, I'm trying to be open-minded about it. Like, I'm totally open to, if the world has spiritual truths, I'm totally open to the perspective that, again, if the spiritual truths, okay, but if there's no evidence for it, how can you expect someone to believe in it if there's no evidence in it?
Yeah.
I mean, no good evidence, at least. Like, how can you expect someone to do that? Like, okay, even if there is, let's say the Christians are right, or whoever's religion is right. Let's say they're right, but the evidence that we have doesn't grant everyone that nice feeling to just say, oh yeah, this is real. I know this is real, because it's just not real. We have people that, scholars, people that study these things. These debates have been being debated for thousands of years. It's not just us. It's just our turn. We're still trying to figure stuff out. And people in the past didn't have the technology that we have today.
Yeah.
I mean, we're advancing. We have so much technology to even go beyond our ancestors in research. And we still don't have, I guess, a resolve. And maybe for some people, but let me just bring up what we were talking about. Is that okay?
Yeah. What is it that he said that destabilized you and made you feel uncomfortable or doubtful? Or...
So my father, so it started off pretty calm. I was brought it up. Hey, let's talk about the Bible. There's some things I want to know what you think about it, because I definitely am not agreeing with it right now. And again, I told him, hey, you guys taught me some things growing up, and it only took until a few years ago till I actually started, researching and looking at things for myself. And I realized that a lot of Christians say the good stuff that God has done, but they leave out the bad things that he has done. And Once you start bringing up or calling something that God does bad, that's when the debate starts to get heated, or actually initially starts, because then you have to say God is all good. They have to say God is all good, no matter what he does. I mean, it says in the Bible, his works, anything he does is good. He is good.
Yeah.
And then you start talking about moral and, you know, what's subjective and objective. And so basically, I brought up some points that you guys have been talking about, and also some things that I realized. One is the Elijah, the prophet Elijah, how he cursed kids.
Yeah.
Being mocked, basically. The kids were all like, I think we're saying, go ahead, go away, bald head, go away, bald head.
And the bears came out and mauled the kids.
Yeah. I disagree with that, because first, that's insane. They're kids. I would expect kids to have some type of grace. And two, a punishment like that, maybe just talk to them. They're kids. I mean, it's coming from God too. It's coming from God.
Yeah.
The so-called all-powerful person, all good, all just. Keep that word in your mind. Just, and he did that to the kids.
Absolutely.
Kids, not just one kid. I mean, even if it was just one kid, it's insane. But more than one kid.
For anyone who doesn't know, let's just show people. For anyone who doesn't know, so this is from 2 Kings. He went up there to Bethel, and while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city. Small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head! Go away, bald head!" When he turned around and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. From there he went on to Mount Carmel and blah, 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 right? So this is the death penalty against children for being a bit rude. Now, look, this wasn't model behavior from the kids, right? Young boys can sometimes be a little foolish. They can sometimes be a little cruel. They can sometimes be a little bit disrespectful. But the death penalty, and I've had people come up, Manny, and say, well, it says mauled, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were fatal wounds. Like, come on. Does that change the moral calculus?
That's so insane. Like, when I hear those things coming from even my father, and I hate to say it because it's my parents, but even my father, I looked up to my dad, and I'm hearing him say these things. It's like, wow,
it's mad.
You really don't care about anyone at all, because and not in the totally evil sense. They believe, and I don't think it's popular, but in the Bible, they believe that they're spiritual beings. We're eternal beings, and basically nothing in this reality matters. So that's why I say and can confirm that they don't really care about what happens to anyone in this life, because they ultimately believe that we're spiritual beings. And I had an issue with that, and we were talking about belief, and I brought up the thing. I learned that from you, actually, and you were the one that caused me to get into that studying. You don't choose what you believe, and he wanted to challenge me on that and say that, oh, we have our humanly definitions, and then the Bible has its definitions. So he tried to say that faith is the same thing as believing. And so I had to challenge him on that and say, no, it's not. No, it's literally not. Like, there is an instance where, all right, so faith is basically believing otherwise in the face of evidence. So if there's a watermelon in front of your face, and you let's just say you have faith and say there is no watermelon, but there's a literal watermelon in your face. Faith is believing even in the face of evidence that's saying otherwise.
Yeah, and I would argue, Manny, it's even worse than that. I would say that faith isn't even believing. Faith is a word that people use when they actually can't believe something, and faith is a kind of pretending to believe. It's a sort of, because if you really believe something, if you're really convinced of something, you kind of don't need faith. You have the belief, you believe it. But if you're not convinced of something, you say, well, I'm going to do faith. I'm going to believe it by faith. What that really means is I'm going to hope it's true, and I'm going to act as if it's true. I'm going to sort of role play being fully convinced that this is true, and trust that in time I'll come to realize that it is. But that isn't really how belief works.
I tried to bring up your exact points about that, and I did the whole prove it, like believe that the floor is lava, or believe believe you're flying right now. It's something as simple as that. And it got to a point where I think he knew that I was right, but he's so hard in his belief that he just said that faith is really the same thing as belief, and so he tried to debunk that, say I was wrong for saying that you can't choose to believe, because God says choose ye this day or something like that. Just because God says it just ultimately means whatever it is it means in the Bible. So he doesn't care about worldly definitions. It's only the Bible. So when it comes to those conversations with people like that, it's like you can't even really have a logical conversation because they don't believe anything you're gonna say from the jump. They just believe the Bible, and okay. I mean, it got to a point, and this is just one of the few things we talked about, and it got to a point where I did bring up, horrible things like that, the prophet Elijah and stuff like that, and not just that, just things that happen in our world as we know it, deaths, sicknesses. I'm learning so much. Like my search for a God or search for a meaning in life has caused me to study things that I would have never studied. I love music. I don't care about science and stuff like that. I love music. I like to play the piano, but
me too.
For God was
that's my background too, Manny. Yeah.
That's what I like that. That's what we have to get together, bro. Yeah, but I'm just a normal human, bro. I love music, and again, my search for God, the ultimate core, for the most important thing to me, the meaning of life, caused me to get to these type of conclusions and search for these things, like something as simple as the sun. The sun is good, it gives us vitamins, but I just realized that it causes cancer,
kills us too.
It hurts us,
it
kills us too. And then I also stacked it on top, like, wow, so in all good God, almost everything about life, it's almost everything about life has some type of suffering in it. Even oxygen, too much oxidation can kill us, even though oxygen helps us breathe.
Yep.
I learned that as well. Little things like that.
Manny, you sound like you're doing super well, man. Like I was getting ready to give you like life support here. You could be doing this for me. You're on it. Are you okay? Like you came in, I was like, oh, is he going to need some help, or I need to lift him up? You're fine. You're doing fine.
I guess so. I've been doing a lot of searching and studying, and I've been very open-minded. I don't want to be bias-based. I really want to find the meaning. And even if, let's just say, these religions and some spirituality is the truth, there's still no good evidence for me to just blindly believe. I mean, everything in life, no one really blindly believes. We have a lot of evidence for why we move. People get in their car and expect their car to drive because of evidence from days, months of them having a car, however long they had a car, see other people driving the car. It's not blindly. We don't move blindly in this world. Exactly. Sometimes we do, but not all the time. A lot of the times we move based on evidence that we know.
Can I offer you something? I just want to offer you a thought to just chew on this for a little while, because you're clearly doing a lot of thinking, and I love this, and you're reading and you're learning and you're exploring the space of ideas, which is fantastic. Don't ever stop doing that. The thing I just want to offer you is, don't think that you need to find something that tells you the meaning of things and the meaning of life and the meaning of existence, because the meaning of life and the meaning of existence is something that you create for yourself. It isn't something that's going to be handed to you by someone else. You can do all the reading you like for decades, but all you can do when you read is hear what other people's views are about stuff, and what was important to them, and what they thought the values were, or what they thought was important, or what they thought a good life looks like, or not a good life. And you're just going to take in other people's views on these things, which is fantastic. Don't ever stop doing that. But the real core realization here is that what religions teach is that meaning is handed down to people from outside, from a god, from a religion, from a faith, from a belief system, from a book, from a something. And the key realization here is that isn't how it works. You make the meaning yourself. So you find the meaning in your life by identifying what's meaningful to you and what makes you feel like you're living your life well. Playing music, learning stuff, human connection, laughter, empathy, feeling connected to other people, common understanding, warmth. Those are the things that give life meaning. And you don't need to search to find it because they're all right there for you.
Mr. John, I really, I hope that any Christians, I hope Christians are in this chat right now, and I hope you guys are really listening because, man, again, Mr. John, I really wish that I can just rest my mind and just live like that. I really do. I wish I can find peace like that. But I think the damage is already done for me. I grew up in this. My family, I grew up being told these things. It's too late. I already have this in the back of my mind that even I can't even play music and do the things that I love without thinking, oh, what if this is really bad and I'm just gonna go to hell? Like I have a sense of impending doom that I can't seem to shake, and then that's basically where the fear happened. Because again, especially it coming from my father. I mean, I'm 22. I'm not a kid, but I'm 22. That's still my father. But just having these deep conversations with him when he was one of the main sources and one of the strongest cores to a lot of my belief. Just hearing him say these things now that I have a more mature mind and mature mental space to think and critically think about things, it's definitely doing some numbers. I realized that I understand him more. I understand how he thinks. Again, he doesn't really care about people. We're eternal beings right now, and I don't know if you can hear it, but my mother's praying in the living room right now. They're going hard. They really believe, and again, it's scary.
Manny, it's not too late. I'm not accepting that from you. You are young. You're 22. You've got your whole life ahead of you, and I'm telling you, you are on the right track. Just keep on doing what you're doing now. It's totally normal for you to have moments of doubt. It's totally normal for you to feel a bit of fear about this and to question yourself and to go, am I doing this right? Am I screwing this up? Like, you ask people who have been through this journey, ask them to raise their hands. Who among them has not had a moment of doubt or a moment of fear or a moment of thinking, am I messing this up? Am I doing this wrong? Is there something I've missed? Am I going to screw up my eternal soul? That is part of this journey. That's a sign that you're doing the journey right, that you're doing it with honesty, that you're doing it with integrity, that you're not shutting down the parts of your mind that would, make it harder. You're doing the work. This is it. I don't accept that it's too late for you. You are doing fine, and we're here to support you. And if you're not a member of the Discord, please come and join the Discord. I'd love to have you in there. And you can always reach out to me as well, by the way. I'm really easy to reach. Just John, Jon, and then at unconvincedbook.com. So that's my personal email. You can email me. Like, I'll give you a hand if you need it. You're doing well though. Like, there's a reason why everyone's sticking W's in the chat all over the place, because many of them recognize themselves in your words, and they know how hard it is, and it is hard, and it is scary, but you're on it. You're doing okay.
Can I, if it's not too much, I know I probably was ranting. If it's not too much, can I bring up the point? I'll take the Christian stance from what my father said. I really want to know what you have to say about this.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, guys, I'm a Christian. So my father, and the reason why I really enjoy talking to my father because he's very logical. He's very much like me. He thinks logical, and somehow he ended up still believing. So that's what sparks my mind.
Sure.
We think a lot alike. So he said he almost became atheist because he was like, ain't no way you're gonna tell me that I was just born and I'm already evil and I'm suffering for what somebody else did. So in his mind, he was all like, that can't be right. So what he thinks about the Bible and us and life, he thinks that we are the fallen angels. Try to wrap your head around that. He thinks that we are the ones that were deceived. He doesn't think that the story of Adam and Eve is actually what happened. He thinks that's just an interpretation of what happened in heaven. I'm not sure what book it's in the Bible, but basically in the Bible it talks about Satan being, the leader. He was Lucifer in heaven. He was the leader of worship. He was built with musical instruments and stuff like that. And then something happened. He pride and stuff like that, he rebelled, and a third of the angels were cast down. So he thinks that we are the fallen angels, which is why we're suffering. But again, when I was asking questions about that, I was saying, let's just say that you're right. Let's just say we are the fallen angels. I don't know. I there's a few things which is just, it's just crazy to me. One, I only just got here. I'm 22. I came out of my mother's private area 22 years ago. I don't believe that I existed before that time. Even if I did, if your God is real, He hasn't gave me that prior knowledge. He didn't put that knowledge into my mind to let me know I did something wrong.
Yeah.
If I had a kid, I wouldn't punish my kid for doing. I wouldn't punish my kid for doing something. Like, I don't even know how to turn that into a scenario, because it's not. I can't make a real scenario about that. I can't just say, "Oh, you did something in your past life." I don't. That's why I'm punishing you now. That makes no literal sense. I mean, it makes no literal sense.
It's craziness. Was that your dad's logical argument?
Yes, literally. That's why, because he couldn't fathom that we're being punished for Adam and Eve. So he thought that we are the fallen angels. That's why this punishment and all this stuff makes sense. That's what he believes. He thinks that we did something spiritually. He thinks that we all are eternal, that we all always existed eternally in heaven, and we were deceived.
I mean, the simple response to that is where's the evidence for any of this? Like, cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
I did. And you know what? I did. I swear I did. And you know what he said? Like a lot of Christians do? Ask Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit gives you the right understanding,
and that's a non-answer. That's a thought-stopping cliche, right? Like, ask the Holy Spirit means you've asked a really good question. It reveals my argument to be bullshit. I don't know how to respond to it, so I'm going to say some words which make it seem like I've responded to it without me having to actually come up with a cogent response. That's what that is. Lean not on your own understanding. God's ways are higher. And all of these things are designed to stop people thinking critically, to stop people asking awkward questions, and to stop people engaging with reality when, in actual fact, what people want is for people to engage with superstition and mumbo jumbo. This is all nonsense. There's no reason to think that angels are a thing that exist. There's no reason to think that a God is a thing that exists. There's no reason to think that we are fallen anything. We are the products of billions of years of life evolving generation after generation after generation on this amazing little planet we find ourselves on. It's irrelevant in the bigger scheme of things. Like, the universe is such a massive, massive place. Trillions of stars, trillions of planets. And we're just the life that happened to evolve on this one. And our story is magnificent. It's incredible. The fact that we're even here at all is amazing. And yet we have the explanations for it. We understand how biological evolution works. We understand how many hundreds of thousands of generations it took of slow, gradual process and progress from really, really simple origins of just like replicating molecules, right, to get to multicellular life forms, to get to mammals, to get to hominids, to get to apes, to get to Homo erectus, to get to humans. Like, our story is amazing enough already, and it's cheapened and diminished and made tacky by these silly religious narratives about burning bushes and angels and talking donkeys. You're better than this. We are better than this, and you don't need it.
In the last thing I'm going to say, and again, I don't want to take too much of your time. The last thing I'm going to say is I brought up, scientific, facts, but he just consists that the world will never know. Like, I brought up the fact that dinosaurs are actually existed, and since dinosaurs actually existed, means that the world has existed for billions of years, which totally contradicts or totally just goes against what Christians believe, how long we've been here for. And when it comes to just scientific tools and stuff like that, he just insists that, hey, we got it wrong.
he's just ill-informed. Yeah. So whenever I hear someone making those kind of arguments, in my head, I picture someone waving a flag that says, I am scientifically illiterate. And I don't mean to speak disrespectfully about your father. I'm sure he's a wonderful person. But wonderful people also can be very, very ignorant about stuff, particularly if they have been indoctrinated into these systems too, right? They are also victims and are lacking the knowledge that they might need to see it more broadly. He's possibly...
I mean, hey, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, bro, like, don't say sorry. Don't say sorry, man. I know that's my father, but I have learned a whole new him last night. Again, him thinking that we're eternal beings, trying to judge anything that God did is not going to go well, because he says that we don't have the right to judge anything because we're not God. He says anytime I say anything's good or bad, he says according to me, which means humans. Which means, again, like I brought up the scenarios of rape, killing, stuff like that, and I said, so this is God's allowed this to happen. If your God is real, he's allowing all this stuff to happen. Everything that could possibly happen that's been happening, all the horrible stuff, even natural disasters uncaused by human hands, viruses and bacteria that's just existed, that won't go away. There's no cure for it, that kills people.
Yeah.
Everything. And he's all like, yep. I said that's bad. He's all like, says you. And I said, wow. Your God allows that. And I said, so if your God allows it, he must not think it's bad, or maybe it's not bad enough to just get rid of it. Maybe he's allowing it. It's okay. He's like, yep, it's God's plan. God's plan is good.
It's such an easy thing to just say, oh, children with leukemia, God's plan. I've got a comment. One of the comments that I've been collecting is about this. I'll read it shortly. It's such an easy thing to say. God's plan is that it must involve children dying agonizing deaths. Well, really, is God that inept that the only way he could get his plan to work is with that much suffering? A better God could have achieved the same plan without the suffering, right? So what does it say about God that he chose the suffering? These arguments don't work. And the final thing I want to leave you on, before I get my next guest in, who's going to be Alexander Magnus on TikTok, is that religious people always have a response for everything. There is always a response. You're very rarely going to make an argument or make a point and they say, you know what, I have nothing to say in return to that. That's very rare that happens. But having a response is not the same thing as having a good response. It's not the same thing as having an acceptable response, a sufficient response. And if you really pay attention to the arguments that come back, you're making all the right points. Manny, you are saying all the same things I would be saying. This is why I say so confidently you're on the right track. We can all see what's going on here. You're too smart and too together and too awesome to let this stuff drag you back into a bog of superstitious claptrap. It's not going to happen. So you're on this train now. Keep on going. And what I was going to say is, like, when you make all of these points, what you're going to notice is you get a response back, but it's never going to be a good response. It's just going to be a response. It's going to be some words that someone said. And then when you reflect on it, you'll realize they just said words, but it wasn't a good enough response. Like, oh, it's God's plan. And then they get to feel like they've battered your objection away, like they've addressed it. They haven't. It's BS.
That's literally what happened. That's literally what caused me to join this live. I'm all like, yo, John's live. I gotta talk to him about this.
Yeah, and use this, man. That's what this community is for. It's for propping people up who just need a little bit of help along the way. Just a little bit of support, a little bit of a sanity check to say, you got this, you're okay, you're doing fine. Yes, you're going to have doubts. Yes, you're going to feel nervous. Yes, you're going to feel days when you're like, am I screwing this up? Am I making a mistake? Everyone feels that. Everyone who's been on this journey has experienced what you're experiencing now. But you're doing fine. You're doing it well. And please, please come back. We're all rooting for you so much, Manny. Come back and just let us know how you're doing, and hit me up if you need anything. That's all.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to go back to the YouTube side. I appreciate you so much for taking your time to listen to me.
Pleasure, man. Pleasure. Big love to you, my friend. Take it
Big
easy.
Love. Peace.
Take care, buddy. Thanks. What an absolutely stupendous young man that is. I sound like an old person. Right? What a nice young man. But he really is. Big up, Manny. I'm not worrying about him. I want to know that he's okay, and I want him to check in, and I'm definitely going to be thinking about you, Manny. But yeah, if my son turns out to be as like mentally well put together as Manny, then I will feel like I've done a good job as a parent. What a fantastic guy. Okay, we're going to, as promised, get Alexander in now, and then we've got my very, very, very good friend T lining up after that. So, bringing Alexander in.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. No, I disagree with you, and I'm pretty sure you disagree with me too. I'm not really looking for a debate because, well, I'm not going to change my mind, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to change yours either.
Right? Sure, we can have a discussion about it. I just want to make sure that that the audio is okay, because we were sort of losing you a little bit. Are you in a place where you've got a good signal?
Yeah, I'm in a good place right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it seems to have settled a bit now. Okay, and that's good. It was a little bit in and out, but it seems to have settled a little bit. So, if I understand you rightly, you said you do believe, but you don't think that you will change my mind or I will change your mind. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely all right, and there's nothing really wrong with it.
Yeah, these kind of conversations very rarely end with someone having changed somebody else's mind, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's no value to them, because it means we get to explore the space of ideas, and maybe I get a bit more of an understanding about what your reasons for belief are, and maybe I am able to give you a bit more of an understanding about why I don't necessarily accept those things, and maybe people listening can learn something one way or the other, right? Maybe they'll learn that I make rubbish arguments, or maybe they might learn that I can address some arguments they've heard before in a way they may not have heard before. So what would you say? Well, first of all, let me ask you, which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. I believe in Jesus Christ, and
okay,
I think historical. There's a bit of historical proof now. Some of it is up to interpretation and up to faith for the rest of my faith to pretty much carry that. So.
Right. So it's like the evidence gets you so far, it doesn't get you quite there, and then you do a little agreement with yourself to be convinced by it anyway, despite the fact there's some gaps in the evidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that it's pretty much faith.
Yeah. I mean, I speak about this. I have a chapter about faith in my book on belief, and I don't think that faith is really believing. I think that faith is what you do in lieu of believing. It's a kind of agreement you make with yourself to kind of act as if you do really believe. Because if you're really convinced of something, you don't need faith. Like I don't have faith that my house isn't going to fall down. I know it's well built, and I'm sufficiently convinced by the evidence of how well built it is that I don't think it's going to fall down. Now, I could be wrong. I admit that I might be wrong about that. But to me, faith is that thing where you don't have quite enough there to really convince you. So you just go, well, I'm just going to sort of act as if I did, like a bridge, like a kind of mental bridge from where you are to where you want to be. And you roll out the bridge yourself and then walk across it. But what do you think is the strongest argument for the Christian God being true?
I think we have to look back at the Gospels. We could look at the Gospels. We could look at the life of the apostles as well. After the Bible was written, it was said, and you can take it with a grain of salt. Anything historical, take it with a grain of salt, because the winners, or not even the winners, but the people writing it obviously have their own biases, right? But I'm pretty sure like the commitment the early Christians had when they died for the faith. There are multiple accounts of Christians standing up about their faith, standing up.
Sorry to interrupt you, Alexander. Unfortunately, we're still having issues with the audio. What's happening is you're speaking normally, and then as you speak, you kind of get really muffled, and then it comes back again like that. Oh, yeah. Is that anything your end that you could do something about? Because it's a shame we're sort of losing every few words.
It is a huge shame. Maybe the microphone might not be good, so maybe I just have to speak up. Are you hearing me a bit better?
Yeah, it isn't that you need to speak loudly. It's a slightly strange thing is that you sort of every few words gets a little bit muffled. Not even necessarily quieter, but just kind of less clear. I mean, we can try and work with it. I was just wondering if it was anything you could do something about. If not, we'll work with it. But yeah, it's sort of like you're speaking clearly like this, and then like that, and then you come back again like that. So that's what's going on right now.
I bought myself some cheap headphones, so.
Okay. Well, we'll make the best of it we can. So, if I understand you rightly, what you said is your best evidence that it got. I didn't hear I couldn't make out what you said then. Say that again.
The commitment of the early Christians.
Yeah. Okay. So the commitment of the early Christians is not, in my view, why would that be evidence for the existence of a God? Isn't it just evidence for the existence of people who were very devoted to the little cult the little cult that they'd started, or the little religious group that they'd started? They were very convinced of the things they believed, as are many cults. I mean, look at the David Koresh and all of that lot, all willing to die for their beliefs. There have been cults all the way through human history who are willing to die for their beliefs. There were people who were willing to fly planes into buildings in New York who were willing to die for their beliefs. Does that make them true? Isn't it just evidence that people believed a thing?
It's not just evidence. I would say Christianity also played a huge role in the, with the culture in the West as well, and that's not the reason why I believe, by the way.
Yeah, let's try and stick to the reasons why you think this stuff is true, because yes, Christianity was very influential in the West for many years, and in some places still is, but it could be false, and that could still be the case. So let's discard that. Let's go back to why you think this. Because look, we're being asked to believe something absolutely preposterous here. We're being asked to believe that the entire universe was created by a carpenter from the Middle East. That's the claim. Who died and then magically came back to life, whizzed about for a bit, seeing people, and then flew up into the sky to be with his father, who's also himself, who also impregnated his own mother. That's the claim, right? Now, you better have, or one better have, some really, 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 really good evidence if one is going to make a claim like that, because on the face of it, it's so completely preposterous, right? It's such a load of absolute nonsense when you hear it spoken that in order to think it's true, the evidence for it must be of an extraordinarily high caliber and level, right? This concept you've heard, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And so then we look at the evidence that we have for this, and is it extraordinary? Well, I don't think it is. We have 0 eyewitnesses. We have stories about Jesus' resurrection being spread for decades by word of mouth. Yes, you've got the letters from Paul, but Paul didn't see anything. Paul wasn't there. Paul didn't even know Jesus. He just had a vision on a road. So this is a man who had a vision. Then we have nothing written down for decades in a massively superstitious culture where every person left, right, and center was a Messiah or being resurrected. Many, many stories of people who claim to be messiahs and many stories of people who claim to be resurrected. None of this is extraordinary. What's extraordinary is it just caught on. It just happened to catch on, and it happened to be, adopted in the 4th century by Constantine. If that hadn't happened, it would have died away like so many other cults of the time did. So I don't see how that kind of evidence rises to the level that we would need to believe these crazy claims? Explain to me what I'm getting wrong there.
Well, I'm going to have to admit you got everything quite right there. I would say the way you describe the Trinity is a bit less on point, because it's hard to explain the Trinity. It's hard to even imagine the Trinity, because the divine is something hard to imagine as a human being. So,
well, the reason it's hard to describe the Trinity is because the Trinity is a logically incoherent concept. So to me, the Trinity is it would be like if I said, I have a five-sided triangle, but it's really hard to describe it. It would say, well, it doesn't make sense. And the reason it's hard to describe it is because it doesn't make sense. The Trinity doesn't make sense. And it's not because it's so deep. It's not because it's that deep and profound. And, we just don't have the understanding of this profound thing. It's because it's kind of nonsense.
Isn't the idea of a God also, in a way, nonsensical as well?
Yeah, I do think it's nonsensical. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, depending on how you define the God, right? So there might be some concepts of a God which could exist, but the God, like the triomni God, who's all powerful, all knowing, and all good, that can't exist.
Well, as I said, my faith is not going to pretty much change. I mean, if that's how you view it, I can't really argue it. I'm kind of young in Christianity, and because I just got into it. It has very good philosophy, very good teaching. I would say the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Unfortunately, we're having the problems with the audio again, and we're only getting kind of a couple of every few words. So maybe we'll draw a line there, Alexander. But maybe have a think about what I said about extraordinary claims needing extraordinary evidence, and have a real think about whether you think the evidence of these stories written down in a Bible, decades after it happened, by superstitious people in a really superstitious pre-scientific culture, are extraordinary evidence. Because I think the evidence is pretty crappy for what we're being asked to accept here. So have a think on that. And if you think I've got something wrong, come back another time. We'll keep on talking about it. But we'll need to have a slightly better audio connection, because it was a shame we were missing about half of what you said.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure to have I'll be prepared as well. So I wasn't really.
Well, you're very welcome to come back anytime, and we'll pick it up from there.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care, friend. Take care. Bye bye. Okay, that was Alexander. Nice guy. Okay, we are going to bring in Petra in just a moment, but we have to speak to T first. So Petra, please hold fire in the TikTok queue. We'll get to you next, but I do have to bring in my very dear friend and God of the world that is our Discord, T. T, are you there, my friend? Hopefully. T, are you there? Oh, I can't hear T. We really want to talk to T as well. I want to know how T's mom's doing, because she's not been too well. T, can you hear me, buddy? Nope. Not happening. Okay, I'm going to drop you down because you can't hear me. I'm going to do one more thing to just see. Before we give up on that, I'm going to try one more quick move just to see if this works. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to refresh that and start that. I'm going to basically just rejoining the video thing myself, because this did work last time to get people hearing on there. There we go. And like that. Okay. Let's go. T, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how are you? It did work.
I'm good. Praise Puff and his prophet John. Puff's breath be upon him.
May you be reflected in his scales. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call in and say thank you to everyone, the YouTube community and the Discord community, especially because you've all been quite a big support system for me during this last month with my mom going through what she's going through. And I appreciate all of you.
Big up, everyone. Big up, everyone. We love you, T, and we are all grateful to you for putting the community together. No one has done as much as you have to enable this community by building the Discord. Excuse me, and creating a space where people can come together and provide that support for each other, for you, for whoever needs it. It's absolutely brilliant. So how's your mom doing? Is any change? Is she doing okay? Any news there?
Well, she had surgery. Oh God, I can't even remember anymore. A couple days ago. She's still coming out of the anesthesia.
Right.
I guess older folks, it takes a little bit longer for.
Yeah, it does.
She's out of it. She's awake, but she's still a little confused because of the anesthesia. But yeah, she's been talking gibberish and nonsense a little bit sometimes, but she knows where she is, and she knows who I am. I mean, she sometimes knows where she is. Sometimes she thinks she's at Walmart or somewhere else. She thought she was abducted. She asked me what the police. She said, "What are the police saying?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What are the police saying?" She said, "About me being taken from my home." Like, you weren't abducted, Mom. You fell, and we brought you to the hospital. So yeah, the anesthesia's still being tricky, but they've moved her legs. Today, the therapist came in, and they moved her right leg, which is the one that was affected, and she didn't scream and cry so that taking this route must have really been a relief for her. And they don't have her on strong pain medicines. They have her on ACE pain medicine, but it's not like knock you out kind of pain medicine.
Yeah.
And they had her on morphine and a couple other ones at the same time when this was happening.
It's heavy.
So,
it's
yeah,
heavy. It's heavy stuff for elderly people who are a little frail anyway. So it sounds like a really stressful time for you. Do you have people around you there who can kind of help you bear the burden of this?
Well, my brother lives a couple hours away. He came up to go to the hospital for the surgery, and he came up the day after. And he's been taking care of. I kind of keep him updated, and he's taking care of calling like my uncle and whatnot, because I mean I pretty much got enough going on. I mean,
yeah, of course, yeah.
But you sound like you're getting sick, John.
No, I get hay fever. So when the hay fever comes, it makes me cough. So I have to keep on turning my microphone down, otherwise I'm going to cough in the mic, and you won't thank me for it. So no, I'm not sick. I'm in wonderful health. It's just annoyingly I get hay fever. So
where's our Holy Spirit Sean at? Sean
is on his way back from a trip away. So he's driving back. He did say to me that if he could get back in time, he would be in for maybe the second half. So if he gets home in time, he'll suddenly pop up and appear. But otherwise, we cope and we miss him and we love him, and then we'll pick up when he's around next. So all good.
But I'll get off here. I want to come up and vocally thank everyone. I didn't want to do it through messages or anything like that. I mean, the community on Discord's really been a big help, and I'm glad to see that they're actually in there supporting each other too. I mean, I'm watching the chats and stuff, and they're supporting each other, and I think that's really great. So,
well, you made that happen, dude.
You've made something happen here too.
Oh, well, thank you, T, and yeah, you're the best. We really, really, really appreciate you. So thank you.
But yeah, go ahead and I'll go ahead and drop, and I'll watch you from the beginning as usual.
we got some goodies in tonight.
Later.
All right, buddy. Keep well, T. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. We had Petra in the TikTok queue. Petra, if you'd like to request up again, I'd love to talk to you. So just the queue's empty right now. If you hit request, you'll come straight in. You'll slide immediately into the room, and you'll be here within moments, and we'll have a good old chat, a good old natter. And if you don't want to do that, that's also fine. I have more amusing comments to share with you. So we'll see if Petra is there. It looks like not at the moment. So, okay, that's completely fine too. We are going to take a super chat from my very good friend, Liberty Giblets, who says, the coolest questions my kids ever asked me were the ones I had to say, I don't know, let's try to find out. Right, that's exactly it. And I think that's wonderful. And I think it's a fantastic thing to model for children as a parent, is to say, I don't know. We don't have to have the answers to everything. I don't know. And stoke that fire of curiosity. And let's try and find out. And maybe we will, and maybe we won't. And either way is a learning. So I think that's brilliant. I completely agree. It is awesome when that happens. Let's take T off there. Brilliant. Okay, so more fun comments to share with you. Let's have. Where is it? There was a particular one that I did want to share with you. It's quite powerful. Right, it's this one. Okay, so this one comes from Flamenco. Looks like sorry, Flame. I can't read it now. Flame Column. Forgive me, my reading is not good today. And they say, babies with brain tumors. That's all you need to say. Original sin, free will, grand design, omnipotence, love, grace, redemption. All of these silly assertions crumble like a stale biscuit when confronted with that simple 4-word phrase. The most ardent and nimble-minded theologian on earth cannot convincingly and cogently respond to babies with brain tumors. I'm a physician who has worked in pediatric oncology, or in a pediatric oncology ward. The suffering of an infant with a malignant brain tumor is surpassed only by the suffering of its parents. I've seen parents reduced to near catatonic agony as they watch their baby scream, vomit, and go blind, etc. But please, tell me more about God's grand design and all-encompassing love. So that's hard to hear. It's hard to read, but I did think it was a super powerful comment. And again, it just brings me back to how asinine it is. And I wonder if Manny's listening, how asinine it is when people talk about God's plan. That God's plan needs to involve this. God's plan couldn't work without this. These children had to go through this agony. The parents have to go through this agony that they'll never, ever recover from. I'm not convinced about that at all. Okay. I didn't mean to bring the mood down. I just thought it was a beautifully worded, very, very, very powerful statement there. And I wanted to share it with you. They're not all that depressing, I promise. Let's bring in Luca and see what Luca is saying.
Yo.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. And you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Not sure we've spoken before.
No, we haven't.
I don't think we have, but you're very welcome. What's your view on this? Why should we believe in
Actually,
a
I'm
God?
not religious either. I'm not
Okay.
religious at all.
Cool.
I just wanted to say something.
Sure.
Maybe somebody in the comments can answer, because there's 130 people in this live, and I'm sure there's a lot of Christians that are probably fuming, like just looking at you. But I wanted to ask if God's main will, or what he really wants, because they'll never say he needs, he just wants this. He wants people to follow him, right? He wants people's love.
Apparently.
So why can't he just make himself easier to be proven, right? Why is it that if I threw 5 die right now, I say, God, if you exist, just give me 5 6s and I'll believe in you? He doesn't do that.
Yep.
It's just, if a God existed and he did want to have a relationship with people, he would definitely make himself more obvious so people would actually follow him. That's all I want to say. I want to see if anybody has an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if the answers were something along the lines of, if he made himself too obvious, then you wouldn't have faith to believe in him, and you need to have the faith, and that's the thing you need. In other words, if he gives you, proof of his existence, and he exists, then you haven't passed the silly psychological game that he needs you to pass in order to know that you love him freely, or some nonsense like that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just so annoying, because it's really, the whole religion can be refuted by such basic arguments, yet they always come up with something that makes it sound like, no, there's another, like, more intuitive reason for that. But there really isn't. If God was all good and all knowing, then we wouldn't exist. We simply wouldn't, because there's so much more suffering than joy in this world.
Yeah, I mean, that might be true, but I certainly think if there is a God, then God must be quite a sadist, because if there's an all-powerful God, there is simply too much suffering in the world to be explained by it needing to be there, unless the God is pretty incompetent and not very powerful. So, yeah, I agree with you. You're not going to get a cogent response to the question, but I congratulate you for asking it nonetheless.
Thank you. I didn't see anybody in the comments say anything about it yet, though. Maybe they did. I just didn't read it. But I appreciate you.
Thanks, Luca. Appreciate your call. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Bye. Okay. And we're going to bring in rabbinic reasoning. Welcome in, rabbinic reasoning. Are you there? Hi.
How are you doing?
Yeah, very well indeed. How are you?
Good. So I would say, right, I affirm God to be real, right? Because God revealed himself in a way where it was very clear and obvious that he exists, right? And I would say that would be the Sinai revelation, right? And because we can prove that the Sinai revelation took place to tens of thousands of reliable transmitters that have all transmitted the event till now, I affirm it to be true. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, human history is full of supposed religious miracles witnessed by large numbers of people that then all claim that those occurrences prove their particular God is real and all the others aren't. Why is that one count and all the other ones don't?
Right, so the other ones are not the same as Judaism, and it's very obvious because, for example, I'll just give you a couple examples of religions, like, for example, Islam, right? You have one person who is Prophet Muhammad, right, who attests to receive a revelation and then gives it to thousands of people that all then transmit that revelation that Muhammad attests to, right? In Christianity, you have Jesus and the 12 apostles and Paul, that all attest to receiving the information from Jesus, right? This is 13 people, right? In Judaism, you have a national revelation, right? Where tens of thousands of people, and specifically sages, are all witnessing the event take place and transmitting it in a very sound way with a high level of criteria, right? So this is very different from any other religion.
Well, that's the story, isn't it? But we don't actually know that happened.
So can I give you the evidence it did?
Sure.
Okay, great. Tens of thousands of sages attest today to receiving the Masorah, which is the transmission of the Torah and the national revelation at Sinai, from the previous generation, recounting the previous generation's numbers in the tens of thousands, and also receiving from these tens of thousands of sages that this process of generational transmission through recounting the number in the tens of thousands has always been so since Sinai. For this to be false, it entails two possible options. Either A, an entire generation of sages fabricated the tradition, which is irrational, or B, an entire generation of sages fell into error in its transmission, which is also irrational and improbable. Go ahead and deal with the argument.
Yeah, why? I mean, look, human history is full of people believing bullshit. It's the one thing that humans reliably do for as long as there have been humans. People believe bullshit. It's just a thing that we do. It probably happens as a result of the fact that we evolved to be pattern-seeking creatures, right? Because pattern-seeking creatures have a survival advantage. They're able to figure stuff out about the real world, and the apparatus between our ears that enables us to do that also leaves us vulnerable to seeing patterns when they aren't there, and drawing false conclusions, and also trying to see agency in nature. So throughout human history, we have human beings believing things that aren't true. And sometimes those things happen in small numbers, and sometimes those things happen in huge numbers. And the idea here that it's not conceivable that false ideas could have been spread through large numbers of sages over many populations is patent nonsense, because false ideas get spread all the time. Yeah, sure.
Right. So it would be irrational for two reasons. Number one, the criteria of a sage, which is being observed to have an extremely high level of righteousness and intelligence.
Irrelevant.
Right?
Irrelevant.
So again,
it's just irrelevant.
Again, let me explain why it's relevant.
Okay.
And the second thing would be the number of sages, which decreases the probability of fabrication or falling into error. Now, when you're saying it's irrelevant, I would completely disagree with this, right? When we're talking about epistemological standards for reliable transmitters, these are the two most fundamental things, right? So if I were to ask you, for example, do you trust anyone in your life?
Yeah, this is hang on a second. This is word games, right? Yes, I trust people in my life, but
stop. Why do you trust them? Stop.
I trust people in my life who have proven themselves to be trustworthy. But people who have hang on. But people who have proven themselves to be trustworthy are not immune to making mistakes, and the trust that I give them doesn't extend to calling zero the possibility that they may have taken something to be true in error. And your argument amounts to lots of people who seemed to be stand-up guys who seem to be more than averagely intelligent have believed a certain thing that their tradition passes on, and because it's happened with lots of them, it forms some kind of cumulative probabilistic case. But the thing that you're accumulating there is lots of poor evidence. Lots of poor evidence added together doesn't make good evidence.
Right. So first of all, I want to address a couple of things you said. You're conflating possibility with probability, right? I'm not saying that it's not possible that they could have fabricated it or fallen into error, right? But like anything is possible, right? We don't argue through possibility. It's possible right now a God exists. It's possible we all live in a giant brain, right? We don't go by possibility. We go by probability and evidence, right? And you're saying there's not a lot of evidence. I would say the national testimony is the evidence, because the national testimony has an improbability of fabrication or falling into error in its transmission. This is sufficient.
That's a claim.
Again.
That's
so
a claim.
If this is right, so let me substantiate it. Right? As I already said, because of the criteria of these sages and the amount of them, this makes it irrational. Right now, I'm going to get back to my point.
It doesn't. But I'm not going to. You're trying to hang on. You're trying to build an argument. And you're trying to say, I've now established this, I'm going to move to the next step, but I'm not accepting the first step. You have not established the thing that you're trying to establish, which is that a large number of people making claims that it's very, very improbable that those claims would be untrue because of how stand-up those people were.
It's not just the number, okay? It's the criteria of the people, right? If you had two people, for example, coming from Harvard University, for example, attesting to something in the field of law, and these are Harvard law students, you will probably listen to them, right? Because of their criteria that they've shown, right, through their intelligence, right? However, if those Harvard University students were known to be liars, then you would probably not trust what they're saying.
That's a terrible argument. They could be the top students of their students of their year. They could be the most highly accomplished academic people who have ever lived. If they started talking about talking donkeys and oceans parting, I would say that, yes, you're wonderful law students, you're probably mistaken about this, it sounds like bullshit.
Right.
And if you put together 10,000 of them or 1 million of them, you would just be accumulating lots of poor evidence that doesn't add up to be good evidence. It just adds up to be a greater amount of poor evidence.
Right. So you saying is not evidence that is not evidence. It is evidence, right? Testimony is evidence. Testimonial evidence is a form of evidence. Now, as I would say, if 10,000 Harvard law students all attest to witnessing something nationally, and they describe it in great detail, right? Because this is such a strong claim by tens of thousands of reliable transmitters, it would be rational to accept their testimony. Now, the point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to get at what is your standard for a reliable transmitter? Right?
I don't think about this in terms of a reliable transmitter. I think about it in terms of, is the evidence being presented commensurate with the claim being made? So if you tell me you had eggs for breakfast, I don't need to see the receipts because it's not a remarkable claim. If you tell me that you had eggs for breakfast and then flew down the street on a magic carpet, I'm going to need something more than just your word. And if you line up 5 of your buddies or 5 strangers who all attest to you having had eggs for breakfast, then I can be really confident you probably had eggs for breakfast. But if 5 of your bestest friends, your cleverest Harvard graduates, all tell me that they saw you flying down the street on a magic carpet, I don't care how reliable they are as transmitters. I'm going to call it a bullshit claim because my schema of the world doesn't include carpets flying, no matter how reliable the people are making the claim. And this is the defeater for your entire argument. Hang on. I don't care if it's 5 or 5,000. If 5,000 people, if 5,000 people claim you flew down the street on a magic carpet, I'm going to just go like, wow, what a great illusionist, right? Because it's a huge claim to make.
Right, so you just affirmed an irrational assumption. By doing so, what you have made it is that you cannot trust anyone in your life because it is much more likely, for example, your doctor poisoned your medicine and made an intentional way to kill you, or your doctor fell into error in developing the medicine that could kill you, then tens of thousands of reliable sages would fabricate a tradition collectively. Right?
I didn't say they fabricated it.
Or fell into error. Remember, I said the doctor with the medicine making a mistake. It is much more likely your doctor makes a mistake with his medicine that ends up killing you than tens of thousands of sages that are all observed to have an extremely high level of righteousness and intelligence would fall into error.
I don't know if that's true because I don't know what the hang on. I don't know what the chances are of doctors making mistakes. I think doctors make mistakes that kill people all the time. It's a thing that happens. It's part of the risk of life.
Why do you trust your doctor?
Part of the risk of life is that you have to take.
So why do you trust him?
It's okay. It's all right. You have to take risks sometimes. So if my doctor gives me medicine, I don't ascribe the probability of the medicine killing me as being 0, right? I think it's low because my doctor has. I know you didn't. I know. I'm answering your question. Just relax. I'm answering your question. So I ascribe the probability as being low because my doctor is competent, and that I know that statistically speaking, the chances of being killed by the medicine your doctor prescribes you are so low. Although they're not 0, they're so low that the risk of ignoring the medical advice is a higher risk, and that's why I do it.
Because he's competent. Right? He's competent, right?
That's why I do it. But if my doctor tells me that taking these pills is going to give me wings and make me fly, then I discount it, no matter how reliable I think my doctor is as a transmitter. And that the thing that you're failing to price in here is the actual claims. Right? If the thousands of reliable, lovely, stand-up, clever sages over the generations were making mundane claims, then I would be more amenable to accepting them because in the equation of extraordinary claims and extraordinary evidence, the one side of the ledger wouldn't be quite so heavy, right? They wouldn't be asking me to, for example, disregard everything I think about the laws of physics or biology or or the age of the earth,
that's not the claim. It's not the claim of the sages, right? This is you just adding on to the claim.
Well,
right? So again,
hang on. It kind of is because we're talking about, depending on exactly what your specific religious beliefs are. We're talking about a God who does miracles, a God who parts oceans, a God who makes women out of the ribs of men. These are ludicrous claims. Now, I don't know how many of them you stick to. I don't know how literalistic you are, right? But I'm saying the kinds of things that I discount, there's no number of reliable sages that is going to be sufficient to persuade me that a woman was made in a special magic garden from the rib of a man.
So let me address this, right? So, for example, if your mother told you she saw a UFO, right? Would you believe her?
Yes.
Oh, you would?
Yeah. If she tells me she saw something in the sky and she couldn't identify it, I would believe her.
That's not what I said. I said like a UFO, right? Like, I'll give you a better descriptive example. Your mother comes to you. She claims she saw a UFO. Out of the UFO came an alien and took her into the ship to like observe technology.
I think she was delusional.
Thank you. Okay, right? Because the claim is so drastic and so dramatic that you would say, okay, my mother is saying this, even though I observe my mother to have a specific level of criteria, she's probably either made a mistake or something, right? However, if 10,000 people came with your mother that were all observed to have an extremely high level of intelligence and righteousness, right? Let's say you have a bunch of PhDs in that field that are all observed to have a very high level of righteousness and intelligence, and they all claim nationally with your mother to say that we all observed this event take place and describe it in great detail, you would have to accept it because the testimony is so strong.
But we don't have 10,000 eyewitnesses to any of this. We have the word handed down over generations in a culture full of storytelling over pre-scientific years. Of course we do. Of course,
if you were going to say it was not tens of thousands, hold on a second. If you were going to say it was not tens of thousands at Sinai, right, then you fall into two possible options. Either A, tens of thousands of sages in one of these generations misverified the number of sages, right, or misverified the fact that they were sages, which are both irrational assumptions considering the criteria of a sage. Okay, so you've yet to
I don't know. I'm
I'm
minded of David Hume on miracles, who said that it's only rational to believe a miracle if the falseness of the miracle would be a greater miracle. So in this example, I think that there are more parsimonious explanations for how these stories could be passed down over many generations, which don't involve the stories actually being true.
Right.
And
so give me an explanation that's not irrational. Go ahead.
Well, the explanation would be that people make up stories, or they pass them on wrong, or they embellish them over time. And you just going, they were all stand-up guys, they were really smart and really reliable, is just special pleading. It's you trying to say that the normal epistemic standards that we would apply to most things in life shouldn't be applied to these stories. And I guess maybe it's time to get specific here about what specifically you are holding to be true, right? I mean, let me ask you some questions now about what your beliefs actually are.
No, you're yet to address the argument, right? So again, if you're going to say,
I'm addressing it.
I'm addressing choose an option, right. So what happened with these sages? Go ahead. What happened?
Well, I've already answered that. Rewind the tape. I said I don't. First of all, I don't have to give you an account for what happened in order to say I don't find their testimonies and their accounts reliable. It doesn't then fall on me to disprove it and come up with what happened. That's not how the burden of proof works.
Are you saying that either A, fell into error in the transmission of this event, or B, they made it up? Which one is it? Right? It has to be those two.
I don't know.
Okay, but are you saying it's one of those? Let's say it has to be either one.
Probably. I'm entitled to say. Hang on. Slow down.
Rational assumption.
So you keep on saying.
An improbable, irrational assumption.
So you keep on saying. So you keep on saying, but you just simply declaring it irrational doesn't make it irrational. You're just voicing the fact that you personally don't like it. That's fine.
No.
But there's
you think it's rational for tens of thousands? And just to clarify, you think?
Relax.
Okay, wait, you think it's rational for tens of thousands of reliable sages that all have an observed extreme high level of intelligence and righteousness to fabricate
to make mistakes
collectively?
Yes, I think it happens. Yes, it happens throughout human history that stories are passed down.
You can't trust anyone in your life.
This is the Okay. This is the he's dropped out. Okay. Well, this is the word games that we're playing. Is that if I'm not willing to accept that these stories are passed down over sages, over many generations, and everyone who passed on was involved in the passing on of these stories about a magical being who created everything, was a really stand-up guy and was a super reliable transmitter. If I'm not prepared to accept that, it follows then that I must not trust anyone in my life. I don't know if you guys think that's a good argument, but it sounds pretty rubbish to me, I have to say. That does not sound like a compelling argument to me in the slightest. So, unfortunately, I think that rabbinic reasoning did some rabbinic poor reasoning. I'm going to lock the vote there. We had 11 votes there, and that's not looking great. That's come in at 16. I don't think he was a troll. That's come in the troll quadrant, but I can see why that scored a 16. That's not looking great. Okay. Let us move on from that, and we are going to get our next guest in. This looks like it's going to be Edvard M. I believe is a friendly. Edvard, are you there? He said, hoping that the audio routes through.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thanks. I was last time here as Ed, which I hope people will call me my friends at least. I tried to calm down after the previous call.
Sure.
I'm trying to make 2 points. So, first off, Philbros often come with this complaint about our lack of absolute certainty. Nobody needs it. We trust logic, for example, especially predicate logic and propositional logic, because of trillions and trillions of computations every single day confirmed. I mean, I've been software engineer for 30 plus years. So I really trust it, but I don't on principle hold absolute certainty about anything. And that's why it makes my blood boil when I hear anyone say that, no, but you can found this on anything, or it's not like ultimate foundation or whatever, because nobody actually cares. What we care about is beyond reasonable doubt. And of course, it depends on the context. Context sometimes matters, not with the apologist corners, but
yeah,
you get the idea. So what else? So I think there's only, maybe it's worth saying that there is only one thing that I have pretty much absolute certainty on that is, cogito argument, or maybe like a friend who's also a philosopher, actual philosopher, says that I feel things, therefore I am, because even if your brain and that are simulated, that's still the kind of sense whether it's simulated or not. That's true.
Yeah.
I digress. Not go there. Second, and this I really try to not attack previous caller, for example, because he could be good smart guy in the end, but he's not there yet. So
yeah,
Kurt Gödel, really famous mathematician. I guess he was actually a Christian because he tried to make this improved version of ontological argument. I read it, I understand it. It's pretty heavy. And while I disagree with the end result of Gödel, I mean, first time I noticed issues, I couldn't believe it because I knew that this guy is like very smart, much smarter than me. Then I checked that, okay, is there this error? And then noticed from other publications that there were actually errors. Others that I didn't have noticed, and some that I had noticed.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, I think Gödel's argument is the best kind of intellectual argument for existence of God. It has issues, but he was really smart guy. And what I want to say to these Philbros, if you think you have a good idea, like transcendental argument is so bad, like I'm trying to make a service to you. Don't just don't use it. Please do better.
Yeah.
You need to do better than Gödel. Read that, understand it, and have some humility. If you think that something like, look at the trees, or, sorry, I'm kind of getting snarky here, or that you don't have like what the, sorry, I'm still kind of boiling. Dawkins uses to say, these are so obviously bad. I want you to make better arguments for all of us, because if you're right, I want to believe too. So
sure.
Trying to calm down. So
yeah,
thank you so much again.
Sure,
for taking the call. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Just relax and breathe. I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell the others. Just shh, it's all good. It's all fine.
I'll try. If I
all right,
only
friend.
had your patience, and I still admire it so much. You're doing
all good.
Almost said God's work, but yeah, that's for 30 years also.
Thank you, friend. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
All the best and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Edward. You too. Thank you, buddy. All the best. Bye-bye. Okay. That was Edvard. A little bit of issue with the audio there. Wasn't massively clear, but for anyone who didn't get it, he was basically just saying so many people in the debate space make these terrible arguments. They run tag and these silly kind of, they're like word game arguments, the typical sort of Philbro arguments. It's basically just appealing to them. Make better arguments. And I agree. I think so. They're pretty dreadful. So much of the time, they just feel like silly word games to me. Let's have a few super chats, and then I will read you some more comments, and then we'll see what's going on. Call queues are still empty right now. So if you fancy coming on up, now would be a good time. We have Bethos. Nice to see you. Rabbinic said, it is possible that God exists. Needs to define God and show it is possible. Just because something is not demonstrated yet to be impossible is not an argument that it is possible. I agree with that. The claim that something is possible is itself a claim that needs to be demonstrated, not just asserted and then automatically accepted. That's not his argument. There wasn't one I've heard before, but it struck me as just being completely asinine. I mean, there's a principle, which is if you have a small piece of bad evidence or a small piece of evidence which is insufficient to demonstrate a point, you don't get to make a cumulative argument by saying, well, we've got lots of these, and when you add together all the bad evidence, that equals good evidence. It just equals lots of bad evidence. And thousands of people handing on some sort of inherited wisdom doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that there's a tradition of handing on what you've been told and perpetuating it. And this works just as well for bullshit as it works for things that are true. So I thought it was a really strange argument. But yeah, absolutely, Bethos, you make the point well. You don't get to just declare that something's a possibility and then everyone has to accept it just because you said so and it hasn't been proven impossible. And No One Left Behind, again, thank you so much, has said, the Harvard students' analogy is their education isn't what makes their evidence good. It's the process of their conclusion, the peers who reviewed the evidence and its ability to be replicated accurately. Absolutely right. Otherwise, it's just, a sort of vague argument from authority or something. People in positions of, not power, but people in positions of perceived authority make mistakes and make bad arguments all the time. I'm reminded of Russell Targ and Harold Puthoff, who are the two. I think that they were they were physicists with a specialism, I believe, in lasers, and I can't remember what university they were at. Someone can look this up, but they were two PhDs that published or did research on Uri Geller, the Israeli self-acclaimed psychic spoon bender, who was just a charlatan, just someone who just bent spoons by bending them against literally a table when no one was looking, was how he did his whole thing. And they were completely bamboozled and fooled by him. And they wrote stuff up about him, which was then later shown to not be true. James Randi wrote a fantastic book about this. And here are two guys who would appear to have the credibility. There's your Harvard students right there. And they were just wrong. They were just wrong. And people can be wrong. And smart people can be wrong. And people with good intentions can be wrong. And then you throw in as well the historical context, the fact that these things are being said in cultures and times which are very superstitious and prone to supernatural narratives and things like that. It's not a surprise at all that these kind of stories can be spread, even by thousands. I find it a fairly laughable argument, actually. And Bethos says, vote to ban Philbro's ending with go ahead. Absolutely. Vote to ban that. It's quite funny, though. Go ahead. And then finally, Babs is back. 1,000 witnesses are overruled by one CCTV tape. Absolutely, Babs. And there are, the thing that he didn't engage with at all, by the way, was the fact that there are lots of other religious events witnessed by tens of thousands of people, apparently. I'm thinking about these, Catholic mass sightings of Our Lady of whatever it is and stuff. And okay, we have explanations for those too. But really, if he's going to apply standards of epistemology consistently, then he's going to have to accept all of those claims too, unless he says they're all unreliable transmitters, because his sages are just so much better and more powerful, and like superheroes have got better powers. I think it's all a bit silly myself. Anyway, let's bring in, it looks like Closet Sexual. Let's hope this doesn't get the stream taken down. An interesting name. Welcome in.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good. I am a agnostic atheist. So,
excellent.
I agree with most of what you said. I don't think I've actually disagreed with anything as of yet. But
there's still time. The night is young.
Yeah. I'm not going to say I 100% agree with every thought that you have.
I'm pleased.
So far. Yeah, I've been listening to your live for a while, and there was a few things that just like really irked me. There's that guy that was like, oh, you're not going to change either one of our minds.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind. And the reason I like that bothers me is like when you listen to people who have conversations like that, and this one was a prime example of that, is that you give arguments, right, of why you believe God's not right. For example, like you say something like, hey, this is not logical, right? And then you set out your argument on why you believe something's not logical at all. And then they get to that point where they get stuck and they can't explain like their side of things. And then they're like, oh, but what about, and then they just move on to the next topic. Yeah. And so you're like, no, hang on, let's bring it back. Let's go back to like what we were actually talking about.
Yeah.
And then they don't want to do it. They just want to just move on to the next point. And if you keep doing that, of course, you're never going to change your mind, because you're not tackling the problem. You know what I mean? Like, you just skip the problem.
Yeah.
Like for example, like God being evil. Like, they're like, oh no, God is only love, right? But then they'll also at the same time say God created everything. And so you say, well, nothing before God's creation, there was nothing there but God. And they're like, yeah, God created everything. So there was no evil before the creation, right? That's right. Well, logically, that would mean that if evil did not exist before God created it, he had to create it. Therefore, he is responsible for that evil. It's just like, it's logical. But then, of course, when it comes to logic, we apparently only have human logic, and we have to go by this logic that we don't have, God's logic,
which is nonsense, of course.
Not logical.
Complete
exactly.
nonsense. Yeah, complete. That's all just like, these are all just word games designed to create the appearance of having made a cogent argument without having to do the hard work of actually making one.
Yeah, or standing up to arguments that don't align with your beliefs, and not just like, I love a Christian that can actually say, I don't know.
Sure.
You don't run into very many of them.
Yeah.
They've all got that pre-recorded response a lot of the times that, why does God allow this to happen? Oh, free will. Oh, it's the man's fault. And it's like, hang on. Like, how does, like, your God is apparently got this ultimate plan, and he's got everything already known before you even come into any light of day. Like, if God knows everything that I'm going to do before I'm even created, of course it's going to be him, that is responsible for the things that I do. If he already knows before I'm born what I'm going to do, including blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, then I have no way around it in their eyes, because God knows everything. I can't make God wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, he's got to be responsible for it. And that's what I was going to say to that. That one good guest that you had? He had that question where he's like, do you ever, he was talking about his dad being the logical one.
Oh,
He's
Manny.
like, do you ever get that? Yeah. He's like, do you ever get that feeling that just sinks in, that what if it is real and I'm going to go to hell?
Yeah.
I got the perfect solution for him if he's still listening. Just use blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. That way,
you're done.
Just go all in. Just go all in. Use blasphemy against the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
That's the one sin that is unforgivable. You're going to go to hell regardless. And if you do it, that God knew you were going to do it before you did it. So, hey, you have no
solid advice.
Your hands are clean of it because God knew you were going to do it.
there will still be theological responses to that, to say that it only counts under certain circumstances, and this, yes, it's the unforgivable sin, but it's only unforgivable when other conditions are satisfied as well. And look, there's a sort of logic-free
and apparently
zone.
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, you can't blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, apparently. Like, I've told people, like Christians, that, and they're like, well, do you actually know what blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is? And I'm like, well, every Christian I've asked what blasphemy is, I've tried that. Like, I've tried calling him names, I've tried calling him everything, like, and it's like, well,
it's attributing the works of the Holy Spirit to Satan, apparently, something like that. But hey, I've done it quite a few times, but it hasn't stopped the proselytizers coming. So it doesn't make a difference.
One last thing before I go, this one gets on my nerves. They always do it. They're like, but there was always these witnesses. There's like 500 witnesses. Paul was talking about 500 witnesses. It's like, name one.
Yeah, of course.
One. Just
none
one.
of them are. It's someone saying that someone else said there were 500 witnesses. So it's all nonsense. And I think this is what I was trying to explain to Alexander earlier, who was he was trying to put a case forward, but when the claims you're making are that enormous, you're making claims about reality which would be so completely life-changing for everyone, and you're claiming essentially that magic is real. You're claiming that death doesn't mean death. You're claiming that people can come back to life, that people can walk on water, that all of these miracles can happen, that occasionally donkeys can speak Aramaic. A whole set of completely preposterous claims. You better come with pretty good evidence, and the evidence we have is hearsay at absolute best, second or third hand. It's all nonsense. It's laughable, really, that anyone still believes this stuff. But sadly, they do, and therefore we continue.
and I cannot stand when someone says that you can choose your beliefs.
Yeah,
Like,
they have to hold on to that, because once they admit that you can't, then the moral logic of punishing non-believers evaporates, and they're left holding a steaming pile of something awful. So they have to hold on to that, which is fascinating to me, completely fascinating, because it's so obviously true that you can't. But there we are.
Choosing your beliefs is gaslighting yourself. That's all it is. You're just gaslighting yourself.
And you can't do it. You can try. You can just you can pretend. But yeah.
Like they say, just say to yourself that God is real and that he's your savior. And it's like, okay, but if I don't actually believe that, like, it's not a belief, it's just me telling myself I believe. And that's not the same.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming up. Nice to talk to you. Appreciate it.
I love listening to you. Keep doing what you're doing. I love that you're so polite and you have the patience. And I love the fact that you're a true atheist. You know how Christians say, oh, they're not true Christians?
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I've got a thing with the atheists. There are true atheists, the ones that have never believed in a God, and then there's atheists like myself who were once gullible enough. Not my fault. I was young. I was gullible enough to believe in it because the people that I trusted told me these things.
Well, that's the normal way, but you're in the right place now. So thanks for coming up. It was nice to talk to you.
Awesome. You have a great day.
Keep well. And you. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. There we go. That was that. We did have Adam in the queue. Adam, if you'd like to come up, the queue is currently empty. So if you hit request, you'll be in 5 seconds. And if you no longer wish to do that, then that's absolutely fine. I will get on with other things. One of which will be reading this message from Tracy from T, who was up before. Sent a lovely, hearty, lovely thing. Thank you, Tracy. Back at you, my friend. You were absolutely awesome. I really appreciate that. That's so kind. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see. Has Adam come back up? No. Okay, so Adam doesn't want to come back in. That is fair enough. Let's see what else we've got. Not much there. Okay, well I'm gonna share some more. I'm going to share some more of our comments with you in that case. Let's have this one because it did make me chuckle as well. This comment should come up right now. This was from Peter, who came in earlier. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so quite interesting to read this comment after having had the discussion with Peter. So here's an interesting perspective. And Peter, if you're listening, forgive me for reading this comment after having had a very civil discussion with you, okay? But this shows you how different the tone of discourse can be when we're typing messages to when we're speaking to other human beings. So I think it's quite interesting. And I think you would agree that Peter and I had a very civilized discussion earlier about whether I'm doing a bad thing criticizing these religions and whether some religions do good things and whether it's okay to be criticizing them. So if I'm getting this right, I think Peter said, ha ha ha, none of you have any morals. This channel is the troll, not people who want to believe. John does not truly listen to the people he has on. He doesn't care about finding out the truth. It's not a huge mistake for anyone to defend what they believe, whether it be their family, the job, or the religion. If that religion has made the person a better person, what's the problem? Just because you don't believe in God doesn't give any of you the right to call someone a psychopath. I mean, there was talk of cutting off babies' toes, so who's the psychopath for coming up with that analogy, really? Now, just some clarity here and some context. This was in a response to the video I posted earlier where a chap came in trolling. He was basically a Christian, I think, or certainly a believer of some sort. He came in trolling and basically saying he's deconverting from Christianity. He's recently decided that he's deconverted, and now that he's deconverted, he's having lots of fun because he's realized he can now steal and hurt people. And so we got into a discussion. He was trying to make the point by lying about having deconverted and saying that he was sort of suggesting that having deconverted, that opened the door to being able to legitimately hurt people and steal and whatever. And we got into a discussion about can you have morality without God? And I asked him a simple question in that conversation. I don't know if you remember it. I said, if you saw a baby dying and you could pay 1 cent and you knew that paying 1 cent would save the baby's life, would you do it? And I asked the question to try to demonstrate the principle that actually, if you're motivated to care about the well-being of another, that's all you need as a basis for ethics. And so I asked him that question, and thinking he was being clever, he said no. He said, I wouldn't pay the 1 cent because now that I'm not a believer anymore, what do I care? So at that point I said, well, you're obviously a psychopath then, because a hallmark trait of psychopathy is really not caring about what happens to other people, how they feel, how your actions affect them. And to me, someone who says that they wouldn't pay 1 cent to save the life of a dying child immediately disqualifies themselves from any kind of discussion about ethics and shows them to be a psychopath, which is why I called him that. I would not routinely call someone a psychopath unless they really showed such a complete disregard for human suffering as he did, or as some guests do when they're talking about that they would join in with the God-ordered baby slaughters and stuff like that. So that was the context there. So anyway, I'm glad that I was able to have a discussion with Peter, but I thought I would share his comment anyway. And I think I might have said in response to this in the comments that I was going to do this. So Peter, I hope you don't mind me reading out your comment after we spoke. I'm glad we managed to have a civil conversation about it, and I think you managed to see a different perspective a little bit. At least I hope you did. So here's another one. This is from JLC 1975, who said under one of the videos in the comments, heaven is not a place, it's within the very center of what is God, as heaven is God. When you try to explain the mysteries of what can yet be proven, you cannot claim proof. It's amazing to watch your brain short-circuit in all your real-time argument, pointing out that heaven exists as your fundamental argument. You have not proven anything. You remain as blind as those that may claim to point to something greater. Thus you have not removed the plank from your eye, but claim the speck of sawdust in another is a mental short-circuit. So what would one call yours? A bolted fault. I tried to sort of decode this comment and tried to figure out exactly what they were saying, and it struck me as just a load of sort of poetic waffle to try and say that I shouldn't be criticizing beliefs and faith systems because I don't know for sure, or things aren't defined for sure, or there's a spectrum of ways that things could be interpreted, or people could understand different things by some of the terms or something like that. It was a little bit hard to tease out a meaning from this comment, and I wonder if that was by design, not by accident. But I think even if we can't all agree on exactly what every verse of every scripture in every faith tradition means, we can glean the overall messages. And it's the overall messages and the ones that are taken on board by millions of people, those are the ones I respond to. If you've got some really crazy, weird, idiosyncratic understanding of what all of this stuff means, and it doesn't really mean what it says it means, and good for you, that's wonderful. But that's not the understanding that most people have. Just look at the people who call into here saying, yes, affirming that I'm heading for hell, or we all are, or stuff like that. So those are the interpretations I'm engaging with, not these woolly poetic other ones that you seem to be alluding to here. At least that's how it seems. Okay, we've still got a few more of these. Call queues are still empty, so if you would like to come up, I would love to talk to you. TikTok queue is empty, and YouTube queue is empty. Also, if you are on the YouTube side, I really appreciate you being here. If you haven't liked the stream, that would be massively helpful. If you could take the time to give it a thumbs up on YouTube, that really, really helps to train the algorithm to push it out there to more people, and then we get greater numbers and more engagement, and that would be super helpful. And to all my friends on TikTok, thank you again for continuing to do the likey thing. I really appreciate that. Those hearts are flowing up, and that means a lot. So I really, really appreciate that. Big shout out to Christy, who's in the chat on TikTok. I'll be joining Christy tomorrow evening. In fact, Christy, do you want to come up and just have a quick little trail about this? I'm going to see if I can reach out and bring you in. Can I do it like that? No, I can't do it like that. Let's do it a different way. If you just request up for a minute, and we can have a quick chat about what you are doing on your channel and what we might be doing tomorrow. Where is it? I can't find you to invite you in. Where's Christy gone? Looking through the list of people, but I cannot find it to send a request. Can't find it right now. Well, I'll be joining Christy on her channel tomorrow evening to talk about getting on with people with different beliefs and not all fighting, and finding common ground and compassion and all of that good stuff. So that will happen tomorrow on Christy channel. I'm going to see if I can do this now and see if I can invite you in. There we go. I've sent you an invite. So you can come up and talk to us as well. Hopefully. Oh, can't talk. Was that? Maybe not. Maybe you're not able to. Okay. Well, if you're not able to, that's absolutely fine. But yeah, that's happening tomorrow. And I've now had a mental block about whether it was 10 p.m. my time or 10:30 p.m. my time. I see that you can't. Can you just remind me what time it was so I can let people know? 10:30. Thank you so much. So that's 5:30 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow on Chaos Christie's channel, and we'll be talking about being nice and making peace and trying to find common ground and not constantly falling into tribalism, which is what does seem to happen so much. Okay, I'm going to share another comment with you because we still don't have anyone wanting to come up and talk, so that's absolutely fine. Let's see what we got. I'm going to give you this one. This is from looks like Linamo. I can't quite read it, but anyway, it was a lovely comment which I thought to share. A Christian friend of mine loosely followed this path, trying to ask, why not just do whatever you want? This was again in the context of the discussion about ethics and whether you need a God for ethics. A Christian friend of mine loosely followed this path, trying to ask, why not just do whatever you want if you don't believe in a God? To which my answer was, I do whatever I want. I love and help people because I want to, and I don't want to do anything to hurt other people. And if you do naturally want to hurt other people, and only don't because you're afraid of judgment, then you need therapy, not religion. They just stood in silence. It's absolutely right. I just find these moral arguments asinine. I find them so silly, and we've had a couple today already. The idea that you can't be motivated to do the right thing by other people unless you think that the right thing has previously been defined by a magical being who lives in the sky, who's going to light you on fire if you fail to do it. It's nuts. How can anyone hold that view with a straight face? And yet so many people do. And they act like we're the crazy ones for going, look, just don't be a dick. It's not complicated. Just have some awareness of how your actions affect other people. And if you care at all about other people, then just try to make your actions improve other people's lives rather than make them worse. And if you really genuinely don't care about other people, well, then as I said to the same guy who came in the other day trolling, then you've disqualified yourself from having a discussion about ethics. Because if that's your starting point, that you just don't care about other people, then I'm not interested in what you think about ethics and how you derive rights and wrongs and stuff like that. I really just don't care. I've got my good friend Lacadian knocking on the door, so let's let's bring Lacadian in right now. Let's get rid of that off the screen. And how are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm wonderful too. Always great to have you up.
Oh, thank you for the gifts. I came up because I don't know if you've heard through the grapevines or if you, but I had a great visit the other day. Well, I shouldn't call it great. I enjoyed it, but I don't know that all of the audience did. Gary paid me a visit.
No way, did he?
Yes. So I saw him in the chat and I said that I wouldn't talk to him because of his past behavior. I was basing myself on that, and I said I don't really want to talk. And he requested and came up, and we had and I say this lightly, but a decent conversation.
No. Really?
For a little bit, he was civil. See, I've been running the topic, what is God's plan? And so I have different people who go with the grand plan, right? From salvation and all that for humanity, but some do the personal thing. And so I love to discuss about it because it breaks down really fast. Mm-hmm. But I let them talk. And he was quite. Some people were enjoying it, and some people were not. At the end, he really wanted me to accept his definition of God, and I just simply didn't, because I said I don't have any concept of God. Everybody that comes to me with this book, the God in this book, have a different version of this God. Mm-hmm. So I need to know your version. And he was like, well, we need to agree. I don't agree. Tell me what your... So, because I wouldn't agree to his definition of God, he left on his own. I didn't have to mute him or...
So he stormed out because you wouldn't agree to his definition.
Yeah, he said we wouldn't be able to continue the conversation unless I agreed to his definition. And I was like, I don't know your definition. I can't agree that that's what the God is.
That's kind of what he does.
Said, if I take your definition, I'm going to go with your definition. He's like, well, you need to agree that that's the definition. And I'm like, no, I don't. That's your definition.
Yeah, that's sort of, so much of his style of arguing is around the way words are used. And that, I think, tells you something. Because if you really have a good argument for a God existing or for the truth of a religion, you should be able to make it. You should be able to make an evidence-based argument for why the claims you're making, and again, they are preposterous claims, they're ludicrous. You should be able to make an argument that doesn't involve so much wordplay. And to me, in this arena, the moment somebody starts basing their entire argument on words and how you mean what they mean and how you justify the use of words and stuff like that, it strikes me as it's just playing games. That's all it is. And then once he realizes you're not prepared to play the game in the way that the only way he knows how is to play the game in a certain way, and if his interlocutor is not willing to do that, then he realizes that he's got nothing else. He's not going to make an evidence-based argument. All he can do is play his word games and try and tie people up, because once he's got them to accept his definitions of words, then he's got predefined scripts for how he uses those definitions. And if he can't get you onto that conveyor belt, he realizes there's no value in the conversation for him, and that's why he leaves.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the topic of God's plan, and he gave me the biblical narrative of what God's plan is. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I just don't believe that to be true. So, so the plan, a lot of times, with free will, they say that we did the sin, or, well, humans did the sin. Some say it was Satan. But then I'm like, if God knew what is, and what is to come, then he knew everything. He knew that by creating me today, that I would be born in a fallen world. He knew that what my ending is as well. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to make choices for me, when they say, well, you just need to have faith, and it doesn't really matter what I do, because the end is he already knows where I'm ending up. I can't make the decision for him. He knows that. He created me knowing that I'd go to heaven or hell. And whatever decision I'm making personally, I can't affect that. I can't affect what he knows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they have a hard time with that. But today, I just want to finish with this. Today, I had more of a hard time, because in person, when you stop believing in spirituality at all, sometimes, I don't know if others feel like this, but sometimes I just go out and I don't know how to get it out of my head that everybody's delusional. Like that's how I feel. I'm not. And so whether they talk to me about Christianity or holistic healing or whatever, I just feel that they're all delusional. And how to navigate in that without responding to anything, I had to go look at suggestions, like change the conversation,
right,
make a pivot in the subject, or just tell them, well, that seems cute for you, or that seems nice for you. I don't believe in that. Can we talk about something else? Sometimes I forget that because I'm in my head thinking they're all delusional.
Right.
So yeah,
exercises in diplomacy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
But it's important to know. It's important to know because some people are like, well, everybody's delusional. And I don't think that that's healthy to go around saying. So I had to, yeah.
Fair enough. Well, but before you go, I just have to see, Kerry in the chat has just said that I just watched the vid of Shannon and Dawkins. She obliterated him. She laughed in his face. It is absolutely legendary. If anyone has not seen Shannon Q take Darth Dawkins and rip him into tiny little pieces and then eat each little piece one by one like an M&M, it is absolutely delightful. As I've said before many times, he's never recovered from it. I don't think he ever will. And I always massively respected her, but my respect for her went up even more after I watched that clip, because she was just laughing at him. She was like calling out his strategy and saying, "But you're just trying to manipulate me onto your conveyor belt of argument, and I'm just not prepared to do it." And the more she just called him out, the more completely twisted he got and absolutely furious. And the more furious he got, the more it made her laugh, and that made him get even more furious. And he just basically imploded. It was just so fantastic to watch. Absolutely glorious, a wonderful thing. I think I do love her quite a lot, actually, it must be said.
I agree. It was a joy to watch.
Yeah, it was magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Okay.
All right, thank you.
There we go.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Great to see you as always. Thank you. Thanks so much. Cheers for coming up. All right, did it. Alrighty, dokie. Okay, that is that. People, the call queues are still empty. What's going on? Is there another big stream on? Am I coinciding with Unapologetic? Is that happening at the moment? Maybe it's something. Maybe it's that. Yeah, it's a little bit quiet, but we will see what happens. Maybe this is your moment to come up if you've been thinking about it and thinking, shall I not? This would be a good time to do it. Just hit the request if you're on TikTok or if you're on YouTube. You know the link. I don't have to give it to you again. I am going to put up a poll, Pastor Ferry. Thank you so much. Before I do that, I'm just going to put the link like this in the chat. Oh, Unapologetics is over. Yeah, I thought it was earlier. And I agree, Shannon Q is the complete package. She's absolutely amazing. And here is Christy. So let's. I'm glad that Christy could make it up. We can have a quick signpost about tomorrow. There we go. Hey, Christy.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm here.
You're here. Well, here is good.
It's been a thing. It's been a hard one. I'm getting better.
Good. Hope you're doing okay. Are you feeling ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I'll be a lot better by tomorrow. I just woke up off today and it just kind of spiraled on me.
Right. Yeah, it can happen. Well, I hope you're feeling better. I'm pleased to hear you are.
I will be. But yes, tomorrow it's coexisting with Christians, and it's 10:30 your time. I don't know anybody else's time. I barely know my time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're hoping to get a constructive dialogue going. So I think it will be, even if no Christians show up. I think it'll still. Oh, thanks, Tracy. I think it'll still be constructive, and I think my day today is actually probably pretty well timed. Because I think part of the problem is that a lot of Christians don't understand that there is a lot of pain.
I think that's such an important thing to remember and to be able to talk about openly, because so many believers in their urgency to frame non-believers as morally corrupt, which they have to do in order to justify the punishment, are not able to engage with how traumatic and painful and difficult it is to walk away from religion and to lose your faith and to lose the thing that gave you so much in your life for such a long time. And I'm always struck by, frankly, by the lack of compassion from many believers. I'm not tarring everyone with the same brush, but from many believers towards people like you who were among them and are no longer. And I think that lack of compassion is horrendous, because they either see you as a project, someone to get back, someone to win back. I'm thinking now of Fro and all his crazy people from his congregation who put their hands all over him trying to do weird ceremonies and then turned up at his house. He had to call the police on them. That is completely horrendous. Or the other end is, okay, well then now they write you off as a human being. And now you're fair game for, that's what happened to you, right? And now and then you're just not a worthy person anymore. And there's no room in either of those two approaches, either seeing you as a project or seeing you as an enemy. There's no room in either of those two approaches for just the basic human compassion of saying, wow, that must be really, really hard. Must be really hard.
Yeah.
I think that could.
Demons have you. That's what Ice Pick said in the chat.
Sorry, say that again. I lost you for a moment.
Demons have you.
The demons have you, right?
What Ice Pick said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're not happier now. I responded to somebody in Discord about that. You're not really happier now. Satan has convinced you that you're happier. You're
Don't
not.
You love that?
You're actually miserable.
Yeah, someone telling you that you're not happy.
Know how I feel.
Yeah, well, they know, don't they? They've got the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, I guess they can keep them.
The hubris is completely off the chart. Absolutely incredible to me. It will never not fascinate me that people think that they can speak with authority about the contents of other people's minds. Absolutely wild. Incredible. So maybe that's something we can talk about more tomorrow on your stream. Is just trying to. I think the seam to appeal to there. I think is just basic human compassion. Like this is supposed to be the religion of peace and love and all of that stuff, right? Well, where's the peace and love? Where's the kindness and the compassion?
Yeah,
I don't see it.
It's antithetical to Jesus. It doesn't make any sense if people say that they follow Jesus, but then they're acting this way. It doesn't work. Like, I know what the book says about him. It doesn't make sense. And none of that judging is our job anyway. That's very clear as well.
Right. Yeah. Well, plenty to talk about. So I hope that you continue to feel better. I'm sorry you've had a hard day. Crappy to have a hard day on a weekend.
Sorry, as well. I'm kind of low energy.
That's all right. Hopefully
I'm a bummer today.
Well, that's all right. Get some rest. Sometimes it's good to like sleep on something and reset and start the next day. And I look forward to joining you on your channel tomorrow evening and having a talk about this stuff.
Sounds good. Me too.
Good. All right. Well, keep well and get some rest and speak to you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Speak soon. Bye. Okay. That was Christy. And let's have a look. Call queues are still quiet. We did have some good action earlier. We had a few people in the queue earlier and a good rate of callers, but it seems to have just calmed down. I don't normally do Sunday evenings. It's very, very rare for me. I will have to do Sunday evening next weekend as well, though, because I have a commitment on the Saturday, which cannot be moved. So, yeah, heads up. Next weekend is going to be Sunday as well. But normal service is going to resume this week with the Tuesday daytime stream and then the Thursday night stream. That is going to be happening this coming week. Let's see. What else? Shall we do some more comments? Let's do some more comments. Let's see. We have... this one. Where's it gone? Here we go. So, this is from Nathan Lorenzana, who said, John, you're also biased against Jesus, even though you want to portray yourself as impartial and purely rational. Jesus never taught the neighbors as only fellow Israelites. When he's recorded to answer a priest's question about who is my neighbor, he told the parable of the Good Samaritan. Just be careful, because there's a reason to find hope, and an example in Jesus' teachings. I see many atheists have an emotional, knee-jerk reaction to anything having to do with Jesus when not fully understanding the scope and benefit of the main core of his teachings and the positive impact those teachings can have in the mind of Christians to counter the constant cruelty in their policies and impact on current social interactions. Okay, so that's a lot of words to basically say that I'm overplaying how bad Jesus is and underplaying how wonderful he is, and I'm being too quick to say when I said like that Jesus had said treat love thy neighbor means love thy fellow Israelite neighbor, that Jesus didn't mean that because he told the parable of the Good Samaritan. Now, I will actually concede a point here that the parable of the Good Samaritan is an example of Jesus modeling the idea that good faith can be extended to those outside your immediate in-group. So I will concede that as a point and making the explicit claim that tribalism is not everything. But you have to look at it, to use the Christian's favorite word, in context. And I think when you look at it in context and you realize that if you think Jesus is God, then Jesus is the same God who gave the Israelites permission to do absolutely anything they wanted to people who weren't Israelites, enslaving them, making child war brides of them, raping them, killing their children, all of that stuff. It's the same guy who did all of that. And when God in the Old Testament says, love thy neighbor, it very, very definitely meant love thy fellow Israelites and perpetuate genocides and cruelty and unspeakable behavior on anyone who isn't in that group. So yes, Jesus came along and the message softened a little bit. But all I see there is just the evolution of a theology. I just see the evolution of a God character from being a kind of tribal Bronze Age war god in the earlier part to being something a little bit different later, but who is still on the hook for all the moral atrocities he created when he had his daddy hat on, when he was telling people to go and slay children and giving instructions about how you can sell your daughters into slavery, and giving instructions about how when you conquer some other people in war, you can pick whoever you want from the survivors and force them to be your wife and go into them after an agreed amount of time has passed, and all of that stuff. So I don't think that I'm selling Jesus short here by insisting that we look at this character in terms of his full, let's say, character arc and price in some of his moral failings, because otherwise all you're doing is cherry picking, and you're just saying you like the bits you like, you're going to ignore the bits you don't like, and then you're going to criticize people who are willing to point out that those parts exist. I don't think that's great. I don't think it's intellectually honest, and I don't think it's virtuous. So as Erin says, pour a little context on it. Just sprinkle some of that context powder on it, and everything is going to be good. So that's how that works, and that's my response there. Let's see. Do we have anyone in yet? No. Okay, I'll do another comment. This one is from ASAP Joels. Hey, John. You mentioned dialectic victory at the end there, and while I realise in the case of bad actors such as these, it's a wasted effort, but do you think theism and atheism can form a genuine dialectic that aims to improve human well-being, instead of the tribal identity zero-sum game, the how do I prove you wrong angle? Could we treat well-being and harm reduction as a shared inquiry, rather than holding the feet of these closeted psycho or sociopaths to ancient fires? Maybe ground them in the here and now and treat morality outside of the God box. Might make for less interesting viewing, but it definitely will allow us non-theists to glimpse the well-being horizon, versus the lack of hope that comes from clouded thinking that all theists are like this guy. This was obviously in response to, it was probably in response to the lying troll who talked about having deconverted. I can't remember where this comment was. You know, in well-designed scientific behavior studies, the behaviors of religious and non-religious people are surprisingly similar. Sure, the biggest difference that shows up is an in-group versus universal moral vector, but that, I believe, will get weaker as the moral horizon approaches. So this is a really well-written comment, and it does, to a certain extent, speak to what Christy and I are going to talk about on her live stream tomorrow. And I think that for the most part, most people you meet socially or in the street or at gatherings or through friends who have different religious views to you, you're going to have more in common than that separates you, and you're not going to get into these kind of jousting that happens in these online discussions. I would absolutely love to have really, really good faith dialogues with believers where we agree the common ground, where we agree the value of well-being and avoiding suffering, and then having established that, we take an honest look at which approaches are more likely to achieve that. I just think it's really hard to find people who are willing to have those kind of conversations on TikTok or YouTube in the debate space. It's really, really hard to do. I am working on setting up a project at the moment to get into, funnily enough, some dialogues like that with a religious sort of semi-clergy person in the UK, and we're going to have some conversations and record them and perhaps make, if they work out well, make them available, because there's no one's proving anything, no one's owning anyone, no one's trying to assert dominance or anything like that. And I feel the possibility for a productive conversation is higher in a situation like that. So certainly into that, and I totally understand what that comment meant, but it's just really hard to find people who want to engage in that way here. And occasionally when we do, the conversations are fun. They're good. They're interesting, even if we don't necessarily meet completely, large amounts of common ground between us. Okay, let's get Richie in. This is Screaming Silence, our very, very good friend. Let's get Richie in right now. Hey, Screaming, how are you?
Doing okay, John. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. Everything okay with you?
I'm surviving. I don't love to go into it. My health is just a constant battle, and right now it's just I'm in a downswing, and big part of it's the season change and having immune issues already with the allergies and weather and temperature. It's just knocks me off my feet. So
sorry, man.
I just gotta, other people have it worse, so I just do what I can to get by. But I appreciate you asking.
Sure.
It means a lot.
Of course.
So I went to my old church this morning, and I lasted about 7 minutes into the message before I had to get up and walk out.
Wow. So what made you go? Why did you go?
So yesterday I went to a birthday party of a friend, and a bunch of people were there from my old church, and also I'm sure you remember, but my brother's brother-in-law, so basically family to me, because we've all known each other for 20 years, was my ex-pastor from that church. And me and my wife were actually also one of the first families when we started the church. So we were there for about 6 years getting it established. So, very close to a lot of people there. I mean, if I wrote down on paper, there's probably 100 people almost that I lost out of my life leaving the church. So, I saw quite a few people there. And it was nice. It was good to see everyone. And so the pastor's wife's name is Jen, and her and I were always like very good friends and got along very well, and really loved each other. And so we ended up talking for about an hour yesterday, and we got into obviously discussing God and the Bible and all this stuff. And kind of the reason it came about is because she had said that she had seen my ex-wife last year, and I mean, I didn't know this, but my ex-wife apparently is now an atheist. And, and I said to her when she said that, I said, oh, well, I am too now. And she like rolled her eyes and said, well, I don't have as much faith as you guys, I'll tell you that. And I was like, what? Like, what? So it was almost like a backhanded compliment, like kind of calling me stupid. So I was like, well, let's talk. And so we talked for about an hour, and it was interesting because now being out of it for so long and having these discussions and being able to easily now combat all of the tactics that are used, and especially with her being a pastor's wife, there is a script they follow, and I was able to, shut her down with everything that she said. And listen, we had a conversation. It was never an argument. It was never heated. I actually will not debate anyone anymore. If they want to argue, I just won't. There's no fruit in that. You're not gonna get through to someone if you're arguing when it comes to things like this that you have a relationship with. So if you want to talk, I love having these conversations, but it was interesting because I was actually quite surprised because I've, grown up surrounded by Christians, and I've heard all of this my entire life. But then since being in the, I guess, an unbeliever now in the atheist community, and talking to people who actually know the history, know the culture at the time, they know the Hebrew, I was on tons of lives before finding you where, I would speak with people who were of other faiths and whatnot. And so there's a lot that I've learned. And I don't know. I got the impression that she hasn't had any of these conversations with people that are able to deflect. And I was surprised, honestly, that there's a lot she didn't know. Like at one point we were talking about, the flood, and, one of my issues is that God does a lot of horrendous things in the Bible, like, drowning babies and children. And she said to me, well, she's like, Noah was preaching and warning the people of God's judgment for 100 years before the flood. And I was like, wait. I was like, no, he wasn't. And she kind of stopped and looked at me, and she's confused. And I was like, no, Noah wasn't preaching to everybody about what was going to happen. And she's like, yes, he was. I was like, Jen, no, he wasn't. And she's like, yes, he was. I was like, no, that's something that you hear in the church story now, but that's not actually in the Bible. I say, can you tell me where that is in the Bible? And she just staring at me so confused. And I was like, Jen, I would bet my entire life that the Bible doesn't say that. And I said, in fact, actually in Matthew, it says that Jesus is going to come like the floods in the times of Noah, where people did not know it was going to come, and it was unexpected. And she had this bewildered look on her face.
Wow.
And hopefully I kind of got through to her with that, but she was so surprised, to find that something that she had thought was so true was possibly false. So she was like, I guess I need to look into that. And I was, I really hope that you as a pastor's wife would know some of these things. But a lot of these arguments that she had ended up happening the same way, where she didn't know how to come back with good answers because I was able to shut them down so easily. So with all that, she said, it was really good seeing you, and I would love to talk to you more and stuff and everything. So they invited me to church, the next day, which is today. And I just was like, well, thinking to myself, I personally want to help steer people away from religion, and I need to keep a good relationship. So I think, if I go to church and show up and just, participate to show that I'm not thinking they're an enemy or whatever, it'd be nice to see some other people and whatnot. So I decided I would go.
Wow.
And it was kind of weird because seeing it now as a complete outsider was, John, it was so different. It was so different. And it was very nice to have everyone be excited to see me and greet me and love on me. But I will say, it was very uncomfortable now knowing what I know, because even when they started with the worship, I mean, I looked around the room and I would really say that I think probably half of the people in there are just doing it for show, and they aren't really actually experiencing anything. And then, you see the little kids, the 5-year-olds, the 8-year-olds next to their parents, and their parents are singing and praising with their arms in the air and the words that they're saying. It was just a totally different experience for me. But what really got to me was once the message started, the title of his message was "Fake News," to use a term that's used a lot in our day and age. And I kind of started taking notes, and the first thing I wrote down was he said that Jesus is the only thing that can ever offer someone healing and peace in the world, and anyone that tells you otherwise is lying to you. The second thing I wrote down in my notes was children are evil. And the reason I wrote that is because he said that when you're raising children, children only have an inclination to do what's wrong.
Goodness
because they are born with a sin nature. So essentially what that comes down to is you're saying children are evil, and then you have to like train or beat that evil out of them so that they know to do good. And then the final straw for me was he was saying that, the world tells you now, you see it all the time when it comes to like homosexuality, that love is love, and, to let people love who they want. And he said, we know that is not what God has prescribed, so that's not possible. And as soon as I heard that, I had to stand up and walk out, because again, hearing that now, even though I never as a Christian really even agreed with that, hearing all of those things literally within 7 minutes, I was like, I cannot sit through this any longer. And part of it was a little PTSD affecting me, but I don't know. It's very, very hard to explain. And honestly, like, I went into my car and there was actually like a physical trauma response to that, where I just started crying. Well, because, now being in this community and knowing how many people have been so hurt by those things being said, myself included, it was like all of this emotion and all of these thoughts and memories and feelings just came on me, because I haven't really been able to have like some closure in that way. And so I do think it was actually really good for me to go there, because it was almost like I was able to purge a lot of this stuff out of me and like reaffirm the way I feel now.
Yeah, I get that. Totally get that. Well, I'm glad that you survived it, relatively unscathed, although albeit a bit traumatized by it. I mean, some would say it's a risky thing to do, to put yourself back in that situation, but I totally understand why you did it. And it's, just be careful. Obviously, just be careful. The emotions are obviously still very raw around this stuff, and just take care of yourself and be nice to yourself, and all the kind of cliche things apply here. It's a hard thing. It's a hard thing. It must have been very bittersweet to be back there and like people being loving towards you and welcoming you in, and you realizing that you kind of still don't feel like you really belong. Must have been quite weird.
Well, what I focus on is, what you, I think, even said earlier tonight, is everyone in that room, for the most part, didn't choose to fall into this trap. Something about it has convinced them. And I think for most people is they personally are dealing with some sort of shortcoming or hurt or pain. And that's why, the Christian message makes a lot of people feel better about themselves and their situation. So it becomes a crutch, and it gives them purpose. So I don't think the majority, although there's some out there, are truly being malevolent. That is what makes me have compassion, on these people. So I know, as far as how I feel about it, I'm not like hurt anymore by any of it. I think that was just like a purge that needed to happen. I actually have a lot of compassion because, I think that the reason why most of these people fall into this is because it's something that's helping them. But one thing I said to Jen yesterday was, she kept up kind of bringing up like, well, what about, this and what about that? And I just said, listen, like, I'm not afraid of hell anymore. Like, that's not something that I even believe exists. So that's not something that's going to scare me into needing a savior. So first I need to be convinced that there is something I need saving from. And I just don't personally believe anymore that even as the agnostic part of me, that the entire idea of hell is so absurd to me now, to where I said to her, after the first 3 trillion years, you're not even halfway done. Like, how do you justify that? Like, that sounds now so absolutely absurd to me that I'm going to live 40, 50, 80 years of life here. And then now, because I didn't believe the right things, like, I need to be hurt. And I use that term now because I think it really gets through to people. God wants to hurt me now. That's just that's so absurd. So, it's not something that bothers me anymore. Obviously, like I've told you, I still have a fear of death, and I don't like the idea of non-existence. Personally, I don't fear hell. It's not something that ever bothers me anymore because now it's just absurd.
Good for you. Yeah,
and this community has helped me.
That's awesome, Richie. That's a real win for you. A real win for you. Really, that's fantastic to hear.
So I will want to talk a little more, but I know you said with Christie's live tomorrow, I'll try to jump in because that's the part that I think is going to be the next step for me. Because now I think, just like Acadian was saying, I'm constantly questioning if these people around me think I deserve punishment, or the whole thing with one of the really big ones that really bothers me now, especially because my brother is homosexual and I know how much it affected him, is this whole idea of like this victimless offense of a man and a man loving each other, or a woman and a woman loving each other.
It's crazy.
It really makes me wonder who people are when they have that sort of specific belief where there is like no victim, and the whole thing about it is two people are loving each other and you have such a problem with it. That's something I want to definitely talk about tomorrow with Christy too, because
that'd be wonderful.
That's the next step in my deconstruction process is, living amongst, as I've told you before, where I am, it's very, very religious, and almost everybody believes in God or these sort of things. So it's definitely a struggle.
Yeah, well, that'd be great. I look forward to speaking to you then on Christie's. That'd be really, I think it'd be really helpful to have you come and talk about that.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, buddy.
Well, I hope you get some offense tonight, or our opponents. I mean,
yeah, we've had a few earlier. We had some fun earlier. We had some good debate stuff going on, which was good. We'll see. We've got a little while longer to go still. Maybe not a huge amount of time, but let's see how we go. What is it? Yeah, we've got an hour or so. We'll see what happens. But thanks for coming in, Richie. Hope you're doing well, and I'm sorry that your health is tricky. We all wish you better.
Thank you very much, John.
All right, brother.
Have a good night.
Take care, pal. Bye. Okay. There. Let's get Mr. Agnostic in, and then we've got the wonderful Hasty Jane after that. Bringing in Mr. Agnostic.
Hello, John.
Hey, how are you?
Fine. How is your morning going? I guess it's like 1.
Yeah, it is. It is just after.
Yeah, I just wanted to like ask a question, right, about how to tackle this question of morality. Like recently, I've been trying to like go up on lives to like speak to people.
Yeah.
And when the question of morality comes in, it's kind of complicated, especially when, like, you give an example of because I believe morality is subjective, right? What we think is wrong or right is basically our opinions, right? But Christians always come up with this question of how can you tell someone it's wrong when you don't have like any I don't know how to deal, like, is it objective morality? I don't know how they normally say it, but I don't know.
They call it grounding. They say if you don't have a grounding, then how can you declare that anything is wrong? If it's all just a matter of opinion, then what does it matter? And what does anyone care about what you think? That's typically their argument.
Yeah. So is there like an honest way? Because what I always say is subjective, and thanks to society, I think we've evolved to stop it, but it's like they don't ever that's never like enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I can give you something that you can say to them in these instances, right? Okay, so this is what you say. You say that recognizing that moral judgments come from our minds and are subjective doesn't mean that they're arbitrary. This is the game that they play, is to say that if it's not objective, if it's not a fact of some sort, then it must be arbitrary. But it's actually nonsense. So this is what you say. You say is that recognizing that these moral statements come from our own minds and are evaluations that are personal to us doesn't mean that they're arbitrary, because we have them for a reason. They come from a concern about well-being and compassion and empathy and cooperation. And I always try to bring it back to, like, if you just don't care about those things, then I'm not interested in talking about morality with you, because that's as basic as it gets. So that's the first thing you can say. It's a really important thing, is to make them see that the claim that it's subjective is not the same as the claim that it's arbitrary. Yeah, okay. It's still based on sound principles. It's based on the things you care about. And then the next thing you need to say to them is that their claimed basis for morality is subjective too. They just haven't realized it yet. They are claiming that they have an objective basis for morality, but they don't. They are making a subjective choice about which religion to follow. They're making a subjective choice about which particular branch or subdivision or tradition within that religion to follow. They're making a subjective choice about which interpretive tradition within that particular branch of that particular religion to follow. They're making a subjective choice about how to implement that particular interpretive tradition. They're making a subjective choice about every single thing they read, whether they take it as literal or allegorical or metaphorical or a teaching or historical. All of this is subjectivity, right? Then you get to the actual thing itself. Well, ultimately what they're doing is they're just saying, if God likes it, I like it. Well, that's about as subjective as you can get, because they're claiming that all of the morals and the ethics that they are so busy claiming to be objective come from the mind of a God. That's just God's preference. So they are every bit as subjective as you, and in fact they're more subjective than you, because you're at least basing your ethics on something you can measure. If you say, well, I'm interested in trying to avoid harm and promote well-being, at least we've got some chance of being able to see how you're doing with that. Say you implement a new policy or an idea or a way of doing things, and people are suffering. Well, then you can go, okay, we were motivated by by the right thing, but actually we can course correct here because we can see this is actually not doing what we wanted it to do. So you can kind of measure your progress. Whereas if all you're trying to do is keep the boss in the sky happy, you have absolutely no idea whether you're doing it right. You could be doing it wrong. It could be a tragedy morally. It could be a triumph morally. You would have no way of knowing. It's so ridiculous. So I hope that helps. So it's to point out that subjective doesn't mean arbitrary, and to point out that their framework is subjective too. They just haven't realized it yet.
One more question. If you were to like recommend like a book to read, like, because I want to also go into like talking to people on live as well. When I listen to you guys like know a lot of stuff, and like you are very patient. Like, I don't know how you keep patience with people, but like it's really good. Like, what kind of books would you suggest one should read just to like?
Well, you obviously have to read my book.
A book.
You obviously have to read my book. That's the only book. That's the only book that you need to read. Yeah.
What's the name? Let me write it down.
Well, my book is called Unconvinced. How belief is not a choice. How belief is not a choice, and why that changes everything. Now, you can't read it yet because it's not out till November, but you can order it. I'm here wildly plugging my book here. You can actually order it on Amazon or anywhere that sells books. It's out in November. So my book is specifically about the fact that belief isn't something that you can switch on and off by will, right? So it's not a choice. You can only believe something if you're persuaded of it. And so any system that talks about punishing people for not believing the right things is nonsense, because you can't just decide to make yourself persuaded of something. Unconvinced. That's the name of my book. If you just look up my name and Unconvinced, you'll find it. But in all honesty, I can recommend any books by Dan Barker are fantastic. I always recommend Dan Barker because his writing is just so wonderful, so easy to read. It's so conversational in style. It's like some of these books are quite heavy going. His stuff isn't. It's just wonderful. You just fly through it, and he make you smile. It's just wonderful. All of his stuff. His two books are called Losing Faith in Faith, and the other one's called Godless. I would start with Godless. Losing Faith in Faith is more of a story of how he lost his faith, which is interesting.
Okay.
But Godless is more like a just dip into it, read a chapter here and there. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that would be a good start.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you've been very helpful.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nice to talk to you. All the best.
Yeah, bye. Thank you.
Take care.
Have a nice evening. Yeah.
And you. Thanks. Okay, that was Mr. Agnostic. We're going to get in the wonderful Hasty Jane.
Hey, John, how's it going?
It's going really, really well. How are you?
Doing fantastic.
Good.
I was just thinking about this kind of question earlier. I've been seeing in TikTok videos and YouTube shorts and stuff this term of religious psychosis, and I think that they're using it like too liberally. Like, you're like me, you've been around for a few generations or a few decades of the internet now. Like, we get a hold of a term and it just kind of goes crazy, and people use it too much, and I can see that they're doing that. But where is the line in your opinion between where somebody has a deeply held spiritual belief that is really only supported by faith for them, and then where does it become delusion or a loss of contact with reality? Or is it already that it's just not a problem? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We do need to be a little bit careful, don't we, about how we use language, and we don't want to get into, sounding like we're being either making attacks on people or being pejorative, and so we tread carefully and respectfully, don't we? But I think all of this stuff is delusion. It is delusional. I do believe that, and we can kind of water it down and say, well, delusional is a really strong word, so let's just call it, I don't know, faith-based or something. I don't know. It's my view is that these claims are factually wrong. There's no reason to think they're true, and therefore people who are believing that they're true and organizing their lives around them, well, if that's not delusional, then what is? They're giving 10% of their income away. It's not. It doesn't strike me as a wonderful example of being kind of reality based. But it's tricky because we also have to maintain relationships with people, and we don't want to come across as being horribly judgmental and all of that sort of stuff. So we tend to sort of moderate our language and try to speak in more respectful terms, because I don't want to be telling people I might know and like and feel fond of, you're delusional. That's a really it's quite a harsh thing to say. And it also carries with it, forgive me if this is a terrible answer, I'm just kind of thinking out loud in response to what you said. It also carries with it, if you say to someone you're delusional, you're sort of implying that your perspective is right and theirs is wrong. And I prefer to take a slightly more humble position most of the time, which is to say, I suspect my position is right and yours is wrong, in which case, if I am right, then you're delusional, but maybe you're not. Maybe I've got it wrong. So I don't know if that helps at all. Did that address what you were asking about?
Yeah, I think so. It's just such an interesting thing, because the same, like, you spend your whole life around people that believe this, you believe it half your life. Like, I don't think of myself as having been delusional when I was a believer, and it's such an interesting thing. But then looking at it now, it's kind of like, I certainly don't see where the definitive line would be between these things, like what.
Yeah,
I suppose it's all perspective, I guess.
Yeah, if you had spent a period of your life with the honest belief that the moon is made of cheese, you wouldn't have a problem going, I used to think the moon was made of cheese, but I was delusional, right? You wouldn't have a problem saying that. It's only that it's such a loaded term, and then you're applying it to beliefs which might have been really central in your life for a while, and it cheapens it. It sounds disrespectful. It's a type of language that I basically try to avoid, even though it's technically, in my view, correct. If that makes sense.
If I can add a slightly different perspective on this, so being delusional in a literal sense is an actual clinical term. People can have actual delusions where they think people are following them. It's a state of like the mind being unwell. There's a flip side of that where it's used in a colloquial sense, like, wow, if you believe that, you are delusional. And that's, of course, what you guys mean. But I think the medical application of it in itself is sufficient reason to avoid using it. Because you want to distinguish between actual delusions and just irrational religious beliefs, because it's certainly not a mental illness to, of course, you guys would agree with that.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
So that's my perspective on it.
Yeah.
I guess, is there a better term?
Mistaken?
Irrational. Yeah, mistaken, irrational. And you don't even have to sum up the person.
I feel like irrational has as much baggage.
Well, no, because a belief can be irrational in an otherwise rational person who's reasonably intelligent. You can have rational conversations with them regarding the economy or all these other issues. Can have a singular irrational religious belief. Like, it doesn't define the person as a whole. I probably believe something for irrational reasons. I just don't know about it, because otherwise I would change that belief.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks for chatting with me about that, guys. I just was kind of, thinking about it earlier.
Always a pleasure, Jane. Lovely to see you.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
Take care. Thanks. Sean, you're here.
Hey, John. Yeah, I was out of town. Just got in.
Man.
I thought it might be a little, because you started at 3. I figured you might be closing up shop soon, so I was like, it might be a little late to jump up. But you invited me up, so here I am.
I couldn't have you here and not bring you in and not say hello, and everyone would not forgive me for that.
Okay, well, all right, no problem. I just didn't want to jump up and say, okay, I'm here now. All right.
Bless you.
And then half hour later, we're closing up shop.
You could arrive 30 seconds before the end of the show, I would still want you to come up and say hello. So
I appreciate that.
So of course. It's been a good one. It's been very quiet for a little while, but there was some action in here earlier. We've had all sorts of interesting things. So
Okay.
some interesting moments. But yeah, it's been a little bit quiet for a bit. We've got Aaron is in the YouTube queue. I assume that this is one of the Aarons we've spoken to before. I seem to collect wonderful people called Aaron who call in, because there've been a couple of wonderful Aarons. So I'm going
to jump on that. I'm going to set up go to video right
that's
now.
Fine.
So
yes, great. I'll bring you into video when I see you there. And in the meantime, we'll bring in Aaron. Hopefully it all works. Let's get rid of that from there. And Aaron, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Hey, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm really well. Forgive me for this, but I've had a couple of wonderful Aarons that I've spoken to. Are you one of them? Have we spoken before?
I did speak with you once, and it was my first time calling in.
Right. Okay. So you must be one of the wonderful Aarons. Well, welcome back.
Well, I hope I don't tarnish that reputation today.
I'm sure you won't.
So I can't really address like the topic that you have. Why should we believe in I guess the God of the Bible? Is that correct?
Or any God.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, but I guess like more or less, because I'm the one that called in that was talking about deconstructing and everything.
Yeah.
So like, I guess what I would like to do is attempt to discuss your perspective as far as like how morality is concerned, because I think like I don't know, I feel perhaps some of my past being in religion in Southern Baptist Christianity for so long has really kind of maybe warped that sense of my perspective. So if you're open to that.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Can I just do a mic check for Sean, because Sean's just come in to video? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Wonderful.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
we're all good. And Aaron, can you hear Sean okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay. So absolutely happy to talk about this. And I think we invariably spend a lot of time talking about morality. It's probably the single topic that we talk about most on here. It just comes up all the time. Is there a particular aspect of the subject that is on your mind, or that you kind of feel like looking into?
Yeah. I mean, I can lay my perspective on it as of like right now. And I guess we can go from there, because I believe, I don't mean to misrepresent either of you, but I believe y'all believe that it's all subjective. Is that correct?
John,
yes.
John and I do, but it's important to note, and I don't know if you yourself are an atheist, but there's no atheist position on morality. There are atheists like Ian, I can't remember his last name, big on TikTok, Sam Harris, Tom Jones, countless others who, for secular reasons, argue that morality is objective. It just so happens that John and I align with the notion that morality is subjective. So it's a philosophical discussion, not a theological one, but yes, John and I both believe it's subjective.
Okay. I fall more along the lines where there's more nuance, where like, of course there are some subjective morality, but there are like defined objective morals that are like universally true. And I look at it more of like in the view of like, think of it like gravity, where humanity stumbled around discovering things that were a constant. So in the same sense, I feel like morality is very parallel in that aspect, where as society has developed from way back in the ancient Bronze Age period, you see how it's slowly going in a very clumsily self-correct pace, where we're slowly correcting. Like it's generally universal that, we don't want to murder people don't want to get murdered. People definitely shouldn't and don't want to get raped. So, and so on and so forth. So I used to believe, when I was like heavily into the Bible and everything, that, those used to come from God. But I'm in the process of deconstructing and everything.
So universality of a position is independent. It's separate and apart from whether or not it's objective. So, for example, if you do a survey, the shape of the Earth is it's either objectively an oblong sphere or it's not, right? However, one of the polls I looked at, approximately 10% of Americans think it's flat. But one side is objectively wrong. So like universality of an opinion doesn't really identify it as objective or subjective. Well, I think what you're touching on is we've become better at aligning behaviors with well-being. And I think people tend to be humanist because we have the capacity to feel empathy for each other. So we tend to care about how actions affect other people. But there's no objective ought, and it's only on technical merit that we say it's subjective, because there's not an objective ought that deals with we should further behaviors that help well-being and avoid behaviors that do harm. I would love it if we could redefine morality in such a way, because I'm a humanist, but just on technical merit, because we care about morality as a stance in our mind, and it doesn't exist outside of our mind. Like there's no unit of measure of moral. Just on technical merit, we just consider it subjective.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's something I would add is so we know that we have subjective morality in that we know we have opinions about things. That's beyond debate, right? Everyone has opinions about things. The question then becomes: is there a morality which is separate to that, right? Like, and as well as, because we have opinions. So the question is that all there is, or is there something else as well that we need to try to access? And that to me is where the sort of the problem lies, because the opinions we have about morality are enough to get the job done. They're expressing a preference about how we want to treat each other, how we think we ought to treat each other, and what more do we need than that? Like, if we can make a good case for why our opinions about morality are what they are, and we can say, well, because this is the outcome we want, and we're generally all agreed that like minimizing pain and suffering is agreeable. And as I always say, if someone is not willing to agree that minimizing pain and suffering is something that we ought to want, then I'm not particularly interested in that person's views on ethics, because they're clearly mentally unwell. And so for me, that's a sort of basic starting point. So then we can just say, well, okay, yes, it is a subjective preference to want that outcome. But if you don't want it, the conversation's kind of done. And then once you've established that, then you can actually be quite objective. This is Sam Harris's moral landscape. Then you can actually be quite objective about saying, for any given action, are you likely to move towards the maximum suffering of the maximum number, or towards the maximum well-being of the maximum number? And sometimes you don't know, but once you know, then that gives you an objective measure, sort of teleological objective measure for any action as to whether it's moral based on your subjectively chosen endpoint.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I align more so with like the Sam Harris position. I've watched and listened to him a few times. So I mean, like, part of me still is struggling with accepting that fully, like the position that it's all subjective until we reach that, like you said, that position where we come together and it can turn into more of an objective. But because I personally don't need like a God to believe that I shouldn't be going around doing things that are harmful to other people around me.
Yeah, of course.
But I still feel like, for me, the objective point of reference for morality, like I said, I believe it's there, like maybe invisible, but to me, it's like life, dignity for humanity at the very least. Those things give me the point where it's like, okay, that's there in existence because of life is in existence. We even see a sense of morality that seems to be kind of consistent across even like rudimentary animals, like elephants and even whales exhibit interesting patterns of morality in their own social structures. So that's kind of like where I'm trying to look now, because I guess I just don't like putting it like with the tacking the word subjective on it, because it's just like I remember, because I watch your show a lot now, and I remember I think it was yesterday or the day before that troll came on and was at least I hope they were a troll, but they were saying things like, yeah, I believe you know who I'm speaking about.
He came on and said, I've lost my faith. I'm deconstructing, and now it's wonderful because I can steal.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course he was lying for Jesus. Like that was all a performance on his part. But
yeah, that's what I kind of figured too. But just that's what I hope it was. But I mean, I kind of saw what he was trying to do. He was just basically trying to make the point that, well, if we don't have an arbitrary rule giver, then what's the point of me even bothering or whatever? Where are we going to get our morals from? But
yeah, so they have the same. Sorry, John. They have the same. Like divine command theorists have this sort of the same incredulity you have, to where it just feels like there's an objective ought when it comes to like caring about the well-being of others, avoiding harm, etc. From their standpoint, they're incredulous that we can't recognize that if God exists and has these laws, then we objectively ought to follow those laws. And I to this date haven't heard a good argument for like closing. There's in philosophy, there's the is-ought gap.
Yeah.
We can objectively assess how actions affect the well-being of others, but what the sticking point is: do we have an objective ought to care about the well-being of others, or to care about what Zeus or Yahweh, or is there an objective ought for anything? And I don't see that there is. It's really just a kind of it's something that's been debated by ethicists for like literally centuries.
And as we've said,
moralities,
and Adam's just pointed out in the chat that even choosing to obey God and divine command theory is a subjective choice on what to ground their morality on. So that's why we always say their morality is subjective too. They just haven't realized it yet.
They have two layers of subjectivity because they've subjectively decided that they ought obey this God. This God's subjective opinion. So their subjective preference is to defer to God's subjective preference. So they actually have two layers of subjectivity instead of one.
Exactly.
That's very true.
That's the conversation I was having with our friend Mr. Agnostic just before you arrived, Sean. Was what he asked, and we were discussing that. But before this falls off my stack, because it might fall off, I keep the super chats for a while. I just have to share this one because Tim Davidson sent this a while ago, and I don't want it to fall off before I have a chance to read it. This is Tim at his very, very finest. After Star Trek, Captain Kirk's actor attempted a line of lingerie, but Shatner pants didn't take off. So, Tim, I do love you very, very much. That's absolutely funny. Very good. Thank you, my friend. I've been working on that all day, I'm sure. Brilliant. So does that help at all to kind of throw a bit of clarity on this stuff for you, Aaron?
Yeah, it really does. It's given me a lot more to really think about and dive more into, and just to muse about. But one thing I do want to say before I hop off is like I find it curious that I know both in the Old and the New Testament, I haven't been watching like a lot of your older videos, but I know like a lot of Christians come up in regards to like the moral arguments, like you pointed out, that seems to be a very hot topic with this.
Yeah.
But like how I know a lot has been discussed in regards to slavery, also the terrible treatment for prisoners of war and other nations, and also with women. But one thing I never see come up is about sacrificial rituals, including with humans, like in Leviticus. I believe it's Leviticus 27, where it's going over the laws prescribed by God in regards to how to do, for sanctioned offerings and what you can do to redeem it. But towards the end of that chapter, I believe it speaks about the offerings of destruction, and it both lumps both it lumps both the animals and humans together, and it's literally human sacrifices
devoted to destruction. Devoted to destruction.
Yes. So they're literally sacrificed them in a sacrificial rite. They will say that it's done, executing criminals, but it's actually in a ritualistic to God kind of way. So it's a human sacrifice. And then there's the argument of and then there's the argument in regards to Jesus himself, sacrificing a human who was not only just a human, but also an innocent human. That's a human sacrifice. Whether it's done once or not, it's still a human sacrifice.
Completely.
But
yeah.
I find it curious that that's avoided. But anyway.
It does come up sometimes. I'm just looking in the chat. Heave 001 has just mentioned Jephthah's daughter. I mean, that's an absolutely horrific story. You know that one from Judges?
Yes, that one is horrific.
For anyone who doesn't know, Jephthah is about to go into war, and he basically prays to God and says, please let me be victorious in war, and if you grant me this victory, I'll sacrifice the first thing I see when I come home, or the first thing that comes out of the house, or the first thing I see, I can't remember, when I come back home. And he returns home, and the first thing that comes out of his house is his daughter, and they go through with it, and he ends up having to. It's never said exactly what he does to her, other than that the sacrifice happens, and it's supposed to be a burnt offering, so presumably he kind of kills her and sets her on fire, his own daughter, and God collects on this debt. All very well that he stopped Abraham from doing Isaac in, but he didn't extend the same latitude to poor Jephthah, who allowed his daughter to go away and grieve for a little while that she was going to die a virgin, and then killed her. It's grim, absolutely grim. So yeah, you made a very good point, Aaron, in pointing that out. And then you get the justification for the Israelites' genocides are that some other groups occasionally sacrificed children. Well, yeah, but you did too. So there you go. Yep.
Yeah. In regards to Jephthah, it actually does say in the text that when he makes that oath to God, he says that the first thing that comes out of my house, I will offer up as a burnt offering.
A burnt offering. Yeah.
Yeah. So it actually does explicitly say a burnt offering. Yeah. I've had when I've struggled with that, when I read the Old Testament, my pastors used to tell me, "Oh, they just meant that she was sent up for service. She was sent to serve in the temple or some nonsense like that." But it literally says as a burnt offering for the first thing that comes out of my home. She comes out, and then after she goes and grieves her virginity, it literally ends by saying, and he does exactly as he promised. So,
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, and they made it for 4 days every year. They would lament the daughter of Jephthah. They didn't lament her because of her employment opportunities. They lamented her because she got set on fire by her father.
Yes,
it's not very nice. Exactly. Yeah. Well, there you go, Aaron. Thanks for coming in. Lovely to talk to you, and you proved to be as wonderful the second time.
Well, I appreciate it, and thank you all. Sure. I appreciate your show.
Thanks, buddy. All the best. Thanks, man.
Great talking to you.
Good stuff. Okay. We have Zeitgeist Omega in the house on the YouTube side as well. We'll bring Zeitgeist in right now. Are you there?
I am.
Hey, how are you?
I could be better.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's not really anything severe. I'm just dealing with a very painful ankle sprain right now. It's making it hard to get around and all that.
Oh, man.
Yes. So if you hear me hiss or groan, yeah.
Yikes. Sorry about that. That sounds really, really painful.
Yeah, I'll live. It's not the first time, won't be the last.
Good stuff. Well, what do we owe the pleasure?
Oh, I just want to check in, talk with y'all for a second because I got a day off because of my injury. So I decided, what the hell? Why not talk with y'all?
Excellent. Well, nice to
there's
speak.
The silver lining.
Yeah, right.
Silver lining right there. Yeah, and it kind of helps me take the edge off, so to speak.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I'm thinking. Everybody's familiar with the Euthyphro dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does God do something because it's right, or is it right because God says it?
Yeah.
And I have yet to hear a good response to the Euthyphro dilemma.
Yeah. My thing is, you hear a lot of apologists try to use a third option, God's nature.
Oh, yeah. That is an attempt, but it's just a semantic game. So, for example, I'm a humanist, so is John. We care about how actions affect the well-being of others. Well, instead of that just being the stance of our mind, it's in our nature to care about the well-being of others. Bada boom, bada bing. We have objective morality too. It's just a semantic game because your nature is a product of your mind. And so our stance is, but yes, it is in our nature to have empathy for others. And so it's a non-response is what it is.
That's what I thought, but I'll just try to, in case I ever run into one, I just want to have a good argument against that. So I'll take that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
But thank you for that, and I'll step away and let somebody else take over.
All right, brother. Nice to speak to you. Hope your ankle gets better.
I'll be all right in a day or two.
Good stuff. Take care.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay. That was Zeitgeist Omega. Got a couple of calls on the bingo to have a look at that have been called. Not crazy, but here we go. Doing all right. Kif called "Without God, Life is Meaningless" when we were speaking to Manny. I guess that's probably something that Manny's father might have said. And then Kif also called "Just Have Faith" when we were speaking to Alexander. And then finally, Zeitgeist earlier called "Look at the Trees" when we were speaking to Rabbinic Reasoning. I'm trying to think if he made a look at the trees. I'm not sure if he did, but hey, let's allow it anyway, just because no one's going to tell me I can't. So there we go. Yeah, not doing too bad at all. We've got 11 marked down. Still got a little bit of time to go. We'll see what happens. Do I hear rumours of a Dalton raid? That would be lovely if that's the case. It'd be great if we get someone wanting to come up and defend their God. They're not doing a good job of it these days. I don't know what people are scared of. It does kind of seem like they're a bit scared to come up and defend their God. Let's do that. Why should we believe in your God? We want to know. Give us a reason. I haven't heard one, but yeah, we're ready. I'm genuinely open-minded. If you give me a good reason, I will renounce my atheism, and I'll dedicate my channel to whichever God it is that appears to be real. I will do that thing. So this could be good.
I'll say again, Christians, if you're in the chat, if you agree with us that we don't have a good reason to believe your God exists, please let us know by not requesting up to talk to us about it. So if you agree there's not a good reason to believe in your God, just the way you announce that is don't request up to discuss it.
Good. Well said indeed. So let's get Hayden in on the TikTok side. Bringing in Hayden right now. I think may have spoken before with Hayden. Hey Hayden, how are you? Are you there?
Yeah, we got you. There was an echo for a minute. You're a little bit quiet though.
I apologize. Can you hear me better?
Try one more time.
Hello. Test.
There we go.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, well enough.
Yeah. You're still a little quiet. So if there's anything you can do to be louder, that'd be great. Otherwise, one makes do.
Now you're quieter again.
Can you give me like 15 seconds? Let me go grab my AirPod.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be good. Many thanks for the Bible guy. Apparently there's a bit of a Bible guy raid happening here. We welcome you. That is awesome. Thank you so much. We are big fans of Dalton over here. I think he's absolutely awesome. And we're very, very happy to have you if you've come in fresh off the Bible guy. We're really happy that you're here. Hopefully we can entertain you with some with some dialogue and debate.
Me better now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, we got you.
Better? Fantastic. Yeah. But yes, we have spoken before. I heard you saying something about that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Welcome back.
We have. James or Sean, you as well.
You too, buddy. Awesome. So what you got for us today?
So I'm just wondering, how do y'all explain creation? Because that's a really big point for me on Christianity and just anything in general. Yeah. I just don't believe that I'm sitting in my backyard right now looking at trees and the earth and just all the structures that I can see. And it's just, I just don't believe that any of this could be created by accident.
So there's a circularity in the way the question is framed, right? Because when you say how do you frame creation, that's sort of assuming that there is a creation, that something has been created in a sort of like a painting or like an artifact, right? I don't like to call it creation, right? So I would sort of say, I would more say, when we look at the world around us, can we deduce that it is a creation, or is it just the laws of nature playing out result in these kinds of things? And to me, that seems much simpler. Like, we understand how trees and plants and biodiversity come about. Like, evolution is an incredibly powerful idea in that it's super simple, but it explains a massive amount, right? All you need to have is genetics, variation, and an environment which is going to selectively pick some variants over others, and you're away. And once you get that, you're going to get trees, you're going to get gazelles, you're going to get, tree frogs and mice and great white sharks. That's going to happen.
I agree. Those sound quite doable, but how do you explain humans? Do you believe that we evolved from chimps?
No, not from chimps. We have common ancestors of chimpanzees. We exist on the planet at the same time, but it is the evidence for evolution, biological evolution, is overwhelming. That's why if you look up any of the like top universities for biology, they actually have fields of study specifically that deal with evolution. But if you go to the astronomy departments or cosmology departments, there's nothing for astrology, right? Because that's pseudoscience. It's not real. But biological evolution is a real phenomenon. And if I'm not mistaken, we evolved from Homo erectus. But we did not evolve from chimpanzees. We have a common ancestor with them, which is why we have like so many shared ERVs, endogenous retroviruses, in our DNA.
Okay. If that's true, I mean, obviously there were Homo erectus, there were Homo sapiens. How are we the only species that has evolved to be able to create things outside of ourselves? Because I know a lot of people would question. I know a lot of people would explain it away by having thumbs. I know that's an extremely important part, as well as obviously our minds, but having thumbs is an extremely important part that people massively overlook in being able to create things. But
no, I got you.
So something about that.
So first of all, we're not the only we're not the only species that has created things outside ourselves. So I mean, birds make birds' nests, right?
Have you seen bowerbirds?
I'm talking about past primitive shelters.
No, I got you. I'm getting where you're going to go. We've created things that are far more sophisticated than anyone else. And here's the thing. The ability to cognate, to create, to do things with our minds is an evolutionary trait. So some species of animal, for example, has to be the fastest land animal in the world, and that would be a cheetah. Correct me if I'm wrong, people.
I believe so.
Yeah. Some other species of animal, it might be the African elephant. I'm not a biologist. I'll just throw that out there. But some species of animals, physically the strongest animal in the world, could be blue whales. I don't know, but you get the point. We happen to be the most intelligent species of life in the world. That is our survival trait. And somebody's
we create tools to lack. We create tools for whatever we lack. We lack strength, we create weapons. We lack intelligence, we create technology.
Oh yeah. If you put us naked in a jungle with no technology, we're done. You know what I'm saying? So like our intellect is our survival trait.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's basically it.
I'm just wondering how do you think that we're the only ones that have gained a consciousness to plan for the future as far ahead as humans do, because no other animals plan as far for the future as any of us do or have such forward-thinking mindsets.
But if I may, Hayden, all your questions are of the form, you're identifying a particular aspect to human behavior which appears to not happen with other animals and saying, how can it be the fact that we are the only ones who do this? We don't have radar and sonar like bats have, right? The way that bats get around, they don't use eyesight. They use an incredibly sophisticated way of making very, very high energy clicking noises, which then they analyze the sound waves bouncing back off the objects around them, and their ears are shaped in a very specific way with an incredible mechanism that closes the ears down whilst the clicking noise is made, and then opens the ears up to hear the echo of the clicking noise. And this happens hundreds of times per second. And we've never been able to build anything as sophisticated as what bats do with their sonar. They're just really, really, really good at using sonar to navigate around them, much better than we are, right?
Agreed. It's quite crazy that could just be evolved from instead of
intelligently
created.
But it makes perfect sense that it would be an evolved trait, because the earlier progenitors of bats had the ability to do that, but they didn't do it quite so well. And there were genetic variations that made it worse and genetic variations that made it better. Which variations would have survived more statistically in the population of bats?
Yes, sir. I understand what you're saying.
The better, right?
Obviously, the ones that do it better. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then that becomes the norm, and then you get variation from there. So that's completely how evolution works. It's very, very small gradations over hundreds of thousands or millions of generations over a similar type of years. Huge numbers of years, huge numbers of generations. We would expect this to happen. So we can look at particular traits of human beings and go, why is it that we're the only ones who can do this? Do you know that human beings are not as good as chimps at memory tasks?
I'd say modern humans, absolutely. That could be a factor, largely due to the app we're using right now, which is TikTok and technology that just made all of us have extremely bad memories.
Yeah, but I mean, we've never had the ability that chimps have to do memory stuff. It's absolutely amazing. If you look on YouTube, just look up chimps memory challenge or something like that. What the researchers did was they had they trained the chimps to use a touch screen where the numbers 1 to 10 would come up on a touch screen, and the chimps would have to touch the numbers in sequence to get a reward, right? And then they made the amount of time that the numbers were on the screen less and less and less, and the chimps were still able to do it. So the numbers would flash up on the screen, and then they disappear with just a circle where the number was, and the chimps would touch all the circles in the right order of where the numbers were, even when the numbers were only on the screen for like a fifth of a second. No human could do it. They got a UK memory champion to go up against the chimp that they trained to do this, and the chimp won, right? So there's a really specific kind of cognitive task that you might have thought humans would be better at. We're really, really good at a lot of stuff, and we're really crappy at a lot of stuff. You know, we're not very good at swimming. We're certainly not very good at swimming at depth. We're not very strong compared to some animals, and so as Sean said, you would expect to see that there are going to be certain things humans are really good at doing, and certain things we pretty much suck at. We're not very good at flying, and other animals fly much better than we can, right? So all
Obviously,
of this all of this is predicted and explained beautifully by evolution.
I have one more question. Maybe I'm possibly just misinformed about this, but I do believe that most people are under the impression that oil is also another name for fossil fuels, come from the decomposed bodies of dinosaurs, plants, and the breakdown in the system over millions or billions of years of that. Is that correct?
I don't actually know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think so, but I want to be really careful because neither John nor I are scientists, and I know that that was the prevailing belief, or the word of mouth, what I've heard a bunch of times, but I haven't actually read up on it myself or confirmed it.
Erin is saying it does. I don't know. It would surprise me if there was none of that involved, but I don't know if it's the case that all oil exclusively comes from degraded biomatter from dead ancestors. I don't know exactly how that maps.
Okay, I was just going to ask you also, do y'all believe in the Big Bang, the way the Earth came about, the cosmos and everything happened from an exploding star?
No.
No. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, the Big Bang only says that 13.8 billion years ago, the observable portion of the universe, not necessarily the whole thing, but as far out as we can actually see, was in a hot, dense state, and there was a rapid expansion. how the Earth formed was from an accretion disk. We can see planets forming right now through telescopes and such. That's well understood. It's completely separate and apart from the Big Bang Theory. The Earth was formed about 4.5 billion years ago. The Big Bang occurred 13.8 billion years ago. And the Big Bang might not have been, and I think probably wasn't the beginning of the entire universe. It was a moment in time as far back as we can see, and that's it.
Okay. I was just wondering because I just looked it up, and 100 million to 103 million barrels of oil were produced per day. And I know this is a little bit off topic and a lot of degrees of separation, but I believe that the Earth was probably created, obviously, by God with lots of matter and whatnot and different resources, obviously like gold, silver, and everything inside of the Earth already. And I really think science does an extremely crappy job of explaining on how oil works in general.
I imagine if you speak to
100 million barrels a day,
I imagine if you speak to
30 years.
I imagine if you speak to a competent geologist, they won't be troubled by this in the slightest.
Okay, maybe so. I'm obviously not a scientist either.
Sure.
Yeah, talk to seek out scientists like Dr. Blitz, Forrest Valkai. There's a lot of scientists that go on platforms and love to discuss these things with believers and non-believers alike. They're better equipped than John and I.
And I could give you a general principle, Hayden, that you would do well to kind of hold on to this if you can, because it will help you become better at making better arguments, right? If you find yourself making an argument from personal incredulity, stop. So what an argument from personal incredulity is when somebody doesn't completely understand how something works, and they say, because I personally don't understand how this works, therefore that's evidence for something else, right? We can all do it. We can all fall into it, right? And it's always going to be a fallacious argument, because the most that could ever be said is there's a gap in our knowledge, or either a gap in, say, your knowledge, or even if it was, let's say, none of us understand. Like if you said to me, why is there something rather than nothing? I would say, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But not knowing the answer to the question can never be evidence for another claim. All it is evidence for a gap in knowledge. So, you'll be better at thinking about this stuff if you can recognize, if you catch yourself doing it, just stop and go, oh no, I can't do this. This is just my own incredulity, and then go and do some learning, figure it out, speak to an expert, read a book, look it up, trust your sources, like find trustworthy sources. If you want to learn about geology, don't learn about geology from answers in Genesis or anywhere that's going to want to give you a theological spin on a subject which isn't theology. If you want to learn about theology, then go to theology sources. But if you want to learn about if you want to learn about science stuff, go and speak to or ask or look it up or read up by legitimate, trustworthy scientific sources. And sometimes it can be hard with the internet to know, but
Yes, sir.
It can be really hard, can't it, to know what to trust, but you can get a feel for it. Universities, generally speaking, aren't going to put out garbage. Anything that is involved in peer review. Peer review is not a guarantee that something is true or right, but it's a step in the right direction. Yeah, it signals that people realize that they are going to suffer reputational harm if they say stuff that's not true. And that creates an incentive for them to be very thorough about what they do, not make claims that they can't demonstrate. Because if your job is reliant on your projects being funded, and your projects aren't going to be funded if you start making bullshit claims, people are going to be very, 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 very careful. But I admire the fact that you're asking questions. That's a really good start. And thank you for engaging so respectfully, Hayden. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Yes, sir. Is there someone behind me waiting?
Not right now.
No. I just real quick, I want to add something to John made some great points. I just want to give you a little trick. Yeah, I want to give you a little trick I do. If I'm looking up a science question, I'll ask the question, and then I'll add the edu to the end of it, and that'll help bring up actual university sources for answers to these science questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's really,
Anyway,
really, really good.
Yeah, that's all I had. Go for it.
Would you mind if I ask a bit of an off-topic question real quick?
Of course.
So I know in some of your lives before, you've said that self-control is a myth.
Self-control?
Yes, sir, I believe so. Or self-control is a fallacy, and we don't actually have self-control. The myth of self-control.
I don't remember saying that. What you might have heard me say is that I've heard the arguments against free will, and I
Possibly, yes,
and
sir.
I find the arguments against free will quite convincing.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think we are completely controlled by our hormones and whatnot?
It's not so much hormones as such. It's, and I say this cautiously because I don't really like leaning into the free will argument, because I think it damages my ability to make my argument about belief without people being confused that I'm making a no free will argument. So the no free will argument basically works like this: is that you can't choose what the next thought that comes into your head is going to be, because if you could choose it, you would have to choose to have that thought. And our brains operate according to well-known...
And that in itself is a choice. Yes, sir. I understand the paradox.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it, right? So if you want to read a really, really good, really easy to read, short argument against free will, read Sam Harris's book on free will. You read it in a day. It's just a tiny little book like this. And it's excellent. And I remember reading it 15 years ago and finding it really, really convincing. And then hearing him speak about it, he gave a talk in Australia where he was basically going over the stuff from the book, and I found it really convincing. And there was a discussion he had with Daniel Dennett, who was a compatibilist, and I think Sam Harris came out kind of on top, if you will, in that discussion too. And I think he made a really, really compelling case for it. So I think it's probably true that free will is an illusion. It's something that we feel like we have it, but we probably don't. But I'm really not that fussed. I'm really not that fussed about it, because I don't think it really changes anything. You still have personal responsibility for actions. You still have, even if you couldn't have done them differently, we still have a responsibility to protect each other from dangerous people. There's still, all of if you knew that you don't actually have free will, you still got to have breakfast tomorrow morning. You still got to do the things you've got to do. You've got to pay the bills. You've got to survive. You've got to eat. You've got to, function as a human being. I'm not sure how much difference it would make.
I understand that in a sense. But I think once we get past, obviously, a lot of the things that you're speaking about and saying that we make the decisions to, obviously eating breakfast and getting up. And I think those are very normal decisions. But I think once we get into the weeds on such smaller decisions, like people that make the choice to go to school more instead of going to their job, people that make the choice to go to the gym instead of stay home, I just don't understand, because if we didn't have free will, or maybe it was someone else talking about the self-control argument, or maybe it was a personal accountability thing, but how do people vary so differently, since most of us have genetics that are 99.9% the exact same. We all of our hormones and whatnot are also extremely, extremely close together. How do we have such a different and wide variety of people if we are completely controlled and whatnot by chemicals in our systems that not force us, but persuade us to make certain decisions?
Well, first of all, it must be said that very small differences can make very big, can be very, very large in terms of how they play out, right? So small physical differences, but can have huge differences in terms of how people behave. But human beings are very, very complex. We are all the product of our genes, our experiences, our environment, what's going on around us, and what's happened in our lives, and there are lots and lots of factors that shape it. So one person's ability to be disciplined and get to the gym, and another person can't get out of the comfy chair and wants to eat chips instead, there's going to be a load of factors at play. It's too simplistic to say we're both people are made of broadly the same kind of stuff, therefore they ought to behave in exactly the same way.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Or even broadly, each person has their own history. Each person has their own hormone profile, their own mental and psychological and emotional makeup, which is itself a combination of genetics and experience. There's so much that can happen to a human being in their life that shapes them and changes them. And all of us are the products of what we were born with in terms of our genetic inheritance and the experiences we've had. That accounts for all the differences between human beings and why some people find it really, really easy to be super self-disciplined. Other people find it really, really difficult to be super self-disciplined. Some people are naturally fantastic at mathematics. Other people can barely add two numbers together. Some people can pick up a pen and a piece of paper and draw what's in front of them perfectly. Other people couldn't do it if their lives depended on it. I've always been able to hear a piece of music and immediately play it back since I was 3 years old. I've always been able to do it. Other people can't do it ever, even after years of studying. They can't do it. So we're just made differently. Our brains are different. We're wired differently to each other, even though there's a lot that we have in common too. And that accounts for all the differences between people.
Okay. I have one last thing I'd like to say.
Sure.
Do you not believe that? So obviously you don't think belief is a choice.
Correct.
About anything, not just religion, anything. So I know this is an extremely rare case, but there are lots of people, myself being one of them, that convince themselves that they can do extremely difficult things, and they 100% believe it, no matter what. Like it's infallible. No matter what anyone says to them, they will not relinquish that there's something that they can't do if they've set their mind to it enough. Even if they can't accomplish it, even if it's crazy, even if I convince myself that I could take a bullet to the head. There's people that convince themselves of absolutely insane things, and I'd say this gives them a competitive advantage over people that believe in their limitations.
Yeah,
I think it is a real thing that people can convince themselves to believe in outlandish, extremely crazy things, which maybe one of your things that you would believe is outlandish and crazy is Christianity. Maybe one thing I would believe would to be outlandish and crazy is to, I don't know, write a book or something, just examples like that. But do you not believe that it doesn't, no matter what, convincing yourself that you can do more or that you can be more would be more beneficial than not believing that you have the choice of belief?
Yeah. So having confidence in yourself to be able to achieve tasks is a really good thing. Some people are able to do that, and that's down to the kind of upbringing you've had. Again, your genetic inheritance, lots of factors play into whether you're able to generate that kind of self-belief and can-do attitude to say, I believe I'm going to do this. I believe in myself. And it could be said, some people would argue, yes, you're choosing your belief there, but you can't choose to believe anything about yourself. Like, you can't believe that you can jump over the moon, right? So there's going to be a limit to what you're capable of believing. And if you look at what happens within that limit, you're going to say that you're going to pick a task which might be difficult but achievable, and you're going to say, I believe I can do this. Now, the reason you're capable of making that position, of taking that position and believing that, is because you have some evidence about the type of person you are that justifies it. So if I said to you now, are you capable of believing that you're going to be the head ballet dancer of the Moscow Ballet, right? You probably the ballerina.
I don't know what that is.
Right. If you're going to be the lead ballerina of the Moscow Ballet, right? You're going to put on a little tutu and you're going to dance around stages, and everyone in the world is going to think you're the best ever ballerina. You're not going to be able to believe that about yourself. Whereas if you take a more mundane thing, you might say, yeah, I think I could. If I say you're going to be able to run a marathon, you say, yeah, because I'm really dogged, right? I'm stubborn. I've got self-belief, so I'm going to train for the marathon, and I think I can do it. And so your belief in yourself there is based on evidence, and it's based on the fact that you are persuaded that belief is reasonable, which separates a belief you can have from a belief you can't have. So it's still not really choosing your beliefs.
Okay. And I see a lot of people in the comments, and I wanted to respond to one in particular. Arcana said, lying to yourself is a superpower, and I absolutely believe that's the truth. And another one said, are you saying delusion is a great source of motivation? Which I also think that's probably the best sort of motivation. Having a delusional belief that you can do something even when you can't is the best source of motivation.
It can be, but it can also be really dangerous, because self-belief is fantastic, but there's a thin line between self-belief and recklessness. You know, if somebody looks at a building, you say you're on the roof of a building, right? And there's a 10-meter gap between the building, the roof you are, and the next roof over. Thinking that you're going to be able to run and jump over that gap is going to get you killed, right? And there are other examples where overestimating your own ability is a massive liability, and it's an extremely adaptive trait to be able to know which chances not to take. And the way you work that out is by knowing your limits. Did you have something, Sean?
Important to add also, if you have confidence you could do something that's lofty, and you end up actually being able to do it, so your confidence led into you being able to take the action, by definition, your belief was not delusional.
Right. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in, Hayden. It was really nice to talk to you again.
Absolutely. I always enjoy talking to y'all guys. Y'all are super smart and respectful. A lot smarter than I am. So
well,
it's nice to speak to people.
Keep on asking questions, friend, and come back and talk to us anytime.
Absolutely. You all have a great day, sirs.
And you, buddy. Take care. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye. I remembered him from how polite he was last time, and he was that polite last time too. I remember saying, in fact, last time, what a well brought up young man. But yeah, really good stuff. Okay, a few super chats to read out, and I might start angling towards putting a lid on it. We have been going for a fair while. How long have we been doing this? 6 hours, 20 minutes. That's a reasonable innings, isn't it, people? What do you want, blood? Okay, so let's have a few of these messages. I so much appreciate them. We have No One Left Behind. Again, thank you so much. Squirrels plan similarly by hiding their food source for later. I think this was talking about animal intelligence and planning, and
us planning way ahead. Yeah,
planning actions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Babs, it's nice to see you again, Babs. There are only two things humans can do that other animals can't: written language and making baby humans. That's awesome. Love that. Yeah, that's unique, that one. And Very Good Wizard, what a fantastic name. John, what a lovely channel. Thanks for doing this. Well, thank you very much, Very Good Wizard. I really appreciate that. That's really kind. I love that name. Very Good Wizard. I love that. Thank you. And Elvis Presley Touched Me, another winning name, and you know it is. Humans are evolutionarily the dumbest animals on the planet. Elephants haven't created something that can wipe out all life with a push of a button. I think that's true. Yeah, how stupid are we going to look if we manage not to survive because the tech we've created ends up wiping us out, or we wipe ourselves out with it? Not massively smart at all. Even the dinosaurs didn't do that. They had to wait for a meteor to come along and end them. And finally, Gordon Loves Science. Hi, Gordon. Lovely to see you, my friend. If God knows everything that we will ever think or do, isn't this an apologetic argument against free will? Yet most Christians tend to believe in it. What am I missing? Thanks. I don't think you're missing anything. I think that if God is all-powerful and omnipotent, then free will cannot exist, because God would have configured the universe in which you were going to do a certain thing, because he knew that you were going to, and he could have chosen to configure the universe differently where you did something else. So I absolutely agree.
Isn't that the basis for Calvinism?
Yeah, I mean, largely is Calvinism is just the idea that God has picked ahead of time who was going to be saved and who wasn't, and it doesn't matter what you do. So yeah, there's an element of that. That kind of foreknowledge. It's all wrapped up. There's nothing you can do to change the outcome. It's a horrible way of thinking about reality, because you're not really, if God knows what you're going to do on Friday, you're not free to change your mind to do something else. You're on that track and you can't get off it. And what's even worse is, of course, the same applies to him. If it's Monday and God knows what he's going to do on Friday, then when Friday comes around, he can't change his mind and do something else either. Otherwise, he would have made himself wrong on Monday and therefore not omniscient. So there's all sorts of problems with these omni properties. Are a bit of a hassle. They cause lots of problems for God. I'm very relieved that I don't have to have any of them. I'm definitely not omni anything. It's very, very liberating not being. Absolutely awesome. Right. So Sean, I introduced a bit of a new feature today.
Okay.
I was reading out some comments that had come in under some of the videos, because I was I do go through them and read them, and there's some brilliant comments, some wonderfully clever people saying wonderful things, and also some not quite so brilliant, clever, wonderful things, but they're fun to look at. So let's have a look if we can find them. Here's another one. I've got a couple of good ones and a couple of bad ones. Let's have this one and see what it looks like. Do we have this one already? This is. Oh yeah, here's one. Okay, this is a nice one, I think. Yeah, let's have this. So it should come up now. There we go. So this is Thomas has said, in my 62 years on this planet, I've tried to believe in God. I'm not convinced. Does that make me a sinful person? If I died tomorrow, am I going straight to hell? I can't help it. I've gone to church. I've read the Bible. Whose fault is it that I'm not convinced? So a message like that from a 62-year-old man perfectly encapsulates everything we speak about with regard to the involuntary nature of belief. How can it be that he deserves to be sent to hell and tortured? He's tried. He's done the best he could. He's just tried to figure out what's true. And if you're not convinced, you're not convinced. That's it. I don't see what else he could have done differently. And if there's a believer here who has an idea of what Thomas could have done differently, other than that, let me know. I'd love to hear about it. We also have let's have a different flavor. Let's have here's one. So this is from Anti-Validation. It says, God doesn't force you to do anything. Blaming your wickedness on God is a cop-out. People who only submit to themselves and their personal desires are wicked. Anyone who hoards for themselves and is not generous towards God is wicked. You know, God needs your money or your stuff or your something or other. Can't manage without it, apparently. You can choose to live your life however you want. Oh, thank you very much. The Bible tells us to expel the wicked people from our lives. God will judge them. I mean, that to me sounds like the ranting and raving of a religious fanatic lunatic. That just sounds completely unhinged. I just feel sorry for anybody who knows this person, because that is just completely nuts as far as I'm concerned. And what a difference in tone to Thomas's message of just saying, look, I've tried. I've been as honest as I can. I'm being intellectually honest. I've had a spirit of inquiry. I've read the Bible. I've been to church. It just didn't make sense to me. That's it. It's so kind of humble. And this is so puffed up, full of pious, pompous arrogance. Absolutely disgusting. But quite amusing as well.
I sincerely hope that person never has any gay, atheist, or children of any other religion, like, period, because I can't even imagine.
Right, yeah. I mean, that would just be absolutely...
Expel them wickedness from your life. Like,
absolutely horrible. Yeah, horrible. Here's another one. Similar kind of thing. This is from... looks like Silverio Wilbur. Looks like John Cohen. Obviously, you have never had a formal debate and are using your platform just to express your thoughts and beliefs, doing the exact same thing that many atheists claim they hate, having certain subject matter shoved down their throats. It's not okay with you when it's done towards you and what you hold as truth, but it's okay that you do it, even though You are a non-believer. Kind of a double standard you have there, wouldn't you say? No question mark. What does it matter whether you don't believe and some that may or does believe? What do you gain, or better yet, what do you lose? Why not let others believe what they want just as you believe what you want? Too much time and energy being used to focus on something that you do not believe in, when in reality there are worse things going on in this world of ours that deserve that energy and focus. Just a question. I didn't really see a question in there, but I think the point that this person is making is that it's a travesty that we are expressing an opinion about these belief systems that tell people that they're worthless, filthy rags deserving of being burnt forever in hell. We're supposed to be happy about that. We're supposed to be good little people and be quiet and sit nicely in a world where the religious messaging is absolutely everywhere. I mean, not so much in the UK, but certainly in America, absolutely everywhere. A church on every corner. The absolute norm is that you participate in this religious life. And here we are. We just set up our little stall in a tiny, weeny little corner of the internet where we just have conversations. And yes, we do invite believers in to engage with us, but it's always my understanding that it's only the believers who want to engage with us that are going to come here. That's the beautiful thing about TikTok and YouTube is you don't have to come. You don't have to watch the stuff.
How many doors did you knock on this week, John? I'm curious.
Yeah, the normal,
Did you ever,
exactly the same number as last week.
Have you heard the bad news?
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. We don't make outgoing calls. I don't go into Christian spaces looking for debates. I don't go up to people and tell them they're wrong. We just set up shop here and we do our thing. And Sean and I create messaging which is useful for some people and offensive for others. And for the people who find it offensive, don't listen. This is someone who obviously took some time to write all of this comment. This is, I don't know how long it would have taken this person to write this, but you've obviously watched one of my videos. You sat through it watching it. There's like 20 billion other videos on YouTube you could have watched, but the one you chose to watch wasn't the cats jumping at cucumbers video. It wasn't the, firing squirrels off catapults video. No, it wasn't the dancing in the street video. It wasn't the pop-up crowd suddenly singing Bohemian Rhapsody or something. No, you chose to come and watch one of my videos. You spent the 5 to 20 minutes that it takes to watch it, sat through some of it, and then sat down and composed a response to it. I didn't make you do that. I didn't insist on your attention, and I don't insist on anyone's attention. So how is anything I do be shoved down anyone's throats? Now look at the converse. You've got the US government being run by theocrats. You've got people advocating for teaching religious bullshit to children in schools and making them pray and making them have 10 commandments up on walls and all sorts of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the symmetry falls apart. We are just a drop in an ocean, and we reserve the right to be that drop. If you don't like it, move on. Don't cry about the fact that we exist. And when I see believers crying about the fact that we exist, it always makes me think, what's really going on here? What's really going on? Like the lady doth protest a little bit too much. Are you just haunted by your own doubts? And your way of getting rid of your own doubts is to impugn the other people who are brave enough to express theirs. And that's what I think might be happening here. But hey, thanks for chiming in anyway, and thanks for the engagement boost in the algorithm. I appreciate that too. Right, I think we're probably about there. I reckon. I think that's been a fairly good innings. Let's get rid of that. That can leave. We need, of course, to mention our Inner Circle members. Sean, I've made a slight innovation to the kill switch. So the Inner Circle members can now vote against the kill switch as well as for it. So
okay.
They can vote to kill, or they can vote to shield, and they can also make their votes anonymous, so people don't know who's voted. So that was an innovation suggested by Nectu, which is an absolutely brilliant idea. And that's in the code now. So it just makes it a little bit more interesting, because sometimes I'm a bit disappointed by the kill switch activation, and I think sometimes some of the other Inner Circle members are as well. So now they have an opportunity to have a voice and go, no, keep this going. This dude is about to get majorly fried. Don't get rid of him yet. So I'm quite pleased about that. So that's now in place. So speaking of the Inner Circle, these are the people that decide the thing. We have, in no particular order, Riven Ash, Shadow, the Leakest Wink, Torag, Tracy, Wacky Slush, Roger, Stefan, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Edvard, who called in earlier. We also have Amon Ra, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl 727 is a new one, Issa, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flibbity Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, which is still an outstanding name. I think Justin nearly fell off his chair when he first saw that, when you came into Justin's live. Jeremy Tuttle, another new member. Thank you, Jeremy. KR Young, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, PVG, Rich, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Make It So, Neck2, thank you for your amazing suggestion, Oceanus, and Pseudo V Science. Those are the people. The list is growing. I'm still reading it out. It will eventually reach a point where that's just not feasible because it'll take too long. But for now, it gives me pleasure to read it out. And I do really appreciate that support. And as I say, every stream, if you're not supporting the channel, I still love you just as much. I don't need you to be supporting the channel. I don't want you to be supporting the channel if it's going to cause any hardship. You don't have to pay to be heard here. None of that. You all count. Just the fact that you turn up is the biggest gift for us. So that's massively appreciated. Okay, I think that's about it, I believe. The next stream will be Tuesday during the day, probably the normal time. I will confirm it. It'll probably be the normal time, and as ever, Sean, you do whatever your work commitments allow and time. I don't expect people to get up at 7 a.m. and jump on my live stream. That really is above and beyond. But it does give a chance for some of our friends in Europe to kind of have a go, and people in slightly different time zones. So, so it'll probably be the normal time. Good. I think that is probably it. So to all the mods, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you did the liking and stuff on YouTube, thank you so much for that. For 104,000 likes on TikTok, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Mods, you're amazing. And everyone else is amazing. And Sean, you're amazing. I'm really glad we got to have you for the last little bit. And see you all on Tuesday, people. All the best, and thank you